slaying, there won't be Diablo 3. Lord of destruction, Lord of corruption, Lord of the hate and pain, I instigate a flow so great, eviscerate the syndicate, I decimate, eradicate my foes in turretonic state, they suffocate, choke on my name. Lord of seduction, Lord of disruption, Lord of the lies, Blah hides inside, he's terrified, mass genocide, my master rhymes identify the stale while they listen as I amplify, strict specify, it's time to die. Bring it back to the master of the track, travel east to find the beast so I can slay him with my rap. Don't need flails or a sword, tie my hands behind my back, like a shop up, I'ma kill him with my lyrical attack. Time to let out my battle cry, I don't find the time to grind a level 9 to 9, support the party wizard and that summon god. I stand to tank the flanking dolls, but when I try to fight, my damage lacks, decrepified, I can't attack. I spent my life mastering axes, now I'm damned to cat, or cries of anguish, they don't care, they want the mana back. Dead dreams of prestige, honor, valor, now I stand and rap, I go slow, a mental block from years ago, still trapped inside my mind, the frigid highlands, all I know. Yet as I hit my blows, my vengeance charges start to grow. Look out Diablo, this barbarian's about to steal the show. I spit fire, but not the weak like Inferno, e-bodied poison over shots crushed from my goblin toes. Line by line I'm breathing rhymes into red lightning hose, and if you're caught up in this flow, your corpse just might explode. Lord of destruction, Lord of corruption, Lord of the hate and pain, I instigate a flow so great, eviscerate the syndicate, I decimate, eradicate my foes in turretonic state, they suffocate, choke on my name. Lord of seduction, Lord of disruption, Lord of the lies, Blah hides inside, he's terrified, mass genocide, my master rhymes identify the stale while they listen as I amplify, strict specify, it's time to die. It's a catastrophe, metallic bashing me, can't throw blows cause I chose my caricature, tornadoes, dodging mobs like it's an allergy, path of woes, a product of a master mastery, I pray to D, pray straight blasphemy, I pray to find a glitch or bug to get me past these three, I'll lose my mind if Talik's extra faster, I can't see, Maddox throws, it's time to focus, DJ drop that beat, they're afraid of the pain that I ingrain in the brain, degrade the brave escapades by throwing shade at the name, my rage builds interlame, volcanoes burning away, cat level 4, hurricane, chill to the core, can't escape, soon be no more, disengrave statues of gold, that I say you're worthy hero, now go slay the lord of destruction today, soul some controls, roads fate, get to the throne, to delay your only hope, take a moment now, ready, set, play. Lord of destruction, Lord of corruption, Lord of the hate and pain, I instigate a flow so great, eviscerate the syndicate, I decimate, eradicate my foes in turretonic state, they suffocate, choke on my name. Lord of seduction, Lord of disruption, Lord of the lies, Blah hides inside, he's terrified, mass genocide, my master rhymes identify the stale while they listen as I amplify, strict specify, it's time to die. Blade shit on assassin, invade for res maxima, waves of fire setting ablaze to trespassing and slaves, and the masses afraid of the traps that lay waste as they cast on the days by mind blasting. Now faced with the past is the phase from the passage, remind us of mortality, destruction of reality, a moment of silence, please. Beware, foul demons and beast.
Yo. What's going on, everybody? Oopsies. Just realized. It's the first time you heard a D2 rap? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. guess that's not bad. How's everybody doing today? Little Jank, but Little Jank is my middle name, I guess. Sorry, I gotta just realize I don't have a thingy set. And we'll say go like that, go like this. How are you guys doing today? That's the real question. How's everybody feeling? We having a nice day? Enjoying the character still? Character need a little nerf? A little bit. Again, I feel like mostly just some bug fixes will do a lot. Early fires maybe a little good, you know? But I don't think we want to, like, destroy the character. It's pretty fun. Perfect. We call this magic lock. Okay, sorry, I had to make a picture. Same thing with all the classes. Fire best early. Fire's just so good in this game early on. You know? Thanks, Sterling. Thanks, Devo.
Moo.
We'll be making a loot filter recommended guide soon. I already have a loot
I've got a quick
filter guide.
question. I seem to be missing something. How do you spawn multiple demons as Warlock?
Increase your demonic mastery. Yeah, I just gotta be slow with it, right, Dior. Yeah, I have two loot filter guides. One that's just like, here's how it works and how to set it up, and the other one that goes through my full like what my settings are for console players, because they can't just import. Darcy, get out of there. No. Hey. Go lay down. So, What's up with these mythical cube formulas? Dude, those are wild. That's what I needed to do. We needed to highlight that. Right. Did I ever upload my Hell All Characters slash and stash to YouTube? I think so. I think I did, but
Well, hi. Hope
hello.
you're getting better. Wish you a great stream.
Thank
This
you.
Warlock guy has Diablo 1 vibes all over the place. I like that. I like more things, of course. But right now, I'm liking this very much. K-nerd up.
Good, I'm glad. There's the I can't just go like, or like a minus. It might work. I'm not. What makes sense? And then or something. And I'm an over. Probably from. Also, shoot, Amy. Okay. We'll call this day. What day is it even? We did this at 11, 12, 13, 14. So 11, 12, 13, 14. So this is day 4. If you check show full rejuve pot scene, day we have. Okay, all right. Let's see. Half price flour and chocolate day. What's up, YouTube? Mr. Good day. Character that resistance. Peace. Okay. We like that. All right, let's see. Today, I figure we get like another statue, maybe. Yeah, Cure can be only made on ladder and single player, not non-ladder right now. It'll be brought down to non-ladder, I believe, but currently you can't. My friends who found materials with me got their grails reset. Do we have news if they'll give people their grails back? I mean, the thing is, I don't know if they'll be able to give them back. That is just a bug that is currently existing, which really sucks. Do they? So that was online. Their online grails got reset. Because that's at least good to like note that it is happening online as well. Okay. Let me jot it down. Let me put it in. Do you know if a rune staff can roll warlock skills? No. Daggers are for locks. Okay. Llama 2, password 1. Good base for obsession. I mean, Archon staff. Or war staff or rune staff. Yeah. Llama 2, password 1. Come on in, we can have some fun. I think you expect too much for $25. Hola. The boss is at down here. Got an Act 2 to start us off. Let me know if you find Duriel. Well, you get the Duriel. If statue drops, it's all on you, my friend. Grail doesn't exactly reset with ladder, but it will be its own thing with ladder. You'll have a ladder grail and a non-ladder grail, so. When you bind demon on P1 or P8, is there any difference? I don't believe there's a difference between the player count, but there is a difference between like normal, nightmare, hell, and stuff, so. There probably shouldn't be a difference. If there is one, let me know. Why do I feel like I have a phoenix or something? I feel so slow right now.
No.
I just wanted a loot filter and currency dab. This is above and beyond. Thank you for your beautiful lies, Llama love.
You're welcome. You know, someone said, I don't like how you went about it. You could have just said nothing at all. But I feel like when people are asking you every single day over and over and over again, what do you think is coming? Do you think something is coming? What do you think about this leak? Blah, blah, blah. You can't just say nothing at all. It's a very tough, unfortunate position, but you can't just not talk. You know? You have to say something, and for it to continue to be a fun surprise for people, you have to say something that isn't like, well, I don't know, you know? Is the game pretty loud? Like, yeah, I wish I could just tell you guys everything from the start. That'd be cool. We all find out together. But also at the same time, for you guys to have such a cool, like, surprise with it, I have to act like I don't know anything. The game's a little louder than me. Weird. Turn it down a tiny bit. The NDA prohibits me from disclosing that information. Yeah, like, what do you want me to... So, I understand. You know, it's not fun. Again, it's not fun to, like, lie to you guys. But I I don't think, you know, it'd be easier if I didn't stream and I had, you know, there was nothing for me to share or not share with anybody, right? But again, when all you do is talk Diablo 2 to everybody over and over again, it makes it a little difficult. Yeah, it's almost necessary to be dishonest, which is not like the greatest thing, necessity. Do I have to stay in game to get higher tier heralds? Yes. Heralds will only upgrade within the same game, so kind of want to go into a Cleave Warlock today. Next time you can share your secrets on my DMs. Perfect, thank you. Herald! Wire Fleece. Nice. G-Bane for everybody. Yeah, the reason that we're getting a lot of heralds here is because there's literally 8 people in this game flying around a bunch of different terror zones.
I'm empathetic to the fact that it must have been frustrating to want to be able to talk about how excited you were on stream but have to repress that urge to satisfy your contractual obligations. Just like how you can't talk about Act 6 right now.
Jesus. Yeah, I'm not asking for you to feel bad for me. I don't need sympathy, you know, with it all. I chose willingly. Rare item. To participate, and I know what comes with said participation. But, you know, I guess I'm asking for not sympathy or saying like, oh, boo-hoo Llama, he was so excited he couldn't share. Just like
just a few days
acknowledgement.
Before, we all were laughing. Ha ha. What will Blizzard have for D2R? Ha ha. Exploding chickens? Ha ha. Poison dagger buff? Ha ha. Really excited about those Act 6 rumors.
Oh my god. You know, just understanding that, like, my hands are kind of tied in that situation, you know? That's all. Melee champion weakness. I mean, here's the thing. Melee champs, when you get like late game with really top end gear, can be pretty dang solid. Melee on the way is slow, but it's kind of nice.
Thanks a ton for the Secret Act 6 alpha key from the highest tier of your Patreon. Hyped to see what they've got cooking for Act 7.
Thank you for the 10. Jesus. So, like, a lot of people are like, buff Barb, make Barb better, but Barbarian has great, like, endgame PvP. He's one of the best PVM, like, magic finders in the game, if not the best magic finder in the game. He has a different start, but it's nice when everything doesn't feel the same. Right? Like, I actually really love it. It's one of my favorite things I love about D2.
Head pats from
Everything
Mr.
doesn't
Bezos.
have melee
Less than
splash.
3.
Everything isn't just, right, like, always craziness all over. I think there are some minor tweaks you could make, but I love that I can play a character through the game and have a completely different experience than the sorceress, you know? And the barbarian is one of the best for that. Just like being a big old thick barbarian and playing through with like double swing or whatever and having to position a little and it's a little slower and, you know, all that. Thanks, Flaky. So I you know, unfortunately, if you're the person who wants melee splash brought into the game, I'm not going to be the guy to recommend it. I think there are some minor tweaks. I think increasing the base damage of melee weapons, I am for. I think reworking the attack rating formula a little bit, I am for, because it's pretty punishing on like level and stuff. But I just don't, you know, overall, I want to make sure that there is difference in the characters and their experiences through the game. I think that's a valuable thing. That's all I gotta say about that. Enigma needs a 2-second cooldown. I like the idea of Enigma having charges. I highly doubt we would see that big of a change ever made. But I like the idea of Enigma, yeah, I've already been here, having like a 3 charge that replenishes charges. And that is a big change. That probably belongs in a mod. I get it. But if I were like designing Enigma from the base, it would have 3 charges on it. It replenishes 1 charge every 2 seconds or something. Literally flame dash from PoE. So you'll be run, telly, telly, run, telly, run, telly. I think PD2 actually has something similar, but flame dash is what I think of when I think of it. It's kind of hard because the can of worms has already been opened, you know, But I like the idea of that's still really nice, but it slows you down just a little bit. I think a corruption mechanic could exist. The thing, you know, PD2 is great and goes a little too far. But I think it has a lot of good ideas, you know, such as the corrupting. Corrupting is very fun. Do I think you should be able to corrupt like 6 sockets onto a wind force or something? Probably not. Because then you're power creeping a lot by doing, you know, some of those really power creep up some. But I do love the idea. It's still really fun to corrupt an item, you know. So you just have to be aware of how much power gets crept in. And like, you know, PD2, one of the issues is the game has
Nyolak TV gifted a tier 1
lost a lot of balance
Rishi.
below the end game now. And one of the best things about T2 is the end game has really, or like the playthrough has a really cool balance and is really fun. So, you know, there's some stuff to be said about it, but I do think the corruption mechanic is still very fun. It's fun to vow something and just go, come on, come on, come on, you know. But they've definitely balanced PD2 like they balance a lot of modern games, which is around the end game and mapping and all of this. And, you know, there's fun there. But, again, the game itself playing through is pretty trivial now. And that's one of my favorite things about Diablo 2 is the playthrough of the game. So I think you have to be more careful with it. And I think there's a good balance. I think you could definitely find something between here and there. Thank you, Nalek. I think you could definitely find something between this and PD2 where you introduce some changes that can push towards some fun like that. But you don't go like, you know, too crazy where it just becomes everything has splash damage and whatever. Right. So I just gotta find the in-between. How would melee splash hurt the game though? It ruins a lot of identity. Again, if you've played PD2, the fun of melee splash is melee now just blows everything up as well. The problem with everything having melee splash is all of the playthroughs and characters start to feel more the same. Everything does splash damage. Right? There's the idea that Diablo 2 has that again makes it really great is playing through a barbarian feels so different playing through a sorceress, feels so different playing through an assassin, right? The characters feel very different, and one of the reasons is they don't all just have a giant splash that just kills everything. You have a good power difference, you have a good, you know, feeling. Darn.
General melee splash damage is cheap. And I think we have enough cheap here. Thanks.
Yeah, so it's just like not a good feeling for me. It ruins a lot of the ideas where some of my favorite things of Diablo 2 are when I'm playing like a barbarian and there's a big pack chasing me and I take them to a doorway and then I'm like right here in the doorway and funneling them one at a time to fight them one at a time, right? There's this whole idea of like positioning with these characters that's so important, and you can't just jump in the middle of everything and blow it up like you can with some of the other classes. So you have classes that can be the god characters, but then you have classes that are not the god characters. But then they still work out in the end because, again, like I said before, the barbarian still ends up being the best magic finder in the game. because he has find item and he can go target down the unique, you know, bosses and then find item their bodies. So even though he's not doing splash damage and killing masses, he still has this good power in that way. So, you know, it's just the idea that not everything needs to be balanced. When you try and balance everything together, a lot of times it ends up being worse. This is something you see often in fighting games, right? You don't want every character in a fighting game to be an S tier character. It's fun to have characters that are lower tiered. And then you get these fun matchups, and when someone comes in on a Jigglypuff that nobody was expecting, and then, you know, fights, right, whatever. It is better. Now, you want to keep them within a certain amount of range, but I mean, it's not just for my holy grail. Barbs are the best, you know, amazing for gold finding. Barbs are amazing for magic finding. A lot of people like to magic find with them. They're great for support characters, for the battle orders and battle command. Like, there's just a lot of, that's not bad, good cases for a barbarian. And again, it's just not all about power. So the more that you just want to, what's a wolf druid good for? Ubers. The more that you try and just bring everything to crazy god tier power, the more everything feels the exact same. And then it's just not as fun, honestly. It's just like, okay. But you can feel differently. That is my feelings. I just find it to be way more fun when I go and swap around characters and I get a completely different feeling between them. When everything feels so homogenous and all the same and all that, I'm just like, whatever.
Moo.
Thanks, Degas. Go right for a new game. Llama 3. Well, I mean, again, I think Enigma has its own issues, and that's a separate issue. Sunder Charm drop rates are very bad. If you're playing on Players 1, your chance to drop any Sunder Charm is 1 in 238 currently. So you have to kill 238 Heralds on average to get one. They're going to buff that. Because that's not great. On Players 8, it's 1 in 60, which is still crazy because how rare Heralds are. So, they will buff it. But anyways, you guys can feel the way that you feel about characters. And this is also why mods exist, because mods do bring melee splash in, a lot of the mods. So you can go and play the mods and they'll have melee splash and all of that. I think it's actually great, and that's one of the best things about mods is you can take the base game and then you can twist it around and do stuff like that to it. You have Diablo 2 Remodded, you have Diablo 2 Reimagined. So there are mods that do have these sorts of things brought in and do make the characters more homogeneous, and you have all this. But as a base game, I think it would be a tragedy to introduce something like that and just make all the characters feel the same. And I don't believe the devs have that thought either. So, yeah, 1 in 60. Like I say, 1 in 60 is a pretty decent drop rate in Diablo 2, but getting heralds is pretty rough. It's a pretty low drop rate to get a Sunder and then to get one that you actually want. Now, they're very powerful. That is only on Players 8. I think the odds should be about half of where they are. I think on Players 8, 1 in 30 is probably a good number. But you just don't come across heralds like quite enough. They drop on Players 1 as well, but it's 1 in 238, so that would be like 1 in 120, basically, and, you know, it's still pretty rare. I mean, before Sunders were actually super common. On Players 1, they were a little more rare, but on Players 8, I would find about 4 Sunders an hour. Which is insane drops. I don't even find like a rune 4 times an hour sometimes, you know? I mean, I just stopped picking them up. They were so ridiculous, constantly dropping everywhere. Players 1 drop rate wasn't as bad, but that is also old Sunders that are, you know, just like more basic. These ones you can craft, and the crafting becomes really nice. It's a nice buff, so.
Well, do you think this class allows for some new funny ways of playing? Low-level duels with goatmen and daggers? Will the Christmas edition enable hat-wearing bound demons? Thanks.
That'd be cute. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of stuff that can happen with this class here. It'll be interesting to see how it all unravels. We'll see some buffs to some parts of it, and we'll see some nerfs to some part of this class. Like, there are no charges for Bind Demon in the game. Also, I think we'll see some adjustments to Bind Demon. Right now, 1 point in Bind Demon, and your demon can tank Ubers. So I could see changes coming in a couple of ways. I think there could be changes just like reducing the max HP or increasing the amount of damage that they take, one of the two. I could see changes around like, you know, how many points you invest being more important on it instead of it just being such a 1-point wonder. I think there's a lot of options to still keep it very fun, but everything mana burned is super annoying. I mean, it is really nice to be able to get amp damage. But at one point it feels like you shouldn't. It feels like that should be something that comes with like 20 hard points invested. You know? If you invest 20 hard points, then you could get, like, amp damage maybe or something. Well, there's no amp damage ones. That's not a charge. The only charges that exist are on the Maul Gavel of Pain. Should be the same with 20 hard points to hold a two-handed weapon and levitation mastery. Be interesting. The class of hard point limitations. So many of the skills are so good. There's going to be requirements. Is hell supposed to be this easy? This character is a little extra powerful, but also I am wearing like pretty good gear, so and I'm level 94. So like, yes, most characters are going to be this easy at this point. If you have a Mosaic Sin, if you have a Whirlwind Barb, if you have a Hammered In, if you know, whatever, they're gonna at this point be mowing through stuff pretty well. Yeah, I have a video to go up on YouTube soon for come on.
Moo.
Thanks for being great here on Twitch at Mr. Llamask.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cracktoon. What do you think about using Fortitude? You could probably get to 125 breakpoint with it. Wait. What? Fortitude doesn't have FCR. Oh my god, it has 25 FCR. Nobody ever uses FCR for fortitude. I was just thinking, wait a second. It might actually have FCR. Just nobody cares about it. I mean, the problem is you put fortitude on and you can't teleport anymore. So until you can replace Enigma, I've never actually cared about the FCR on fortitude. We could go fortitude weapon, but just less damage. It's only 25 more as well. Okay, so F fortitude weapon in a two-hander, 300% ED. It gets me 25 FCR. It has some deadly strike. Son of a gun, you might be right. I mean, yeah, it's better than for damage fortitude is, but again, the speed is not going to be outmatched here of teleporting around. Ooh, Ariok's Needle could be really good. That's almost nice.
How may I help you?
The only other change I wish they would make would be enabling players count online. I like being able to trade with people, but I hate that I can only farm on players 1. I never play with others online and the lobby is still awful for finding games.
Move.
Yeah. I mean, it would be nice. Thanks here, but... Okay, well now you got me thinking about a fortitude weapon for the first time in my life. An ethereal fortitude weapon. May actually be pretty sweet because it does bring in decent enough damage with 300% ED, so a little bit less than you're going to get from Breath of the Dying, but it has 20% Deadly Strike and 9 to mid damage, whatever. I mean, you're just putting it in the same base of any weapon, so a Thunder Maul or something, a 4 open socket F Thunder Maul, any giant weapon. And then you get, so that's 25 FCR, 45, 65. I guess you go 85 on a helm, 105, 115, 125. And now you can use Phoenix plus Fortitude. And be on the 125 breakpoint. That's pretty good. I would need a 220 Warlock, though, to hit that. Without a 220 Warlock, you can't get there. Unless you have a 215 and you're using a Griffin's, I guess. Either way, you would need...
Move.
Is there a new 20 FCR helm? Yeah, it's not the helm that's the issue. That could also be used there. The issue is the amulet. Liberty, thank you. I need at least a 115 amulet with griffins or a 220 amulet. So, but with that, you can hit your 125 breakpoint and go throwing like crazy. Is that worth all of that? I don't know. I think being on the 75 breakpoint with 2 SOJs and, you know, or min damage rings, I think that ends up being better. That's a lot of commitment to get to the 125. What points you recommend respecing to full bind demon and defilers? For the blood boil build or for just like a general physical demon build?
Blessings to you.
General demon build, I guess. Still nightmare only. I mean, I feel like currently you could probably do that, like around 40 there. A bound demon is very powerful, so bound demon plus blood oath plus defilers plus, you know, demonic mastery, and then having your death mark to put them on things. It's going to be a little slow, but I think it'll be really fun. What do you think of the miasma skills? I think they're a little overtuned early, but still fun.
Moo.
Thanks, Gopher. People just leaving grand charms lying on the ground. Remember to identify all the things you find on the ground, everybody. Why list her over the Act 4 guy? I mean, it doesn't really matter. The whole thing that's necessary is curse and amp damage. Or, I mean, curse and fanaticism, and I've got that combination here, so. So it's already cleared out. I think we're ready for a new game. Llama 4. Can you summon and consume your own demon? Yeah. So I can summon this guy, and then it says if I consume him, I get 95% ED and 6% crushing blow. If I consume Lister the Tormentor, I get 225% ED, 25% PDR, and level 15 meditation aura. But I don't want to consume Lister. I like him. So we'll just do the smaller consume. Reaper's Toll would actually not be a bad weapon to have on the mercenary. But he's just using an insight for mana. Lister is cursed, so he's giving amp. Um, teleport staff exists. The problem is it's only charges. So you can only tele, 33 times or whatever the max. I guess how many charges are on the highest level of a tele staff? Go up to the 50s maybe? Maybe like 50x times. 69 on Naja's, I guess. Which isn't bad. But when you're in, like, these, big zones, and when you have, now especially, because you can chain terror zones together, so you're not just, like, save, quit constantly. When you save, quit constantly, then you, like, naturally have this, oh, I touched town, I can go do a repair. But now, I would have to keep going back in between every zone and repairing nonstop. And I think that slows it down a little bit. Reckon Zod will be more valuable this season then? I mean, with Void being useful and potentially like a best in slot there over Hodo.
The damage on their echoing strike. Cooley was just naked insight only runs.
Yeah, I mean, I did Terror Zone Wirt's leg to really bring it down. You don't even need insight. You can literally use Wirt's leg.
Did you approve these damage numbers?
When you're testing things, there's a million things to test. And then changes get pushed through, and there's a million more things to test, and now things changed. And sometimes you test something and it's fine, and then something gets changed somewhere else and it breaks something.
Moo.
So, it's all you. Hey, level 95. Has no one been having crashes only on Warlock? I mean, I think some people are. First, you can always try reinstalling. I've heard that has helped with a lot of people's issues. But beyond that, yeah, bug report it if there's any specific things you're doing, and then it's crashing. I think all of the fixes are going to be pushed in some patch that's going to come out in a few days. This is kind of a 10-day PTR slightly. It's my assumption. Obviously everything won't be wiped at the end, but
Greetings.
forget Sling Ring. I want Sling Ring with identification scroll.
Moo.
Nope. Thank you, Vidron. I want Sling Ring with teleport. I want Ring of Cain. That's right. Give me Ring of Deckard. That's what I want. The teleport, the town portals is nice still, because it'll be great for rushing people. But as a magic find lever, dude, where is this herald at? He's got to be over this wall, like. Oh, there he is. Oh my god. I was like, how is this following us? Ooh, Jewel. Hello, Facet. Aww. Yeah, good for the Grail still. I don't think it transforms the character. I think it just makes you glow.
Moo.
Allison, thank you very much. Man, whoever talked about Fortitude Weapon, you are a genius. Unless it was binary, in which case.
Moo.
J1, thank you. It's one of those things that you just, you know, you're so ingrained in how you like play and the stuff that you use. So I already felt like I was reaching out of the box going into some of the stuff I was looking at, but Fortitude is just Fortitude. It's just an armor. You never, ever, ever, ever make the weapon. The FCR on it is pointless because it doesn't go on FCR characters. But no, it's amazing. Uh-huh. FCR isn't pointless, it's good for horking. Sure. Trainers. Thoughts on Warlock PvP? I mean, right now, that's pretty decent, actually. 28 life, 41 mana. Any ES source want that? I is worn out of his IS calc. Lazy. Is Thundermaw better than Warpike? I mean, it's probably a tiny bit more damage, right? So, a little bit better. Yo, Holy Avenger!
Hey Mr. Llama, what class would you recommend for an old player coming back to the game for the upcoming ladder start? Llama Dola.
I mean, this is a brand new class, so like, play here and have some fun, right? Whoever terrorized this, the statue is yours. If it drops it, no statue.
Moo.
Sad. Thank you, Mr. Blonde. What's in Northern Worldstone Shard? I believe Northern is Act 4, Act 3. Honestly, I'd have to look again.
Llama,
It terrorizes
let's
an entire
my
act.
fury
It'll tell you
drill
when you hover over
teleporting,
it.
Shall we? Much love. Digging the update.
Thank you very much, Johnny. North, it's Act 5. Okay. This is Deep Act 4. That's right. Couldn't remember which the order was. It's like east, west, south, deep, north, or something like that. It says Lister the Tormentor. Found to me. Need to fact check. Somebody says you work for Blizzard and Act 6 is for sure coming. Number one, I do not work for Blizzard. None of any of that is true. I worked with the developers. They sent me a message basically and said, hey, do you want to help us out and test in developing this stuff? And I worked alongside them. So there's a lot of input into these things. I'm not an employee. They did not say, we'll pay you for this and any of that. I chose to volunteer my time, as did Kano and Gymnasium and BT, to the cause. Now, you know, I got to be on the launcher, and there's all sorts of fun things, and then I got to make the videos for the channel, and like, you know, Blizzard does plenty to take care of us and make us feel special and help pay us back. But we are not employed. We were just dudes that they could bounce ideas off of, and we could test and do stuff. If an Act 6 is coming, I am unaware. I know pretty much what you guys know. Yeah, I mean, again, I am happy with... Look at the shards. So many westerns. I'm pretty happy overall with you know, what we have here, and they said that there's a lot of potential for a lot of things to come down the line, and so I'm excited to see what is coming down the line, but there's no further information on any of that, so we're just all like sitting here fingers crossed, hoping and waiting, basically. We're not asking if there's Act 6, we're asking when it's coming. Okay. It's not. So I know as much as you guys know at this point. Game. Feel like we're about ready. Llama 5. So yeah. And like I say, I'm extremely happy with how it's gone. I am very happy with how we got to work with Blizzard, the terms of it all, everything. So I have no complaints whatsoever in any of that regard. I think they did a really cool, great job including us, making us feel special. Ooh. What about George Pickens? We got a trade, or what's up here, Denali?
Moo.
Thanks, Jones. You asked a question. Oh, man. As someone who totally doesn't know anything at all, would you prefer a 6th act or the rest of Act 4? I'd be happy with any more content in any capacity like that. You can filter out all potions if you would like with your loot filter, yes. Let's do Act 1. I don't know, Nuts Sid. I feel like you could add some more stuff to it. That'd be good. Morning. We are level 95. Act 6 is a walk into the future where you alter the course of time so that Diablo 3 doesn't exist. Right? All of a sudden you're like, hey, never mind, bring on Act 6. Now who looks foolish? Saying what would it even be about? Well, time travel, I'm here for it. Ooh, there we go. Let's go. Just need that Caduceus and we have the full grid set. I don't think you can show the aura of your bound demon. You just have to like know it. Hey, Jalal's main too. Let's knock out this Grail. Diablo 3, more like Diablo P. That is a joke my 3-year-old daughter would make. And I'm here for it. Hilarious. She's 3 already? She's 3 in March. Oh my gosh, it's only like a month away. Dang, the triple drop. 14%, not bad. Oh, Q-Hagens and Serpent Lord is new. Sure. Old Jade figurine. 619 Warlock, hardcore level 32 good. It's pretty good, yeah. Pretty good. Arcane Sanctuary and Palace. Okay. Do you think Warlock needs to be tuned down? I think he needs to be balanced in a couple of ways. I think he needs to be tuned down in some ways and tuned up in some others. Like, you know, there's just a lot of a lot. So some things need to be slightly buffed, and some things need to be slightly nerfed, and some things just need to be bug fixed. Like literally this skill I'm using right now, it's just a bug. So yeah, is Wirt's leg way too powerful? Clearly. We get another playthrough today? I was thinking we could do another playthrough today. Whether that's, I guess, we did magic. Ooh, nice. We got to be close to 90% on our set chronicle. 86. Still so many dumb ones. 2 Vidalas. Disciple. Tancred's boots. Talzami and Swirling Crystal, Sanders Cap, Natalia's Maz. It's getting close. Getting close for sure. Yeah, there's a Grail list now. I'm thinking... Oh, I'm so sad though. I was gonna say, I'm thinking about let's respec over to Cleave and try the Cleave build, but the sadness is I'll lose my Lister if I do that. I have such a nice Lister. Thanks, Dadsmith.
Stay a while and listen.
Hexbane or Blade Warp? If you listen, I think I say max out Blade Warp for this. I had Bane because I was testing it. I think Blade Warp is the play. Just go all the damage.
Impossible.
Did anyone inquire about why the storage tabs are in the most people's opinion swapped? As in most players think we only need one shared stash. Uh, I mean, I think it works out well this way. I don't know. It ends up working better, I think, with the multiple shared. I think you could have 2 and 2 or something, but just Echoing Strike is FCR based. The other ones are IAS. Okay. Let's sacrifice our dude. And respec. Cleave build. Let's think. It's actually more damage doing all of the other things. Hex Purge, Eldritch Blast, Mirrored Blades. Okay. Bind Demon, Consume. Put 1 point in Lethargy. So this is 5%, 5%. Like that actually might be worth more than increasing here. Because I don't get more Cleave Arc. I get a little more attack speed. But I think Levitation Mastery actually ends up being worth more. Right? Oh, it's only 4% damage. Never mind. Weapon requirements is nice. Okay, so in that case, we are maxing Cleave. And then still good to dump, but do I want to put more points into Consume? Probably dump the rest over to Levitation Mastery. If I increase this by 5, then we could make it 20. I guess I need to go... No, I can wear all my gear, so I don't have to worry about that. Get another summon. Let's go to 20 on that. Put the rest in Levitation Mastery. Let's do that. Cleave right there. Yep. All that looks good. I mean, Eldritch Blast actually doesn't seem terrible right now. you know, kind of a Psychic Ward in the Cleave build were instead of Eldritch Blast. That'd be kind of nice. Because, like, what build actually uses Psychic Ward?
I can't.
Don't hate that. My Cleave guide uses it. I guess because Cleave does apply to Psychic Ward. It's kind of nice. And Levitation Mastery does as well. I mean, it's still 565 damage. It's still good. So if you take out Demonic Mastery, yeah, I mean, I think that's still a possibility. It's the thought. Okay, well, whatever. Either way, it's still useful. Still extra life. Let's go check out Hephaestus if he hasn't been done already. I feel like every game you're going to have Hephaestus done. Oh. I just realized I'm going to need a bigger boat. Okay, so this weapon sucks with him. I need fanaticism. So this could actually be a very interesting weapon on this build. Let me take a look. Primary weapon, Legend Sword, is minus 15. So still not as good as a Phase Blade, though. I guess we're just looking at Grief. Because that probably works here. Yeah, it's just Grief. Maybe like a two-handed Grief is even better, but okay. 36. Yeah, let's fix this character up. We gotta actually like spec our character over properly now. I kind of want that new helm, the 2020.
Moo.
Last Wish could also be solid, but no IS. Breath of the Dying could also be good, just in a faster base. Let's put High Lords on. Oh boy. 3 strength short. We'll keep that. Have we botched ourselves on requirements here? Possibly. These boots are also not bad on it. With the strength and dex. And that would solve all of our issues there. Plus give us Canopy Frozen there. However, Ravenfrost is still good, so. 25, 20, 40. Maybe I want one FCR ring. I run 20, 40, 50, go on the 48 breakpoint, and then I use Phoenix. I kind of think that's a good idea. A ring with IS. Okay, so 20, 40, 50. And now we can go Phoenix. And give it a try. Definitely weaker. If the brief damage there is good or not, we can try swapping the weapon again. I guess I have Hexbane. We want Hex Purge. Alright, so let's try the Breath of the Dying. Let's try this one.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, Pride and Might Merce is your ultimate. I mean, this is player's 8, you know. Feel too terrible, honestly. Player 7. Sorry, player 7. Need the physical. I don't believe you can bind Decline. I think that's making stuff up. I mean, the big damage might just be better. Even though it's slow.
You really sold it, man. Well done. Thank you for always pushing for this community. I love everything so far. Am I the only one thinking an opportunity to make set rings viable again was missed?
Yeah, could be nice. You think grief was killing faster? Maybe. And this is killing pretty well. Again, this is player 7. It's pretty decent. This build does need IAS. But we've got 60. It's just Warpike is kind of slow. When I'm decrepified, it's a little slow. But like, this is player 7. I think the Fat Gorlek gets so much HP from Vita is insane. Yeah, I pushed for it, and now I kind of want it to go back. Oh, I don't have any crushing blow, do I?
Move.
I think this is actually a really good balance spot. Thanks, Rip Brad. This feels like a pretty good spot. I don't have fanaticism right now because I didn't. Oh, I also forgot to use Eldritch Blast. Yeah, that's true. And I guess I didn't have this demon up either. Wait, why do I have so many less skill points? Oh, because I took off plus skills. Where did I lose all my plus skills? 2 from here, 3, 4. Dang. Okay. I'm just maxing demonic mastery. $35 more. Okay, let's try the spirit version. Where we do run you and we run, where'd that BK ring go? Should be 75 FCR.
No.
That puts us at 19. Thank you, Sibbies. Thank you, Brad. Oh boy, we're 1 skill short. I don't want to take off High Lords. I'm just 1 skill short. Shoot. Oh, I have the Legacy on. I can't take that off. Skiller. I have a demon skiller. Where is it? Don't I? 1 chaos. Demon Skiller. Let's go. Alright, remove one Eldritch, put one Demon. Perfect. You are smart. Okay, so now we get the buff, we get the Defiler, we get all of that. We get here. Let's run Eldritch Blast. Okay. Let's go new game. I don't have Fanaticism, and Fanaticism would be really nice. Oh my god, Doom. I guess also with... Yeah, but I'd always have to have the CTA up then. Okay, let's Terrorize Act 1. Come on in, Llama 6, password 1. Okay, so this is with the grief. Oh, sorry, no password? Okay, just Llama 6. Yeah, Eldritch Blast is almost 4k magic damage, so... There's a lot of damage on that puppy. Yeah, this is great. And this is with the Last Wish. I think the grief is better. And it's faster. Which is a big thing. I just want to hit stuff. Can you go to your own zones, Don? I'm trying to test some things right now. Okay, let's see how we do with the boss. Yeah. That's pretty good. Okay. I think this is solid.
Good day.
Try Eth Doom. Oops. Dang. Harold who? People talking trash on Cleave, man. Oh my god, that's like my 7th Nokazin in a row. Yeah, I mean, I don't even have fanaticism right now. Cleave haters are just skill issue, seems like. If it takes an endgame rumor to make a skill good, it's not a good skill. I mean, grief makes everything better. Welcome to every single melee build ever. On the other hand, if you can use Wirt's Leg naked and complete endgame content, maybe the skill's too strong. Right? Is there a proper in-between balance? Probably. Dude, this is dope. This is a fun build. I like this. Like I say, I don't even have fanaticism. Hope they slightly buff Summoner Druid. He could use a little buff. Just a little bit. He's actually, like, decent, you know. Just needs a little bit more. Oh, I just remembered. Hex Purge gives IAS as well. Like 30 IAS from Hex Purge. Yeah. And we get 28% from that. So we might actually be maxed on IAS frames then. But you do just need a fast weapon. You can use a slower weapon, but it definitely isn't quite as good. Fire Warlock's great for cows? Oh yeah. Fire Warlock has a blast with the cows' bodies. They do spawn, yeah. Okay. Act 2 available. Please leave me Duriel. Otherwise, enjoy. Dude, I can't believe how fast we popped down that other Herald. Let's go. Come on. I mean, that's good. It's level 5 Herald. Totes my goats good. Joss or Mallow past 2 days? Dang. I've had Jaw Goal-ist. And then people in my party have found Vex low low.
Any best in slot suggestions for Firewall Lock?
Yes. Exclamation mark guides on Icy Veins, and then I just put up a new YouTube video as well, which that video should be on Icy Veins in the guide. That has all of my like recommendations for it. So, Obsession and or Mang Song's Lesson. Mang Song's will be slightly more damage. Obsession will give you a lot more other FCR and res and life and stuff. You know, Flickering Flame, Mage Fist. I guess technically an Ormus Robes, but you could use a variety of armors. I mean, Enigma is going to be your teleport, right? It depends again. Do you want to be teleporting all around or not? Do I have any budget guides for people that don't have time to farm these high end? Yeah, so all of my guides literally have a budget section on them. So if you go to exclamation mark guides, there's like 50 guides on Diablo 2 classes, right? I think there's 7 builds for the Warlock that I've put up. And if you go to the gear section of all of them, there is a budget section for the gear that brings in all of those. Yeah, if you don't have Grief and Enigma and, you know, what Shaco even and stuff like that, what are some other options? And this is where stuff like Lore comes into play and Spirit Sword comes into play. And there's a lot of budget gear recommendations in all of those. Why not Doom or Death over Botted? I mean, I'm using Grief right now. But Death would be good if you're talking about you know, Echoing Strike. But Grief is generally king when it comes to melee. Echoing Strike, it doesn't work with it, so it's not king there, but dang, 2 open sockets with life and res. Why not just 5 NATO as well? Whoa. Hello. Dang. Mirrored Blades is sick damage.
Greetings.
This is feeling perfect. I'm not gonna lie. This feels so perfect. Yo, a 21011. Level 21 required though. That's fun. And a 318. Oh my gosh. Two like decently cool charms. But this is a really nice feeling character right now. Does your guide for Eldritch Strike talk about what things work with Eldritch Strike? I don't know if I talk about all the things that work. Here's what works with Deadly Strike or Echoing Strike. Critical Strike, Deadly Strike. Everything else doesn't work. knockback doesn't work. Extra ability. Crushing blow doesn't work. Chance for on strike doesn't work. I guess also on kill does work. But chance to proc on strike does not work. Any of those like modifiers don't work. I guess life leech and mana leech do work. I think what else? Those guys hurt. Grief damage doesn't work. Chance on attack does not work with Echoing Strike. Otherwise, you would see torches proccing. Right. So I guess on striking. Maybe on attack or but on strike doesn't work. On attack, there's that would work, I guess. Grief does work with like Eldritch skills, does not work with Echoing Strike. Cannot change item color with filters. +3 Abyss Fang Knife? Dang! Make a void in that? That's disgusting.
Good morning.
Travangle seems gutted. I don't think they've got anything like that. That shouldn't have any change whatsoever to it. I prefer Grief to the other weapon. Yeah. I think the Phase Blade just feels really nice. The speed on the Phase Blade is just so good feeling. Does Ethobedience work as well? Yeah. Clear most of the zones. All's the dead. It's like it. Sewers being done. Okay, we can go to new game. Should go sort. Dang, no, a good point to swap to cleave echoing is. Should I look for a specific weapon or something else? I mean, I would continue Miasma through hell. Sorry, Darcy. Miasma is actually really nice to get through hell with, and then, you know, you can wait till you get a little bit of gear before going to echoing, but... Hey, Mr. Kano. Alright, 1 second, everybody.
Where can I take you?
Feels weird to play. Yeah, I mean, echoing, like... Once you get high enough and get enough plus skills, honestly, and some FCR, like, then it starts to really, I feel like, take off and do more. You're probably pretty close. Okay. What's up, YouTube? Mr. Llama here, and today I want to talk about my Cleave Warlock build. Now, there's a lot of talk, of course, around Echoing Strike right now, but there is some bug stuff going on with that damage, whereas Cleave, I think, is in a really good spot. So I want to talk a little bit about this, go through the guide of how I'm building this character out, and just discuss him a little bit more. So, Cleave, I think, is actually in a really good spot right now. I know some people say like, oh, it feels a little slow and all of this, but there's ways around that, and we'll discuss right here. So first, let's talk a little bit about the skill tree. I think this isn't even 100% fully optimized. There's probably a couple other changes, and there's definitely some variations for how you can play this, but this is how I'm building it right now. So we have Cleave right here. I'm actually maxing out the other skills first. You just need to get Cleave to level 20 to hit 360-degree arc, and then you get 5% attack rating and 5% damage per level, whereas you get 10% damage per level for the synergies. So I'm maxing out Hex Purge, I'm maxing out Eldritch Blast, and I'm maxing out Mirrored Blades, right? So those are the three things that I'm initially maxing out. Then I'm coming in and making sure I have my 1-point wonders of Bind Demon right now. I'm getting Demonic Mastery up to level 20 personally. If that's a lot of skills for you, you don't have a Warlock Torch yet and an Annie and all these things, maybe just go up to like plus 10 on it. But it's definitely nice to have the additional boost so you can consume a demon and have a demon as well, right? That's just going to be a nice kind of bonus. So then I go down and put my 1 point in Consume. That gives me 1 point in Blood Oath, blah, 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 blah. So just kind of 1 point around, and then enough to get to either level 10 or level 20 in Demonic Mastery, if you can get those. Nothing in the Chaos, except I have 1 point in Sigil Lethargy. This can just be nice for bosses. You can see it has the minus attack speed and run walk, but it also has damage taken up 33%. So if you put this down on some bosses, this can be a nice way to increase the damage that you're dealing. Now, within the Eldritch tree, overall, again, I'm putting the rest into Cleave, and then I'm going into Levitation Mastery for just what I have left over. This is, again, just a little bit of added damage and attack rating. Also, some weapon requirement minus, some critical strike, just kind of some nice pieces right there. However, I think you could also put some points into Psychic Ward, because Psychic Ward absorbs damage, and you can see right there it has a stun as well, and then Cleave and Levitation Mastery both add to the damage absorbed per level of this. So I think this is kind of where you can make that debate. Do you want to play a little bit more into the damage with some of these other pieces of like throwing points into Eldritch Blast and Mirrored Blades and stuff? Or do you want to play a little bit more defensive and get your Psychic Ward up? And then you could play like a Cleave Psychic Ward build a little bit. You know, you could even not put as many points over here to play even more into this style. I think that's where there is some discussion. And if you're playing softcore versus hardcore, that discussion gets even more like crucial, because you really want to make sure that you stay alive, right? So I think that's like something you're going to be considering. For stats, I'm putting just a little bit into strength to make sure that I have enough to wear my gear, and the rest into vitality. And so pretty simple. This is pretty much every single class that exists. Now, again, if you do want to go into like wearing a storm shield for extra survivability, you can max out your dexterity to the maximum block chance. So right now I have 19%. If I put storm shield on and I go up to like 200 dex, I would have 75% chance to block. And then that would be really nice, or 180 dex, whatever it is. So I think that could be something that you can definitely consider as well, especially again on hardcore, because this character is going to be diving into the middle of packs, so you want to be more survivable. So a storm shield is very strong for adding that survivability. Psychic ward is very strong for adding that survivability, right? Like, these things will help you out overall. So just something to consider. But then again, everything off of vitality, everything else to vitality is really nice. Now, let's talk a little bit about the gear that we're using. So the first things first, I'm using Grief. And Grief is just, again, that weapon, right? It's just like the best melee weapon. We all know it's good. It's good on all the others. It's not good on Echoing Strike because the damage the flat damage actually doesn't work with it. But it's good on everything else. And here is no difference. This is no exception. Grief is still going to be the best. That being said, I did test other weapons, and other weapons were also quite good. So, I do have, we have Dreadfang right here, which is kind of nice. Has the chance for amp damage and some Deadly Strike and other pieces there. We tested with, our Breath of the Dying Warpike, and that was pretty good. We tested with a faster Breath of the Dying, over here on the Berserker Axe. Like, there's some nice things, and even like Last Wish is going to be decently solid. Now, you can get a Might or a Mercenary from Act 2, of course, but maybe you want to have a safer Mercenary and you want to run Holy Freeze from your Act 2 Mercenary, and then you run Last Wish instead yourself. Like, I think this could also be nice, and it has really good Crushing Blow on it, which is really helpful for all of the boss killing. So I think this could be solid too. So the piece that I found overall, and I'll show this off, that really made me lean towards using the Grief is actually the Phase Blade. The attack speed animation for this attack feels a little bit slow. So even if you have Breath of the Dying with 60 IAS, and you have your additional IAS from your High Lords, and you also have attack speed from Cleave, and you have attack speed from Hex Purge, right? Like, we definitely are getting pretty close to max frames on a lot of these weapons with all the attack speed that we have. So even with all of that, you are still just stuck on a Warpike base or whatever slower base it is. Whereas a Phase Blade is the minus 30 base. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. It's just the fastest weapon that you're going to get. And it just has the best frames. And it just feels really nice having those fast attacks with it. So that actually is what leads me more to it. I found the damage to be pretty comparable between some of these other pieces, using like your Breath of the Dying or whatever, but the speed of the Grief just feels really nice with this skill. So I think that's one of the pieces that we're going to have to kind of let go and understand, is that you can use a slower base with it, but then you're going to have to accept the slowness of the swing. That's just how it'll be. So we're using the Grief right there. I'm using a Shaco. I actually think, there could be some other nice things. A 220 could be really nice up here. Hellwarden's Will, that new 120/20 could be really nice up here as well. I'm actually said the damage from Grief doesn't work. On Cleave, it doesn't work because it definitely feels like it works. Or Echoing Strike, because Echoing Strike, it doesn't work. I have High Lords, even if, the other pieces, whatever. Deadly Strike just is super nice and super good. I'm actually using a Spirit. I was testing as well with the Phoenix, but then it drops me down an FCR breakpoint. And I found that the Spirit was really nice to hit that 75 breakpoint. So I'm running Trang Owls for 20 FCR, Arachnid Mesh for 40 FCR, and then Spirit for 75 FCR. I thought this was nice. Remember, the breakpoints are 9, 18, 30, 48, 75, 125. So if you take this off, you're dropping 2 breakpoints down to the 40. You could put 1 FCR ring on to go up to 50 to hit your 48 breakpoint. Or you could, you know, take off your belt or your gloves and swap in to be on the 30, whatever, right? You can like decide what breakpoint feels good for you. But I do love, you know, having the better FCR to kind of teleport me around between the pieces there. So I'm using, again, the Trang Owls for that. If you don't want to use Trangs, you can use Steel Rend, you can use Drax, you can use Laying of Hands, you can use a lot of other pieces there that are really nice. Ravenfrost, pretty simple, not actually quite as necessary on this build thanks to having these new boots, but something that's still just really good. 20 dexterity, canopy frozen, cold absorb, attack rating, just good. Arachnid Mesh, again, I'm using for the FCR, and the plus to skills is not like wasted on this character because there's so many skills that we're using as 1-point wonders, from it Bind Demon to Consume to you know, adding points to Levitation Mastery, adding points to Cleave, adding points to Eldritch Blast. Like, plus skills really does a lot for this character, so we really enjoy having that. But the 20 FCR again right here is nice and slows target by 10%. And then I have a BK ring over here, again, for another plus skill point, some life, and then life stolen. I'm using the Horizon's Legacy boots actually for the requirements right now because I didn't spec enough strength and dex otherwise. Silly me. So I actually have double, you know, Canopy Frozen. Gore Riders are going to be better here, right? This does give me some magic res and strength dex, fast run walk, Canopy Frozen. It's really nice. It would free up, you know, something else for the ring slot, but I didn't spec properly with my dexterity either for that. So, you know, silly Llama, being quite foolish, did not properly spec his gear. So if I was technically 100% perfect, I would have Gore Riders over here instead. Of course, Gore Riders giving... there we go. Crushing Blow, Deadly Strike, and Open Wounds, all really nice on top of the faster run walk. So that would be a slight boost to the character. Obviously, CTA on swap, and then, you know, we're good to go. So, how am I playing this character here, right? The first thing I'm doing is I am getting all my summons. Again, if you can only get 2 summons, then maybe just drop the Defiler. I am consuming a Goatman. And so now I have the consumption of the Goatman, which gives me some enhanced damage, a little bit of Crushing Blow as well. I have the Defiler to bind souls, and then I have Lister the Tormentor. He only has Cursed. He did not come with Fanaticism as well. So if you want to extra improve the build a little bit more, then you could put Fanaticism additionally, you know, on Lister or on Hephaestus, whatever it is. But this is what I have, at least right now, because I just kind of built this up and that's what I found. The curse is still nice. Additionally, I'm going to turn on my Hex Purge just to increase our explosion, add a little bit of extra damage. And then I am going to head out. I will turn on my Eldritch Blast, which actually does good damage because we have, you can see Eldritch Blast gets bonus points from Hex Purge and also from the points that we're maxing in there. So we actually have a 4,000 almost, a 3,600 damage Eldritch Blast, and that is magic damage, which is really helpful. So between all that, we can of course, you know, do all these things first. Just make sure, I only have a 42-second duration on Eldritch Blast, so I just need to make sure that I'm like putting that up again. But from here, it just moves and plays really well. Again, there's a... Oops, I accidentally resummoned a demon. There we go. from here, it just plays super well, right? So it's just kind of dive in again into the middle of the stuff. You're getting your hex off with your cleave. So you have the 360 cleave, which is massive. Rune, sure, why not? Streamer drops. And then you also have the really nice boost coming in from the Eldritch Blast, because Eldritch Blast also has a life and mana steal as well as a damage pulse on it. Streamer drops, I know. And it just ends up being really solid. This is obviously players 1, so he's kind of crushing right here. But we were in players 8 before, and he was doing super fine. I mean, this was doing plenty of damage, being really strong, and just, it felt great. Honestly, it just feels really good. And again, the biggest thing I found, I can put the Breath of the Dying on now. The biggest thing I found was I just wanted to use the Grief or a Phase Blade of some sort, because you can see it just kind of takes a little long for that Warp Hike as opposed to the Phase Blade, right? Look how like quick I start moving again after the Phase Blade versus how long it takes after the Warp Hike. So I still think you can, you know, play around with it and figure out exactly what you want. And if you don't mind it being a tiny bit slower and you want to hit that big old chonky two-hander, then you totally can. But yeah, I think this is really solid. I'm able to still have some magic find. I've got 246% magic find right now. My charms are kind of a mix of things. This is to get that 20 skiller. I've got a couple like random like MF charms in here and FRW and all res. It's a very big just mix of charms. So I'm not even 100% fully optimized completely, but this is a really cool character. I think like it's fantastic. I'm having a blast. I think this is the perfect balance of where I would want everything to kind of be. So I'm, you know, I think this is a great spot. I think this is a super fun character, and I think you should try it out. So that is my cleave guided or build guide. I hope that you enjoyed this. I hope this gave you a little bit more of an idea, and maybe there's some other thoughts you have around it. I mean, already immediately I'm thinking about going in and going less hard in the cleave, going more into the Eldritch Blast, because I have an Eldritch Blast build, and now I'm like, okay, let's take the points out of, you know, Mirrored Blades maybe, throw them in Blade Warp, and now I have a little less cleave damage, but my Eldritch Blast is even more powerful, and I'm playing this Eldritch Blast cleave really strong combination. I think that's actually super powerful and could be a really fun way to play. So, I don't know. I think there's some good combinations that you can have fun with, but yeah, that's all I got. Don't forget to like and subscribe, YouTube. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace. Okay. Yeah, this is great. This is really a great character. Super happy with how this has turned out.
Greetings.
This is like the most balanced, proper built of all the characters I feel like so far. It's not like one-shotting everything in P8, but it's still powerful enough in there with the good gear. Echoing is going to get balanced down because it needs to be nerfed because it's broken. So this, I think, is better overall. I don't have a YouTube voice. It's the same voice. Golly goodness. Sounds the exact same. All right, is there any cool Diablo 2 Reign of the Warlock? Nice. Let's watch a Kano video.
Hey guys, today I'm going to explain a little bit about how the Uber Ancients fight actually works and what you can expect from it overall. As a general heads up, this will be spoilers for anyone that wishes to attempt them blind for the very first time. But without further ado, let's dive into it. So to start off, you have to collect 5 of these barbarian statues from terrorized act bosses. I'll make sure to cover this in a future video later explaining the best ways to navigate and farm these bosses. The statue drops are a little confusing, but I know for sure that you can get Talic's Anguish from Endariel, Korlik's Pain from Duriel, Mordok's Ire from Mephisto, Bulkathos' Nightmare from Diablo, and Warrosk's End from Baal. However, there are some drop overlaps between some of them, but not all of them. You must be in Act 5 of Hell difficulty in order to open this portal, but once you do, you'll be presented with a red portal to the Colossal Summit. This place may seem a little familiar.
Colossal
Just with a bit of a darker
physical
touch.
force, it has both Ed and plus
Once you
max
press the
damage.
altar, the Ancients
Did
will
Blizzard
spawn
fix
and
the
begin
bug?
casting Enchant on themselves, which buffs their attack damage with elemental damage. The elemental damage they receive from this matches their respective immunity. These guys are extra fast and also have slightly less life regeneration compared to the Ubers from Uber Tristram, but around about the same HP values as them. So generally speaking, you can pretty much gear yourself for them the same way that you would for regular Ubers. Let's dive into some more details about the Ancients themselves. Talic is fire immune and possesses his own unique Conviction Aura, which applies minus 100% fire resistance to all players, mercenaries, and summons. Korlik on the other hand is cold immune, and his unique Conviction instead applies minus 100 cold resistance. And last but not least, Mordok is lightning immune and applies minus 100% lightning resistance. Who would have guessed? There are also mini barbarians that spawn with the Uber Ancients. These guys are also extra fast and immune to the same elements as the ones that they spawn from. They also have hilariously pitched up voices. Talic's minions can use Whirlwind, Korlik's minions get Bash and Frenzy, and Mordok's minions have Double Throw. The good news is that there is a limited number of them, unlike in regular Ubers where they can continuously summon monsters. There is a limit of 5 per Ancient for a total of 15 minions, and if you're able to kill one of the Ancients fast enough, all of the remaining minions from that Ancient will spawn at once. The Ancients themselves are similar to regular Ancients, but they have special enrage mechanics which are triggered by either one of 2 events. The first trigger happens for a single Ancient when you get them down to 50% HP, and the second trigger when you get them down to roughly 25% HP. These triggers will also occur when you defeat 1 or 2 of the Ancients. If you defeat 1, the first phase will trigger for the other 2, and if you defeat 2 of them, the second phase will trigger for the final remaining Ancient. There are currently some weird interactions with these enraged states though, such as the states being delayed when their AI chooses to attack you instead of entering their enraged state. This usually only occurs if you are standing still and attacking, but most times their enraged state will trigger normally. This issue can occasionally happen when leaving and rejoining their area, or when they are off screen from each other. But again, it's a bit inconsistent and more often than not they will trigger their enraged states correctly. Some of this may be addressed in a future patch, but for now we'll have to wait and see. As for the enrage mechanics themselves, Talic's first phase adds a wall of fiery twisters to his whirlwind attack, which do a pretty reasonable amount of damage. The second phase will make him cast Volcano, which does both fire and physical damage. When it comes to Korlik, I personally think his enrage mechanics are the scariest. His first phase makes him cast a cold version of Fissure on the ground, which does a pretty reasonable amount of damage and can hit him very hard, especially if you're moving or if you have a lot of summons or players stacked on top of you. For the second phase, he will cast Blizzard, which arguably is the most deadly out of all of these. The lucky thing is that you can overcap your cold resistance and also drink thawing potions to get to 85% cold resistance. His Blizzard is deadly for the same reasons as Fissure. It will hit very often and do lots of damage, especially if you're moving or have lots of summons or players stacked underneath the Blizzard. And lastly, Mordok's enrage mechanics. His first phase essentially casts charge bolts around the target that he hits, similar to Lightning Enchanted but around the player or the summon. This mechanic seems a bit more focused on players in a party or with summons. The bolts will ricochet towards players standing around the target he is attacking. His second phase can be pretty scary in a 1v1 scenario, as he casts Thunderstorm, which does pretty hefty damage if your resistances are barely positive. Keep in mind as well, as of this video, there is currently a bug which will hopefully be fixed in the future where Uber Ancients may not drop the unique jewel. Some of this is tied to what I just described earlier around their enraged states being funky, as well as leaving and rejoining the area, but this might also be caused when fighting them near the edges of the map too. Now when it comes to their rewards, it's important to make sure that you kill a specific ancient last when choosing which jewel you are target farming. Talik will drop the fire and poison jewels, Korlik will drop the cold and physical jewels, and Mordok will drop the lightning and magic jewels. It's also worth noting that this jewel can only be socketed in a single piece of gear per character. So for example, you can't put one into a weapon and then another into a helmet.
Impossible.
But yeah, that's pretty much it for Uber Ancients. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to do the YouTube things. Subscribe.
Nice video, Kano. I'll give that a thumbs up. What build did he use? He used hacked character build. I'm already subscribed. They drop sweet jewels. Man, this is a cool character. Okay. Let's go Llama 68 password 1. Do you think they should set Whirlwind to attack on each frame? Old school Whirlwind. Also, looking to trade Maddox's ire for whatever the first one is. Talik statue. Maddox's ire. I hope this gave you a little bit more of and going out of Eldritch that you can have fun. But yeah, that's all I got. Don't forget to like and subscribe. YouTube. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace. Mr. Oron. Teleport me around. And so right now, energies. So I'm maxing out building this to really do more. What's up, YouTube? Mr. Llama here, and today I want to talk about. Sorry, let me. Cleave. Gotta highlight. Always gotta highlight. Anybody got 1 for 3? 1 for 3? 1 for 3? Anybody want to trade? Nice.
Moo.
Also got too many 3s. Dang. Guided cleave playthrough. I mean, I think cleave is going to be a little bit of a tough playthrough, to be honest. I think it'll be okay, but it will be a little slower. More of a end game guy, most likely.
Moo.
Hello there.
Hello there. Thank you, Chick Guide. I have 3. Oh, no, I need 1. Sorry, I have 3. I guess everybody has 3, huh? 3 is going to end up being the most common. Seems like. You have a 1? Okay. There we go. Dinosaur, no aura. Auraless. Three is the statue. You know the biggest issue with this character? You need so many hotkeys on every build. I'm gonna have to add new hotkeys into my hotkey. Oh, you're good. Don't worry about it. Like, I'm literally out of hotkeys. I think removing some of the 1-point wonders will help that a little bit. Call it big update, call it expansion, I don't care. Call it what you want it. If my CTA is on, then it's 4K. If my CTA wears off, then it's 2.6. Why don't you use QuickCast? I mean, I just don't care about QuickCast. Personal preference.
Move.
Thanks, Dunce Games. Appreciate that. Zombie. Why search the sewers? It's just terror zone, so when you terrorize a whole act, you want to go around the entire act and kill all the stuff in the whole act. Ooh, pay to breathe. Good concept. I mean, there was the concept of selling oxygen in a can. You know there's some crazy billionaire out there who's thinking about how he can take away the right to breathe and then charge for it. There's some real messed up plan they've got somewhere. Y'all know that's true.
Stay a while and listen.
Okay. I know there's air in a can that already exists. Whenever you go skiing in Colorado, it's all over the place. Best thing to invest into is children. I don't know. I've put a lot of money into my children, and so far no money has come out.
Moo.
The return on investment from cash standpoint, bad. From a love standpoint, very high. Disma, thank you. But so far, little money sucks. So, why can't I have 2 monies and no kids, right? It's okay, I'm sure they'll get cheaper as they age. What do I think pricing will look like going forward? Do I think this will be standard base price? I have absolutely no clue. So, thank you everybody right now for being here. This is, of course, one of the times that
Moo.
Hey, Mr.
our
Llama.
stream ends up
Does to play a number
making a little
affect your
more.
bonded demon?
And I really appreciate it. It's panel wheel. So whether you are subscribing or just hanging out watching, donating any piece, checking out the guides, all the things help out. Will this delete my old characters?
Moo.
No. They just exist on the old. You can convert them to the new if you would like, or you can leave them on Resurrect and continue playing Resurrected if you don't want to upgrade. Zip Zinga! Thank you very much. Any recommendations for Warlock Imbue, Nightmare Hell? I mean, it depends what character you're running. A lot of times I'm using my Imbue on like a, you know, Demon Hide Sash or a Shark Skin Belt or something, but you could also use it a variety of other places. You could try it on a book if you wanted or something. Looks like Blood Boil build, but different. I mean, this is a... Oopsies. This isn't really Blood Boil at all. This is a cleaving... I know they both have a dive on top-ish style, but... This is a cleaving dive build that, honestly, been a lot of fun. I think this is my favorite build so far, of all the builds. Oh, darn. In your endgame, are keys visible? Keys are not visible. You would have to go turn that off in the hide option if you want to make keys visible. Now, like, destruction key, those keys are visible, but just not, like, plain keys for chest. So, if you want to make keys visible, go to the... actually, did I turn them off? I think I did. You just go to the, you know, loot filter, hide, trash, items, yeah, keys. And you can uncheck that right there, and then it'll show them. Yeah, this build feels like the most Diablo 2 build of all the builds. It doesn't feel too powerful. It doesn't feel too weak. It has good damage. It has trade-offs of a two-hander versus a one-hander. Uber keys still show up, yes. There's options for both. There's reasons for doing different things with it. Yeah, remember, you also can just set a hotkey to show unfiltered if you want, so that also just works.
Move.
More than a baby, less than a year tub.
Definitely the best build so far. Whereas like Echoing Strike feels too good, which it is. Some of the other fields feel too bad or feel a little jank. This one, this is chef's kiss right here. Saw a unique staff in Catacombs. Wait, where? In mine? Thanks, Professor. Level 2. I owe you a gifted sub if level 2 has a Ming Songs lesson in it. Skull Splitter? Is that what you saw? Archon Plate? Unfortunate.
Greetings.
Oh. Oh god, me pee.
Moo.
muster. All right, you know what time it is, everybody. It is time to go to the D4 category for a few minutes. If you want to get the 30th anniversary badge on Twitch, people show them what that looks like who have it. You can gift one sub or subscribe to the channel. A new sub. There you go. There's Epi with it. Nova's got it. This is a permanent Twitch badge. Available only to people who gift one sub or do a new sub while someone is in the D4 category. And well, I am in the D4 category for the next 5 minutes.
Who is this big llama? Starting all this drama. It's me, bitch.
Thank you, Ghost Rider, Hobbit, Heavens, Dirt, a Murder. So, if you would like to get it, we are here for a very short time.
Heaven's Defender gifted a
Because
tier
this
1
isn't
sub
actually
to
our
Astronomic 00.
category, but that's how we gotta cheese it. Because Blizzard decided,
Hobbitfoot
well, not
28
Blizzard,
gifted
Twitch.
a tier 1 sub to Sloan
Twitch
Steve
said they
Artie.
couldn't put it in multiple categories, and Blizzard thought, we'll put it in D4 then.
Amata gifted a tier 1 sub to Lord Bizelis.
Lorun, let's go.
Move.
Lorun. And I will just say GG to everybody.
Move.
Anything
Move.
to say on the data mined crafting recipes?
I mean, what do you want me to say? Those look crazy. That's way too much power for charms.
The Streaker 1337 gifted a tier 1 sub to its Guitaraholic.
Move.
I think it's good that it shows they've got some
Move.
thoughts of stuff to do. But overall,
Move.
that in its current state would be bonkers.
Tukimoshi gifted a tier 1 sub to Commander Smiley.
She
Gandalf 29 gifted a tier 1 sub to Jamundus Corette. Blooby Dooby Doo gifted a tier 1 sub to Matisse Crap.
Move.
It is a one gifted sub.
Kenny
Obviously, more gifted subs are always
06 gifted a
appreciated.
tier
Thanks so
1
much.
sub to Mr. Pole.
Or one new sub. So a resub I don't think works.
Young underscore din underscore gifted a tier 1
And
sub
prime
to
subs don't
Diazzy
work, but prime subs are free and a great
Move.
way to support the channel as well. So again, they're great still, but whoa, 57 mana. Wait, how much mana can a Grand Charm
Darth
get?
underscore honey badger gifted a tier 1 sub to Note a piece of cheese.
Move.
You gifted sub yesterday and it didn't
No.
work.
Thanks for all the
It
comments.
should work for you guys. Please verify that it's working. I apologize, Sid. If I could get you the badge, I would. Again, I think just send a message to Twitch. See what they say.
D-Rod 619 gifted a tier 1 sub to Neo. Yuri LL12 gifted a tier 1 sub to Fire and Steve 1.
Work. GG, another. That foil is solid for sure. A little slow on like the bosses. High player count bosses, no chance.
DF 1991 gifted a tier 1 sub to TZR.
And Slick.
Who is this big llama? Starting all this drama. It's me, bitch.
57 is max. I was gonna say that has.
Big mama llama, 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 llama. Who is this big llama? Starting all this drama. It's me, bitch.
Moo.
Yeah, offline you can
Move.
get the portal. It's sick. We will hang through here until
Move.
the people get their badges. Thank you guys so much, by the way, for the support.
Moo.
Super kind.
Two underscore Ender gifted a tier 1 sub to Nibrazu.
Moo.
Kind of want to look at the Archon staff. Ooh, a deep one. Nice.
Happy llama, sad llama, mentally
Yo,
disturbed
score
llama,
off with
super
5.
llama, big fat llama, 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 llama. Who is this big llama? Starting all this
Yeah.
drama.
Ow.
It's me, bitch.
Snoover gifted a tier 1 sub to Defile 2.
Me sharding, boys. Let's go.
Darth underscore Honey Badger gifted a tier 1 sub to Bone underscore Forge.
Moo.
Hext gifted a tier 1 sub to Stryite underscore. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Thank you all.
Alex is legit gifted a tier 1 sub to Nitgo 1.
Like that name.
Moo.
Manisibulus gifted a tier 1 sub to Ninjakin LOL.
Hear all that.
XH4V0CX14 gifted a tier 1 sub to R0's King.
Moo.
Jesus. Oh my god, he's so strong.
Moo.
Extra strong cold enchant, fire enchant. I did not have good fire res either.
Happy llama, sad llama, mentally disturbed.
Badger with 5 gifted. Hey, Storm Shield.
Who is this
And
big
a
llama? Starting all
Jewel.
this drama. It's me, bitch.
Moo.
Let's see it. Hey, a 5/5 fire facet. Let's go. Am I doing Amazon or Druid for ladder start?
Chompus0420 gifted a tier 1 sub to Jerry Wilson from Microsoft.
Moo.
Not red though. Yeah, not red.
I Neil SF gifted a tier 1 sub to Ogria.
Not red and not die, but still.
Lord Sap gifted a tier 1 sub to Evokers _ Beard 180 gifted a tier 1 sub to Ujino
I mean, honestly, Fire Source is great. Fire Druid's pretty good. Fire Warlock is solid.
Mush Master Flex gifted a tier 1 sub to Wimui.
Moo.
Dot.
Moo.
And does Demon Summoner become strong? Once he gets Blood Boil, it really is a big boost. Interesting, Lasagna.
Ghost Rider 9119 gifted a tier 1 sub to Baltic Forester.
Moo.
I think it could be intentional.
Bakeman P gifted a tier 1 sub to Rasku.
Rascal.
Zuve gifted a tier 1 sub to Benjamin _ PVZ.
Darn that statue.
Blooby Dooby Doo gifted a tier 1 sub to Diabolus _ 3.
I am loving the cleave build. This is great.
Barata Tat gifted a tier 1 sub to Nage88.
There's nothing the right portion can't cure.
SHP _ gifted a tier 1 sub to Ely _ Pat. Hobbitfoot 28 gifted a tier 1 sub to Iceberg 85.
Lord of destruction, Lord of corruption,
Yo!
Lord of the hate,
Big
pain, I instigate a
space
force of great,
ride.
eviscerate the syndicate, I decimate, eradicate my foes and
20.
turretonic state, they suffocate, choke on my name. Lord of seduction,
cow.
Lord of disruption, Lord of the lies, Belial hides inside, he's terrified, mass genocide, my master rhymes identify the stale while they
everybody else,
listen as
by
I
the way,
amplify,
yeah.
should specify it's time to die.
Lardadin gifted a tier 1 sub to Ialta.
Moo.
If you want the badge, one gifted sub. You don't gotta be crazy like Baked or any of these insane people. One gifted sub gets you the badge.
Valiophile
Or
gifted
one
a
sub
tier
of your
1
own.
sub to Arthur Fable.
Prime subs don't get the badge, but are still, of course, nice because then they don't go to Daddy Bezos. And they go to two little adorable baby girls. Nice shard.
Moo.
Thanks, CVR.
Moo.
Act 2 Terrorize is so fun with all the tombs. There's just so many areas.
Amata gifted
we
a
did
tier
Act
1
3
sub
as
to the
well.
Crispy One.
You already did that, right? You have D4 on your description. I know, we're temporarily in the D4 category
Bornagin
because
Souls gifted a tier 1
Twitch
sub to
decided
Sales Guy.
they can only put the gift a sub or subscribe to get a badge in one category. Super annoying. So we can't get it in the D2 category. Mr. Teonis with 5 gifted, thank you. We're gonna go back to D2, don't worry.
Starting all this drama. It's me, bitch.
Moo.
Make sure you refresh before you gift a sub or you might not get it. Supposedly some people say that, yeah.
Claire49 gifted a tier 1 sub to Miko Tennis.
Good gear definitely seems to help
No.
this build.
Cheetah2 gifted a tier 1 sub to Jin Sentinel.
Moo.
I think we're ready for a new game.
Happy llama, sad
Not quite.
llama, mentally
Almost.
disturbed llama, super llama, drama llama, big fat mama llama, 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 llama. Who is
Thank
this
you,
big
F2BA.
llama starting all this drama? It's me, bitch.
Moo.
Okay, last call for alcohol for right now. We are going to head back to the D2 category in the next couple of minutes. We are nearing the
Moo.
end of the sub train. GG, everybody. Thank you so much. So again, if you would like to get the badge in this batch, we can come back again later. But right now, if you gift a
The
sub,
underscore pirate gifted a tier
or
1 sub to Jump.
subscribe with a T1 sub of your own right now, then you can get the badge on Twitch.
Walker
I'm gonna go back
gifted a tier
to
1
the
sub
D2
to
category
Beautifully 666.
As soon as this list runs out, and we're getting near towards the end of it. Okay?
Heaven's Defender gifted a tier
I
1
just don't
sub
want
to
anybody
Zyril
to
underscore.
gift a sub when we're not in the category and then feel bad. Or subscribe, right?
AussieFood20 gifted a tier 1 sub to my underscore Ruka. Old Man Kappa gifted a tier 1 sub to Oganzon.
Moo.
Trolls 421 gifted a tier 1 sub to Morpho Boffer. Alex Beardo gifted a tier 1 sub to Josef Kamek.
Moo. Moo.
Okay, we'll go new game. Llama 69.
Moo.
Password one.
Moo. 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 Moo.
Moo.
How may I help you?
Okay. It looks like we got through it all. I am swapping over to the Diablo 2 category again. So hold your gifted subs or
Moo.
subs if you're wanting the badge. Oh my gosh. It's a prime sub. Prime subs can come in any. If you wanted the badge, no more. For right now. We can go for badge time again later. Thank you so much. To target your Bind Demon to see what abilities he has, hover over the unsummon or consume. Just don't do it. their stuff going. Oof, that holy freeze. I feel like that Horizon's countenance drops a lot.
Moo.
Moo. 4C1D, thank you. Crage, deranged, and again, every single person that subscribed, gifted a sub, anything during that time, thank you so much. We will do a giveaway. Alright, exclamation mark ticket space
Moo.
1 to get entered for the giveaway. Must be following to win. If you're not following, then we will re-roll. I don't make the rules, I just make all of the rules. This is for the expansion.
The Order welcomes you.
Let's go see. I think we have to go get some more
Moo.
keys after this. Do some like Steam key giveaways after this as well. That's an idea. Are these BattleNet codes? These are BattleNet codes, yes. This is the Diablo 2 Reign of the Warlock BattleNet expansion. Ah, increased max durability. Sag. That's generally how it goes. This one will just be on the Twitch because this is the last code I have right now. I have to go buy some more codes. I've given away like 30 something codes so far.
Moo.
Ronnie, thank you very much. Come on, Talzami. There's actually a lot of Ammies. I think Vidala's was a new Ammy for us. We just need the armor now. I think that was actually new, even though it didn't go off. I feel like we should do some... You got Vidal's a few minutes ago? Okay. I was gonna say, I don't know why it didn't light up, but I remember it being on my list. No wonder. This giveaway is Twitch because we got the one key left. Aw, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, we'll have some fun, Vesp. We will have some fun. Whoa! Jesus. I don't know about Ubers, but I think it can, you know, go an okay distance. So. Wishing Gord healed the Merce and Gord. I feel the same way. I wish it didn't have defensive buffs, but it healed the Mercenary as well. So many times I used it to try and heal the Mercenary before I realized, oh, it doesn't do that. Go back to. I'm using Grief for this build. Classic Grief. What do you think about me as long as I'm going to 100% not above? I like that some monsters are more immune than others. I think Grief is still better here. The Phase Blade is just so good, especially on this character for Cleave. The attack animation's just a little longer, so you want to have a fast swing. Why swing twice when Breath of the Wild does it once? I mean, just having a couple fast swings just feels so much nicer. And Breath of the Dying honestly takes a couple swings as well for this. Now, if you're playing, you know, the broken build, then yeah, you can just throw once, twice, and you're good. But from a feels perspective, this feels better. Just because a lot of times as soon as you swing, you like want to get your teleport off. You'll kind of feel ready for it. And the problem is when you're using botted or a slower weapon base, like a pike, whatever, then you can't like teleport immediately off of it. There's this delay you have to wait for the whole animation to finish. And it feels really bad. Whereas here I can immediately be going into my telly and my cleave animation will finish in time. So this is definitely a faster way to play it though. I mean, you could definitely play a slower FCR, tankier, take a little longer, hit harder build. Broken build's Echoing Strike. Yeah, continuous durability should at least. Echoing Strike doesn't use durability. This does. I tried new Ariats. Yeah, Echoing Strike blew it up. I kind of want to take this character to it because he's not going to be as good, but we'll still have fun with it. Though my res will be rough. I guess I can put a Kira's on. Maybe that'll be the best way to do it. New area. My Bound Demon doesn't have an aura right now because he's not 25. Or level 20, sorry. That's something that he's like 4 points short of it. As hardcore as is not. How will Warlock doing speedruns? Yeah, should do plenty fine. Okay, somebody sharded Act 5, so thank you, Goomba. Is there a link to the Eldritch Strike build? Echoing Strike? Yes. Exclamation mark guides will take you to all of the build guides on Icy Veins, which will have video links as well. And then, of course, my YouTube. If you just go look at my YouTube, you'll be able to find recent guides as well. So should all be there. Hey, thanks, Ben.
At Ben Thompson 1571 became a member.
Very kind of you. Oh, I really want to make a proc. Oh, you know what? I can. Okay. A proc lock. I just realized I have a proc sin and I can just take all of her gear. Let's go. Okay. That'll be coming soon. Whoa, I didn't have Steel Clash yet? No way. Some of the Grail items. We are 67% of the way through our uniques. That's our first Steel Clash. That's crazy. Can you limp into the cleave build or do you need specific gear? You can limp into it. 6, 7. Oh my god. Somebody ban this. Jesus. I think rebalancing patch will drop for like ladder. I don't think they'll do as much as I would like, but I think they'll do like, you know, again, basic bug fixing. But I think for ladder they'll try and leave it still somewhat. Like a Warcry barb. Yeah, you don't get the stun of the Warcry barb, so kind of missed that part a little bit, but otherwise. Is there something missing about this leveling build? Should I wear 5 tier runes? Is it expensive? Mana cost is only 3 for cleave. It's not that bad. Yeah, I mean, you probably want to wear like a tier helm, to be honest. That probably is going to be helpful. Or at least 1 tier rune, and then put a few points into energy or something. But 3 mana is not that bad. Yeah, a lot of times the answer though is put some points into energy on the playthrough. Yo, you got orders to Mephistos. Let's go. Dude, that's nasty. Minus 18 enemy magic res? Holy cow. Dude, that's so good. 30 FCR, 2 to Warlock skills with the minus magic res. Socket it with that new jewel. Also 90% ED. Okay. So I guess you can use that on... I'm trying to think like what I want to use that on though with ED. Like all I'm thinking immediately is put it on my magic abyss, you know, whatever caster. It's my magic warlock. Magic separate from cold, fire, lightning, poison. Yeah. It's made for Echo with Hexbane. But Echoing Strike is physical damage. Oh, it could be good with... It could actually be nice for this with the Eldritch Blast Cleave, actually. Huh. Yeah, actually, I think this is good. So if you're running Echoing Strike, you're generally not jamming your points over into Hexbane. You don't have enough points to really go all over there as well. I guess you could if you go with like a really heavy magic build. God, there's really so many cool combinations. Isn't ED for melee fizz? Yes, that won't buff Apocalypse. I just went through my gear a little bit ago. There should be a Twitch VOD where I do like the whole guide of all this stuff. But S? Oh. God, I really want to make the proc lock now. And the beauty of the proc lock is he's running Mirrored Blades, and Mirrored Blades doesn't have any synergies. So it means you can really run the proc lock with whatever you want. It is, Matt Topher. That is the one downside. So I feel like we should, after this game, go... I guess let's get the statue, get our second gem. Yeah, I'm going to make a Rift lock. But proc lock I think is more fun. I think Rift is the better one. Destruction's also nice. I guess... I want to hit as fast as possible, so Destruction Phase Blade maybe is better. Throwing Destruction TZ in 9 minutes? Okay, never mind. We're going to do Throwing Destruction fails. Alright, so in 39 minutes, most likely, we can try some proc lock. Why is my chronic reset every few hours? You know, a few people have said that. It seems like a weird bug. I don't know why, but they're gonna look into it. Nice! That's our third Eldritch Skiller. Let's see. Vexlo Burjaw Co. Jesus, destruction is so expensive. 350D, ignore target defense and magic. But chance for Nova on attack, Molten Boulder on strike, and Volcano on strike. I kind of like the Frozen Orb better. You know? Now, the thing is, Rift does go in pole arms or scepters, so it is going to be a little slower. We get the Tornado Frozen Orb. So maybe it is a destruction build. Let me take a look really fast while we wait for the Terror Zone. So let's look up Divine Scepter. Attack speed frames. Okay, so I mean, if we get up to 83 IAS, then this will be close. It's 1 frame slower. It's not too bad. I would make the destruction in a phase blade just to hit the 10 frame. Okay, so we have 15 there, 35. So that would have me at the 12, which wouldn't be terrible. I got a perfect Raven over here. The things you find on characters, man. Okay, let's at least set it over, because I think we can actually just kind of mess around with it too. Oops. We have a High Lord's Dragon, we have a Phoenix, we have Gores. I need Laying of Hands. What character of mine has laying of hands? Well, mercenaries can't wear laying of hands. But my bow is on can. Sheesh. Dude, I really need to
Any
compile
new
all of my
items slash
stuff
rune
together.
words?
I mean, I also want to have this character just over there, so I don't really want to take her laying of hands. You got one in my game? Okay. Sorry, let me get in 69 here. Any new items, rune words? Yeah, they've got like 30. I've got a video on the new items and rune words. Okay, I guess we'll leave it here, but thank you. Oh, we have to draw the winner. All right, the winner of the giveaway is... You have to be following, don't forget. If I send you a message, you're not following, we go to the next. I'll give 5 seconds and then we'll draw. 2, 1. The winner is a golden panda. Let's see. A golden panda. There you are. All right. Sending you a key. This is for your expansion. Congratulations. You may have to refresh your Twitch messages. All right. Everybody go to your own games. And we are going to go get ready for bail. It is Bale statue hunting time. I missed a Griffin's ID in the last game. Yo, let's go. I already had it for my grail, but it's still sweet anyways. Still Griffins. Always cool. You gotta love cool drops even if you got them on your grail already. Texas, one of the new items. What are you guys talking about that you want me to address with the devs?
My brothers will not have died in vain.
Wow. Trash drops. Get just tried for you? Oh, sorry. You can buy as many games as you want and play as many games as you want. You can do whatever you want for with your money, as dumb as it is or isn't. Oh, you mean like, can I multi-box? I mean, Cooley multi-boxed online on his 99 push and Blizzard didn't care, so... Yeah, I don't think Blizzard cares. After spending all the time to figure out the arcane, we figured out you can't figure out the arcane. But at least we know that it can't be figured out. So. Oh, oops. Dude, I honestly need to set new hotkeys for this character. It's crazy. Why you? Literally, we're getting new hotkeys never before used. Why me? No. Why you? Hey! Statue! 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 No, Wizard, they're not. Dude, I still don't think I have enough hotkeys. Small charm missed. It's okay, statues. I did not lose any. No, your stash is, your old stash is still there. It's just a part of Resurrected. Oh god. So you have to convert over the items through. So why? Am I purposely avoiding Echo build? No, I played Echo for like a day and a half. I just want to play other builds. I already made a PSA video about the stash. on L YouTube. You. Goat. He's the goat. I am the llama. He is the goat.
Move.
What up, goat? Speaking of, we're talking about how goat's the goat. Is this Warlock? It is Warlock. Thanks, Bad Cow. Thanks, Bright Eyes. Guten Raid? That means goat raid in Germany. Ooh. Another statue. Bull Cathos. Let's go, baby. It's like 2 for 4, I think, but. We take it. That's still way better. I mean, especially on Bale, with how long it takes to kill Bale. That's great. That looks like it. My cleave damage is 1500, but it's with a grief, so. We're at 95 and we've done a lot of guides, and we did a guided playthrough for 6 hours on another character and lots of stuff, so. The statues make uber anxious. We're gonna go back to town on like the normal ones. That's messy.
Hello. While arcanes
Yeah,
solve
I mean,
the
they
unsolvable,
don't.
it is important to note that this does not necessarily
reset them.
imply that arcane might not in principle
You
have
can
emergent
botch them.
Nash equilibria. One thing I want explored but do not have the time to explore is whether or not computational constraints associated with game seed / pseudo-random number generation culminate in asymmetric distributions that should not be possible in theory, but emerge in practice, resulting in discrepancies in probabilities in arcane.
I think they slightly do. So I think you'll be able to find that there is some asymmetry within it, such as the top left exit is going to lead to a slight increase in the arcane existing in the top right with certain pieces, right? There are some tells, and I do think there is a slight increase, 5%, 6% you can get there. Obviously, we know more from some other pieces of the jails and stuff, but I think you can find some things. The seed tiles aren't exactly generated evenly. That being said, I do think it's not really possible to... Nothing that's enough of what any player could read within a game to fully gain an understanding of which way it'll be. The best that it seems we can do is gain a 5 to 10% advantage through understandings of, is this an even or odd seed with this direction and this piece and stuff. So I do think there are some ways that we can gain advantages within it. My sword is green because I'm using Hex Purge instead of Hex Bane. Or just, well, Hex Bane I think is orange. Purple is standard, green is for this one. I don't know what color Hex Siphon is. The one build I would have used it on, we never actually got it to. I guess there's a couple builds I would have considered it on. But I think Echoing Strike is going to use Hex Siphon. Nice, a shard. Southern too.
Moo.
Maybe with some caster builds, but to Hex you have to hit with your weapon, and
I think that I agree with your hypothesis. I hope that you and your family are well, and that your days are replete with quintessence in your swim through the nebulous river of existence. Sorry I'm not on much life.
thanks, Sagacious. Easy, Talzami. Dude, we are chugging through this set grail. We should have it done soon, I feel like. I guess we still need Grizz Caddy. You never know how long it takes for that, and maybe a couple others. But picking off some good ones. We picked up Grizz Corona, Grizz Shield. We've got IK armor still to go. There's still a couple in there. We got Tal's armor already. Abyss is solid, yeah. I would have lost amp damage, I guess. But it was fanaticism. Ooh, a third statue? What? Dude, we are on lucky time right now. I tell you what. That's crazy. A southern shard and 3 statues. I think the drop rate of statues seems to be that of keys. Around 1 in 13 is my guess. It may vary slightly higher or lower per boss. Maybe some are like 1 in 10. I don't know exactly. But it seems to be about key rate drop. So, you know, sometimes you go 20 in a row and get no keys. Other times you get 2 keys from a single drop, right? I'm running a cleave build, exclamation mark. Guides has somewhat of that. I actually need to update the Icy Veins one, I think, a little more. Now that I've kind of played with this a bit more, I have some other thoughts on it. We got a double statue drop off Meph earlier. Yeah, I think that's like 1 in 150 or something that you're going to have that happen. Some parts of the Warlock are too strong. This part is perfect. I mean, conviction ain't gonna matter much here, but what is Cooley's build? Naked only insight? I prefer naked only works leg personally. It's a P1 online, yeah. That keyboard and mouse got to be all sorts of greasy. Oh, probably. That'd be super gross. Empty throne is nice. Like the Countess. Spare K2. If you play on players 8, the shards are easier to get. But they can still be pretty rare. But as a group in players 8, when we're all flying around all the terror zones, I feel like we get a decent amount. I actually think the drop rate of shards on P8 is a little high. I'd probably have it. How cool would it be if Act 6 comes out with ladder season? With ladder season? I thought you were going to say, like, announced at BlizzCon. They said they're going to announce something cool at BlizzCon, but they didn't say it's D2 related specifically. They just said it's Diablo related, so it could be a D3 remaster, it could be a D1 remaster, it could be another D4 expansion. It could be Diablo 5. I'd say my biggest reason I would think it's not D2 related.
My fav part of the expansion? Llama being on 24/7.
You get a lot more Llama with it. That's true. That is true. My biggest reason not thinking that it's D2 related. This isn't Llama lie. This is Llama has no clue and is just making a guess. Is because we didn't even have the D2 expansion like release yet. And the devs have said a lot of like, well, we'll see how this expansion goes to see if there'll be more content. So how can they be teasing more D2 content already? What if this wasn't going well? Why would they already have stuff set up for D2 if this didn't go well? Is it going well so far? Honestly, I have no clue. I think people are enjoying it, but is it like selling like hotcakes enough for the C-suite to be like, green light, you can do more? I don't know. I'm not in the marketing department at Blizzard and the sales department. So, you tell me. One of my favorite things is I don't have to pick up greater healing potions and then have to deal with the annoyance of greater healing potions in between my super healing potions. Such a small detail. You're not using your lying voice, it's too low of a pitch. Lying voice is higher. I don't have a lying voice. What? Lying voice, he says. Wow. Can you believe these guys? Can you believe these guys, chat? Aw, man. Alright, well that's our last bale. Sadly. That was good. We got 3 statues. I can't ever complain about 3 statues. Bloodmore Den of Evil. Well, I've never heard of a better time to test out proccing than then. Second. All right, let's try it out. So, you go there, Rift goes here, Dragon goes, I can't use Dragon. All right, I'm gonna have to maybe respec. You go here. This actually does mean I can use both of these. Let's do the respec.
Moo.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Phoenix goes there.
Moo.
Okay, so that's lightning. That's Twister. Twister, lightning, Phoenix, Hydra, Tornado. I don't think there was anything else except for High Lords. Holy Bolt. So it's 20, 40. I guess there's no other way to... How was I getting IAS on the... 20, 40. Could use Gold Wrap for 50. I think Salty... But that's only 50. Oh, here we go. 55. So that gets us to the 54, which if that is the right breakpoint, then that's the 54 breakpoint, which is one less than the 80 or whatever. And this gets us Cannot Be Frozen.
Could you imagine Diablo 1 but like Diablo 2 Resurrected, the prequel?
Does sound nice. Alright, let's build in a little bit of strength. Okay, we can take those off. Alright, so this build is Mirrored Blades. And then what? Probably something in the Hex. Probably consuming something. And binding. Probably just Levitation Mastery is maxed. Let's go, Phoenix. So maybe maxing Psychic Ward. Like it goes for like a maxed Psychic Ward build. Or we're just really going heavy on like maxing Demonic Mastery, maxing Consume. So then we can get extra demons. Yeah, I feel like Psychic Ward is like lame. It's fine, but... Okay, so there's nothing else here, I think, for us. Eldritch Blast, I don't care. Again, maybe one of the hexes would be fine. This would be a build that we could max. Because we have Mirrored Blades already maxed. So we could max Purge, Consume. Or we could go for the Purge. So I think we max Consume. And now the question is, do we max Purge and Hex Bane? What do we want? Why is it so quiet here? Is it quiet? Everybody's chatting away. Like that's a lot of added magic damage. None of it helps our proccing though, is the only issue. Whereas going up, I think we should go up to 20 here. Kind of seems like just put the points where you want. Could also lay down like big sigils on the ground. Could be fun, but leave it as an option. Okay, let's just go for the hex bane. It's a pretty good like hex bane right there. Okay, so let's hex bane. Let's go get a guy. Oh yeah, this is it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. We gaming. So I guess Blade Warp is used on this build. Don't you know? Don't you know? All right. The proc build is live! Oh, it's so good. Oh, I love it. Disco. Disco lock. Honestly, pretty good. Let's fill in. Let's see how it does on players. Okay, Llama 1, password 1. Nope. Llama 2, password 1. Can we fill in on P8 and see how it handles? Perfect, thank you. Alright, let's see it. Players 8. Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the stuff. Oh, that's the good stuff. Rock. Oh my god, I love it so much. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. What's making the procs? What isn't making the procs? Our res could use a little help. One downside of the build. Oh, you know what? I just realized something. I'm not running my infinity.
Salutations.
Belt could definitely be changed. Are there any belts that have an on strike?
Moo.
Or on attack? Opal Vein could be a fun ring as well. It's only 2%, but... T-Gods. Snow Clash is... Okay, let me just go to belts. On attack. On strike, on attack, no. These are all on when struck. All of those are when struck. Even T-Gods. Dang it.
TikTok, time for Proclock.
TikTok, time for Proclock. Yeah. Darn it. Nope, there's nothing. So belt can really be anything. Gold wrap would be fine. This would be fine. It's all good. You know, I honestly think Hex Siphon might be the right way to go on this character. Who cares about the magic damage? I need a way to regen all of my life and mana. That would do so much. I just don't have enough, like, physical damage. But Hex Siphon would be great here. Pop shard and save exit. Oh, he killed the statue. Or killed Andy. I mean, Death Sigil is also nice. I think there's a lot of options here. But yeah, the Hexbane is not necessary. Yeah, I think they'll slightly increase their drop chance. Not too much, so. Let's hang out over here and we can talk. What's up, YouTube? Mitch Llama here, and today we have brought back, essentially, or brought into the new world, one of the best, most fun builds. This is the Proc Lock Warlock Guide. Truly one of my favorite. We're going to go ahead and pop into town here for it. Now, the Proc Lock or the Rift Lock is coming off of the idea of the Rift Sin that used to exist before. The Rift Sin, what she would do is she would use Rift as a weapon, and then she would have her kick, and she could spam out kicks really fast, which could chug out a bunch of frozen orbs and things of that nature. The Proc Lock uses a similar idea, diving into Mirrored Blades. Let me go here. Mirrored Blades, which will attack with mirrored duplicates of your weapon. So at max level there, you can see we have 4 weapons created. It's like a Zeal happening all at once. And what happens when a Zeal happens all at once? Well, you get a lot of proc potential, right? So the Proc Lock is built as follows. We'll start with skills, then we'll go stats, then we'll go gear, and then we'll showcase it. So the skills here are really just maxing Mirrored Blade and maxing Levitation Mastery. I think that's all you need to do. There aren't any other synergies. This will get you some more attack rating. This will get you that damage up. A little attack speed right there. And I don't think you need anything else on top of that. This, of course, opens up a lot of possibilities. Where do you want to go with it? Do you want to go super tanky and go into Psychic Ward and then max out Cleave and Psychic Ward to just absorb like thousands of damage for that? That could be really nice. Do you want to go into Eldritch Blast and play with an Eldritch Blast piece with it? I went ahead and maxed out Hex Bane. I kind of disagree with this. I actually think Hex Siphon would be amazing. If you put points into Hex Siphon, then put points into Engorge to increase the life and mana after kill, I think that would actually be really a nice combo with this because you don't do a ton of physical damage, so you don't have a lot of leech. So that would be a nice way to leech some of that life back. So just a consideration of going into Siphon right there. In the Chaos Tree, you could go into like a max Sigil of Death or something to just get tons of explosions. You can lay the Sigil down, then attack into it, get lots of blowing up. I think that could be a lot of fun. And then, of course, in the Demon Tree, you could play with demons. You could play with maxed out Tainteds because you're going to be running around with Infinity, so now they get to do more damage. And then you can max the Blood Boil and the Tainted to get, you know, a big Tainted group right there. You can, of course, put enough into Demonic Mastery to get up to 3 summons. You just need to have 20 points there. So this is where I am right now. I maxed out Consume because, again, that goes with Hex Bane. But then also this increases my run walk speed and max life, which I really do like. So I am going to use that. And I also can, of course, consume a Tainted or something as well for extra fire damage if I would like. And then I have a point in Bind Demon because demons right now are just really good. This is just a great 1-point wonder. But you could also max this out so it gets the Bound Demon, gets Spectral Hit, and the Bound Demon gets an extra aura. Or not an extra aura, but gains aura enchanted. So then you could try and get something like a Fanaticism, any demon, and that could be really nice. Or you could get Conviction if you don't have Infinity on a Bound Demon, and then you could use that, right? So definitely a lot of options here. I would say this one, again, you just need like 50 skill points in total to kind of get this one set, and then the gear, of course. For stats, I have enough points for gear, and then everything else is going into Vitality. Pretty simple. Not too many mana issues on this build, really, and then Dexterity is not that big of a deal. I'm not running any max block on this, so not a huge issue there. And now for where this build really comes down, it is all in the gear. So what is the gear that we are using? We're using Rift, of course. You can also use Destruction. Destruction in a Phase Blade would be really nice because Phase Blades swing really fast. They're the fastest weapon. And then Destruction has chance for like Molten Boulder and Volcano. It runs a similar idea. But Destruction also is like Vex, Low, Job, Burr, something like that, right? Like it's really expensive. This is kind of like the super budget and still awesome version anyways with Rift, as it has a chance to cast Frozen Orb on attack and then Tornado on striking. So you get Frozen Orb and Tornado, potential boost to shoot out. And that's all we really care about on this. Yeah, it's got some other stats and some other things that are fine, but that's really just what we're using it for. I have it in a Divine Scepter. Divine Scepters are pretty fast. So again, you want a fast weapon to use for this. That's basically it. The faster weapon you can put on, the better, generally. So this, I think, again, isn't quite as good as Destruction for it, but you get to have the Frozen Orb, and I like Frozen Orb more than the pieces that Destruction procs. I'm running a Nightwing's Veil here. This is increasing the cold skill damage from the Frozen Orb, so it's playing well with the Frozen Orb, but additionally I've socketed it with an IAS jewel. It also has +2 all skills, so this is kind of a nice helm to go along that the Riftsin usually would use, and now our Proclock might use. I have High Lord's Wrath for the IAS, and the 1 to all skills. Pretty basic right there. You could also put something else on here if you would like. I guess more procs could be like Atma Scarab, but amp damage isn't really something we super need. I have a Phoenix. Phoenix has a 40% chance to cast level 22 Firestorm on striking, so that is a big piece there. And then it does also have a Redemption Aura, which can be helpful for just staying alive. We need just a lot of life and mana. So again, Hex Siphon and Redemption I think would do a lot. This also has -28 to enemy fire res, and if we're going to be proccing Firestorms and other things, these things do add up. We have a dragon for our main armor. You could put Enigma on, and this will let you telly round really quickly, and it'll just be like better for the overall clear speed. But this is the proc lock. We're not trying to be the fastest, craziest. We're trying to proc as much trash as we possibly can. So we have dragon right here for that level 15 Hydra on striking, and of course, it also has some plus strength, which is nice to help get us to use Phoenix. But Hydras, and of course we have the minus enemy fire res right here. That is really nice. Now you could also consider using something like Flickering Flame to go along with it to try and do a little extra, right? If you're playing more in the fire and then you go with like Destruction, that could be another thought, right? You run like Destruction, Flickering Flame, Phoenix, and Dragon, and that could be another kind of combination, right, you can think of. But I also like having the balances mixed around of the different kinds of elements that I'm using. It's one of the fun things about this. We have Laying of Hands. This does have a level 3 Holy Bolt on striking. Just some more garbage to spit out. Lava Gouts also, I believe, have some stuff on strike. There's another like fire glove that is escaping me right now. Hellmouths. They've got like low percent. It's like 2% chance and 4% chance to cast some things. But hey, we like spitting more trash out, so Hellmouths could also be something. And we don't exactly have the full IAS breakpoints of this character yet, but I know that like I'm gaining 28% attack speed from this. If I use Hex Purge, I could get even more attack speed there. So maybe I can get attack speed in other ways on this character, and then I don't need the attack speed here, and now all of a sudden I can have a nice Hellmouth here for even more damage. Regardless, this also gives the 50% fire resist, which is really nice. Carrion Wind has a chance to cast Twister on striking, and a chance to cast Poison Nova when struck. So, hey, more garbage to spit out. Why not? Also, the lifesteal and whatever there. Arachnid Mesh, honestly, any belt fits here. There is no belt that actually has an on striking. Snow Clash and T-Gods do have an on struck, so technically you could put on either one of those to be a slightly more spitting garbage out when you are getting struck. But this also is just like 1 to all skills. You can play around with the belt if you want. Wisp is also another one with a 10% chance to cast level 16 lightning. And then, of course, you get some lightning absorb, which is really nice. So more stuff to spit garbage out with. Yeah, you can run String of Veer. You can run anything, right? Like any belt works. And then I'm using Horizon's Legacy here. Gold Wrap if you want IS, yeah. I'm using Horizon's Legacy because it has Cannot Be Frozen. So this opens up one of my ring slots to get more garbage to proc, rather than having to run a Ravenfrost, because you do need Cannot Be Frozen somewhere on this build. You could also, of course, use Trang Al's Belt for cannot be frozen right there, and then you can run something else in your boots. I don't believe there's another boot that's going to have a proc on striking. I guess there's the blaze on struck for Inferno Strides. Still some fun things to think about, right? But this is a place to get Can't Be Frozen, have it there, right? All sorts of stuff. So some things that you can do. So how does it look and play? Well, it looks and plays so fun. So again, I'm not using Enigma, so I am actually using the Blade Warp teleport, which you can see shoots a little, like throws your weapon and then you teleport to it. It's a little slower than Enigma is, but it's still fun. But the idea is going to be very simple with this build. Proc things out and let them just kill and do damage. And you know, it actually does decently well. This is players 8 right now. So like, it's not nothing, you know? Oh, whoops, I had, okay, yeah, now I see, I had something messed up there. It's not nothing. It's not like we're fighting just some player 1 waves. Is this going to be as strong as Echoing Strike? No. It's not going to be as strong as, right, whatever. But we get to have some amazing fun rocking out Hydras, rocking out tornadoes, frozen orbs, firestorms. Of course, we also have Firestorm on striking from our Hellfire Torch. This is not ZDPS. This is players 8. This is players 8 Veil Waves, you guys. Like, that is not bad for players 8 Veil Waves whatsoever. This is what, before Mosaic existed, this is how we had Mosaic at home. This was literally our Mosaic at home right here. Echoing Strike does not proc on strike, just as a heads up. I don't like that Decrepify. Decrepify is not a fun time. So again, one of the difficulties of the build is survivability is not as good, which is why I do think having the Hex. Again, this is also players 8. Not a lot of builds do absolutely crush through players 8. This build has a grand old time in P1 for sure. But it does enough. Like, if you can kill at this speed in players 8, honestly, you have to be pretty happy. Can I jump the... No. You have to be pretty happy if this is your kill speed in P8. Oh, my Infinity Merce died. That'll slow us down a little bit. Yes, of course. So of course you are also going to run Infinity on a Mercenary. I just have, you know, the normal setup Infinity. Yeah, that is also a big piece for the additional minus.
My brothers will not have died in vain.
Pretty decent. So again, if you are looking for the top S tier Warlock build, this isn't it. If you are looking to enjoy the game and have a good time messing around with something absolutely silly, this is the build for you. This was one of my favorite builds before Mosaic became a thing and actually went too far with it. Just having the riffs in completely. And again, it did well enough that you could have like a good time. You could go out, you could clear a lot of content. I mean, again, this is players 8. So, and I'm showing you players 8 in the, you know, Worldstone here. Whereas if you go take it to like anywhere else, you know, you're just gonna you're gonna dominate it. It's gonna be really really strong, really powerful. And one of my favorite things is you deal lightning damage, you deal cold damage, you deal fire damage, you deal a variety of damage types with this, and so you're never really getting stuck in your like fighting where you're like only able to fight a couple of, you know, certain mob types or having to worry about anything like that. So it's a fun build. This is probably one of my favorite silly builds in D2. Proc lock. And again, Enigma will be a little faster for teleporting around, but that's not as fun. We just wanna face roll and proc as much stuff. And I love all the Hydras that we put up too. So GG everybody. I hope that you enjoy the proc lock, the rift lock, whatever you want to call it, the pop and lock. Up to you. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace. Okay. This is fun. I like this build a lot. Let's go... what build? I kind of want to try the magic build out. Oh my god, it's Talrasha's tomb right now. Oh, shoot. Shoot. We gotta... statue. It's statue time. There's a statue, everybody. All right, let's just test it. Let's see how it does. Whatever. Skills, that, obsession. Can go there. Enigma's on. Spirit, obsession, Shaco, Mares, Trangs, BK. War Travelers. SOJ? Where the heck's an SOJ? All right, everybody, just go to your own games. Statue hunting. F Z X. Oops. Echoing Strike Bona is written as a melee build rather than a caster build. Oh god, wait, how am I supposed to know which one Duriel's in? Oh, that was lucky. I gotta go do the arcane first.
Good day.
Wow, where am I going? Arcane. So you say it's written as a melee build, as in it says to use like attack speed and stuff? Okay. If you want, use the video guide I wrote for Echoing Strike, or I made. That one is proper. I need to update for sun, square, circular moon, double down arrow. The Hone Sundan.
Your presence honors me.
Ah, shoot. Do max damage charms not work with it? Those work with it, right? Take a drop in the bucket. I guess you want skillers more so, huh? It's so annoying because it's gonna probably get changed in the next X amount of time anyway. I guess I should kill for keys. The Duriel statue is going to be annoying if you can't get it at Duriel.
Good day.
Put insight on. Are there any apocalypse guides I could follow? Uh-huh. Exclamation mark guides. My fire build guide is good. The only one that's not good right now is Echoing Strike because it's built for it to be like melee. Which, honestly, as soon as I change it, I feel like they're going to fix it and it's going to be a melee build anyways and it's going to be stupid. But I guess the IES won't change, so that needs to be fixed anyways. Let's try a new method because we always force way, so new method is get lucky. I feel like you can check them in a pretty similar amount of time. We did a guided playthrough already. Oi, oi, oi. Of course, the time there is 7th way. Unlucky. Still not bad. Scourge, hello.
Good day.
This build can still trav without much gear. Yeah, darn it, tornado. That'd be nice, ruined. Yeah, I did Ubers. I found an Urdar with minions. An Urdar with minions? What? Doesn't even make sense. You bound an Urdar, like a boss Urdar that had minions, and then they gave you his minions as well. Can you take a picture? Like you in town with the 3 dudes or whatever? I know a shaman will resurrect dudes to come with you, but it's different. Hey, let's go. That is enough. That's our Talic, dude.
Where can I take you?
That's the Act 1. I have a full Icy Veins campaign overview. And there's also, so it's like, if you want to look up that overview, you can do that. You can go to Battle.net to get their overview. I also have an overview on the Diablo YouTube channel and my YouTube channel, where I talk about all the different pieces. There's a lot of places I kind of go over the various stuff, depending which ones you want. Collecting ancient action figures. Yeah, I kind of love that we collect statues. It really does feel like action figure time. It's for the whole game, Fish Pro.
Good day.
Thank you, Master Goth, for the Prime sub, reminding everybody they may have a Twitch Prime sub available. Very kind of you. One of these days I'll... Can Blood Boil kill act bosses? Yes, it's just kind of tough a little bit because you don't have anything to heal, so... Feels like these changes are supposed to keep you in the game for a while. Yeah, I mean, I think the idea is, you know, before there was a lot of like, you're constantly leaving a game, leaving a game, leaving a game. And so this allows you to have a little bit of that time, I keep forgetting, to stay in a game and not just be new game cheesing, essentially. I think it's fun in a variety of ways. Whoa, what is happening? Holy cow, what a map. As on new game cheesing. Well, you're always going to do a little bit of new game cheesing.
Where can I take you?
What's in here? Oh. Really? That was new too. Oh my god, I need to look. Yeah, they resurrect the Fallens. It's a fun little thing.
Good day.
That's intended. Not adjusting well to the 30-minute terror zones. I really like the 30-minute terror zones. I actually think it's a lot smoother. Get a shaman, revive another shaman. Well, that... I guess if you have, like, can't Bishi Bosh revive another shaman? The, like, boss shamans? So... can those... If you resurrect... I guess we gotta go test that. If we revive Bishi Bosh, can he revive shamans who can then revive Fallens and you get a full extra army?
Where can I take you?
It's got a cap at 5. Darn it. Thank you, Gypfeld. Thank you, Sin the Devil. Oh, I just realized this has been off. Oopsies. Well, you're not reviving him, sorry. You are binding him before he dies.
Is Bale one of the doctors without brothers?
Move.
Move.
Gut feeling on if Sork can solo Uber Ancients.
Wait, it wasn't triangle? I think so. Did I go to double down arrow for some reason? I went to circle over moon. Oops.
Move.
My bad. Didn't think I went that far. Come on, one more statue. GG.
Yes?
Statues of Uber Ancients. Which we should have enough to do Uber Ancients again right now. We can try it with this magic build to see a build that's a little more fair. Or try something challenging like Wirt's Leg. If magic doesn't work, then we can try Wirt's Leg. How do you play this game over and over again? Well, it just got brand new content. But also, yeah, it is my job.
Good day.
It's an amazing game. Exactly. Okay, we need moon. I do my job over and over again and nobody seems impressed. I'm impressed. Great job. Hey, there we go. Second statue. Whew.
Where can I take you?
Speedrunning with the new Color of Life features. How much time could be saved? Like 2-3 minutes or 20? I don't think it's like 20 minutes, but I think it, you know, could save 30 seconds or something. A minute, whatever. And I mean, that's a lot of time. New speedrun category. I mean, the thing is, I don't think you can have this as a new category. Whew. So many force ways. It is so hard to get statues. You would need to be so lucky in not only like the spawning of the terror zones, but the luck of them dropping. Because shards just don't drop that often. And every shard is only worth 1 attempt. So, I mean, we're looking at easy 24 plus hours. Easy. Unless, again, you just hit all the terror zones and get lucky and can kill super fast. But then it just comes down straight to luck of the draw in that case. You know?
Your presence honors me.
Now imagine it, players 1 with undergeared characters. Exactly, like... I've been playing with super crazy geared characters for now 5 days, I think. And I've done Uber Ancients once, and I just now can do it twice. Last tutorial, potentially. Come on, before time runs out. Good. Okay.
Good to see you.
Ooh, we got the sling ring. -3 though, so unfortunate. Would go nicely on our Eldritch Blast build. Cows is the zone now. That is a good zone. 2 extra charm spots. I mean, you can always put your TPs in here, but it is still nice.
Good day.
I mean, I guess it would... it's only -3 though. I feel like +1 skill is probably worth more. Definitely be close. Okay, late game is going to be a little bit weak for magic, I guess. This damage could be a little bit better, huh? It's honestly wild because this damage feels about the same as when I was playing through with my, like, no gear. Cleave was great. Let's do 3 of those, consume that. I guess that helps it a little bit. That's not terrible, actually.
Move.
Nader, thank you. Nothing to write to Kane about. Yeah, nothing to write to Kane about. But yeah, nothing needs to. Not everything always needs to be P8 crushing. It is magic damage as well, which is one of the best. So it's really interesting, though. 6,500 abyss damage. You would assume is going to kill faster than this. Maybe. Cows have 50 magic res? Ah, that makes some sense. Yeah, no, I think this is actually in an okay spot. Once I consumed my dude, I think it actually was better. That's the pulse. The 3k is the initial hit. Yeah. Okay, let's... Let's go do an Ubers on a weaker build here and see how it goes. Now, I do need to bind a demon. Actually, I will go for Mephisto.
Salutations.
Okay. Mercenary, no. However, our demon is doing a-okay, so. Demons are way too good. Well, it's just because the demon can tank everything. That's the issue. If he would just die like he should to Ubers, then you'd have to actually care about things more. Uh-oh. I don't know if I have enough damage for Maddox, though. What is Maddox's resistance at? This dot doesn't do enough. Okay, there we go. We just have to pelt him with clouds. Oh, Jesus.
Good afternoon.
Ouch. Painful. Son of a gun, I need to be able to damage them without killing them. There we go. I guess my goatman is actually enough. Jesus.
Hello.
It's good to see at least. Let's try and get a big tanky Erdar. Nope. They do not exist. Wow. Okay.
How may I help you?
Let's continue.
Good evening.
Okay, I just gotta take what I can get, okay? Dude, he is so tanky. What the heck? What the heck, man? He's out healing me.
Good afternoon.
Yes, warrior.
I need to go get the poison spiders, apparently. There we go. We've got poison on our mercenary. Shoot! We almost had him. He's got 90% magic res?
Yes.
Jesus.
Hello.
I don't have any sigils. The sigil would do okay here, though, huh? Finally. Yeesh. All right. 10, 10, 10, 10. Oh, 8, 9. 8, 9, 5. Pretty good, actually. That's actually a pretty good jewel. Very nice. 8, 9, 5, 27, 25. Yeah, with Psychic Ward proc is fun. 1 per character of any of this kind of jewel. These Uber jewels. But that's still like, put that in a 220 on a Hammerden or whatever, and that's still... We got a 6/6 fire and an 8/9 Guardian's Light. Nice. You want the fire one from Mang Song? Oh, here you go. True, that would be cool in a Mang Songs, huh? Okay. Would you ever retry your endurance experiments now that you can terrorize her legitimately? Retry. Oh, like the full Andy Grail. Well, now her drop odds are brought down. So she's coming into my normal Grail, but I don't think a full Andy Grail is. Now it'll be crazy. Thanks, Binary. Okay. It's all right. Where'd I put that sling ring at? Just had to sling it in here somewhere. For real now, where'd I put that? Ah, there we are. Thank you. Um, what to play alongside Summon Druid? Paladin with auras could be really fun. You could play like a Boazon or something to shoot from behind, or a caster like a Sorceress to attack from behind. You could play, you know, I think you can pick a lot of things. The nice thing is the Summoner, of course, has a lot of summons, so they're going to take up some of the screen. So you can play those kinds of ranged builds to pair nicely, or something again like Paladin with auras to help out. I guess I have Chaos Skillers. What's my demons at? 28. That's way too much. I don't need that. Okay. Let's do the magic build guide.
The Order welcomes you.
What's up, YouTube? Mr. Llama here, and today I want to talk about the Magic Warlock build guide. This is going to be your end game Magic Warlock. Nice and easy and fun. A pretty decently fun character. I wouldn't say he's in the super S tier, but I do think as a Magic character, especially because Magic doesn't have a lot of immunities, he can do a lot of content, and it can be a good character for a lot of people. Additionally, a pretty good character to play through the game with. So first we'll talk about skills, then stats, and then we will dive into the items and play after that. So starting out with skills, we're going to be maxed all down this tree, right? Pretty basic idea. All of these just work together. More miasma, more abyss, enhanced entropy increases the radius and duration of all of them. You're just going to want to work everything down here. That's going to be your main piece. If you want to put into any sigils, you can. Sigil of Death can be okay. Sigil of Lethargy could be okay. I feel like either one of these could do all right with it, especially because you get to like abyss and pull things together, and then you can just have a sigil right there for everything to get stuck on or explode on or whatever. So if you want to dive into sigils, you totally can. I don't think there's anything really in the Eldritch tree to do here. We're not swinging with our weapon, so we're not actually hexing anything. And all of this stuff is actually like swinging the weapon and stuff. Maybe 1 point into Levitation Mastery if for some reason you don't have enough requirements for some weapon that you're using and you want to get a little bit of weapon requirement reduction, because you get minus 2% weapon requirements, and then that's per level, and you can have many levels with the plus skills you have, and it can help out. But otherwise, meh, for the most part, I'm avoiding this. In the Demon Tree, right now it still feels like for all the builds that we're kind of placing a lot into the Demon Tree. So here you can kind of pick and choose how you want to do it. I have maxed out or put 10 into Consume right now. I've got Demonic Mastery up somewhat, but honestly, I have enough plus skills. I don't need to. You just want Demonic Mastery at 20 so that you can have 3 demons. So once it gets to 20, you're good. I have 8 points here. I can take those points out, put them in Consume, and just get a better consumption. Additionally, we have Defiler that we do like. We will consume a Defiler, but also bind souls. And then we have the Bound Demon, which is level 20 as well, which means you can see it says it gets Aura Enchanted, Spectral Hit, Extra Fast, and Extra Strong. So basically you can just go to any demon, and every time that you bind a demon, it's automatically going to get those 4 affixes, which is really nice. And then if you do it on like one of the super uniques, then you get the added affixes. It's even better. So really for this build, I think any of it works. There's not like a minus magic res that, you know, you can get. Conviction's not doing anything there. Fanaticism isn't helping you for it. So, you know, my guy has fanaticism and whatever for himself, and my mercenary, but that's not helping me. So having that at level 20 can also be nice. And then everything else I think goes into consume. So that's kind of how I'm building the character there. For stats, same old, everything into strength. That will get you your gear. Sorry. Enough in strength to wear all your gear. Everything else into vitality. And so, of course, with spirit, with the monarch, we just want to have at least 156. Now, there is the Ars Dol Mephisto, I think, that has 2 to warlock skills, minus 18% enemy magic res and 30 FCR. That would probably be a pretty sweet shield as well. And so that could be one that you could highly consider using, and then you might not need all of this strength, and so you might be able to put even less into strength right there, right? But just something to think about. Rest, vitality, don't really have too many mana issues here. You'll have insight, and then dexterity you don't need. Let's talk about the gear. So for my staff, I'm just using Obsession right now. You could also look at using the new rune word Void. It does have some help for magic skills. However, this also provides 4 to all skills, 65 FCR, 60 hit recovery, 62 all res, increased max life 19%. Like, Obsession is just a giant, big old tanky staff helping survivability and damage. So while it may not be 100% the best like weapon for pure damage, there's so many other benefits that I feel like this is often going to be a best in slot anyways. But I do think that Void could also be something that you could really enjoy. I'm just using Shaco right now. Simple +2 to skills. And it has Magic Find and all of that. Nice and easy. You could also, of course, get a 220. You could get some other things going here. But I think that is easy enough. I have Mara's. Again, you could go for like a +3 AME, right? With like 100 life on it or something if you want. But Mara's is nice. It has 30 Auras, which is pretty sick. So that's just simple and easy. Spirit, your classic. Again, there's that Ars de Mephisto. I think it's the Mephisto one. That has the minus enemy magic res. And that one is probably going to be the best in slot that I would go for. But Spirit is still good and does give resistances. So I think this is decent here for now. If I did get that book, I probably would end up using that book though. Enigma, classic. Just teleport around, 2 to all skills, strength, life, everything, magic find. What else could you want there? Trang Owls for 20 to FCR, and then you also get 30 cold res. Mage Fist works as well for FCR, but you know, that's just there. BK Ring for +1 to all skills. SOJ works too. SOJ is over here. These are kind of both viable. Arachnid Mesh, though there is that other belt that also has FCR in it that you could potentially look at, because I do think there's some magic. What is the name of that belt? Ghouls something. There's a new belt. I haven't found it yet, but there's a new belt that you could also Jeed's Wager. Thank you. Jeed's Wager. Perfect. So it has 10 to 20 FCR, hit recovery, faster run walk, but -3 to -7 enemy magic res, and then 5 to 15 all res. So -7 enemy magic res could actually be pretty nice. +1 all skill is also really nice here. But I think this could also be an alternative that you could use right there. And then I've got War Trevs on for the magic find here. But again, put on something else if you need something else. Put on other boots for more resistances or more whatever else, right? Kind of up to you in the boot slot. You're not really getting more damage here. So this is my gear, and then CTA and Spirit on my swap. Again, if you're not using enough strength because you have the book for that, then you can use a lidless wall. My mercenary just has insight and then a fortitude and Andes. Pretty simple gear over there. Yeah. And that ends up being pretty decent. So the way that we're going to play is we have our demon. We can get our summons out. I'm going to go ahead and consume one of the defilers because consumption of a Defiler is an additional -10 enemy magic res, 20% to magic skill damage, which is substantial. And we can get even a little higher if we put more of those points into consume, right? So pretty substantial boost right there. And then you just go out and you play nice and simple. Your Abyss is pretty strong. Your Miasma Bolts are also pretty strong. It's just like a pretty powerful build overall. I don't think in Player's Aid it's going to be dominating all of the content or anything. So that is like the one thing that, you know, it will be a little slow, it feels like, for Player's 8. You can always be, you know, just Abyss is really going to be kind of the big power of it that you'll be using. And also Abyss has the really nice suction. So it's a good, like, a little bit of a nice survivability piece as well. But you can throw some chains down here and there, especially if you're on some bigger groups or if you're on some bosses or whatever it is, then you can be dropping the chains for a little extra. But overall, yeah, I feel like it goes into the, like, A tier build. It's pretty solid. One of the really nice things is I'm super tanked up. I mean, look at my resistances. I'm not only maxed, I am overcapped by a good amount on a lot of these. Fire being my weakest, being 20% over. That is because I have this Obsession Spirit combo. And, you know, so I could take Spirit off and my res are still maxed. So that's how good this is. Like, you don't even have to run the Spirit. This is where you can run, again, that Ard's de Mephisto with this, or you can swap out your Obsession for the Void, or you can look at these other pieces because you're still going to have pretty good resistances just from a lot of flexibility with this gear. So there's a lot that you can do, a lot that you can mess around with for it, but it's solid. I definitely give this, again, a nice A-tier spot. I think it's decent. I think it plays super well. Again, there's like a couple of mobs in the game that are magic immune, so you're able to go through all of the content and not have a big issue, and for that I really like it. So anyways, I hope that this is helpful. I'll have a link down below if you want to see it in written form. Otherwise, don't forget to like and subscribe, YouTube. Peace. Yeah, I think it's a solid build. Thanks, Bax. Thank you, Crowbar, as well.
Moo.
What would be Super S tier for Players 8? I mean, the current Echoing Strike is in the Super S. Just found your first shard. How do you use it? Won't let you activate it. You just right-click it, but you right-click it. I don't know if you can actually right-click it here. I always bring it into my personal tab, and then I right-click it there. Yeah, Ars de Mephistos will be great for this build. Let me Mephistos. 2 to Warlock skills, 10 to 20, minus 10 to 20 enemy magic res, and 20 to 30 FCR. So, like, we're already on the 125 breakpoint. We're on 140 with Spirit, which means we can even go down exactly to a 20% right now, and we'd still be fine. So all we would care about really here is getting the minus 20 magic res, and that would be really nice. And then you put this facet in it as well. And now it's minus 28 plus 9. God tier. would need to be 25 FCR plus. No, I'm at 140. So I have 65, 85, 105. So 125 would hit from the 20%. Is it intentional that Shard TZ is not TZ Cows in Act 1? I think it's an oversight. I keep forgetting to talk about skillers. Like, fill up with chaos skillers. How do I make pots appear on the loot filter? Well, they automatically should appear. I have a video on the loot filter that will cover all of that. Okay, let's update this really fast. Dealing damage with the skill does not rely on attack rating currently, but that's, I mean, see, like, that's a bug. Okay, so I need to make a copy of this. Save as build copy. Okay. Because that's gonna be a thing. Does not rely on attack rating. So you can focus on damage. I'll just do that. Out some giant piercing weapons. 20 points to echoing strike, mirrored blades, blade warp, levitation mastery. Yeah, that seems like the core. The fastest leveling build of the Warlock. So we don't actually need fanaticism. Your video uses a different hex? I mean, I'm not using any hex right here. Oh, I guess I have 1 point there. Well, I have Hexbane. I don't use any hex, really. But I think Hex Siphon is actually the best for it. I'm going to change that. Well, no. Wait. Do I want Hex Purge? What was I even using? Hold on. Let's just, like, verify. Yes, there's nothing with that. So we're going bang, 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 bang for 80. Then we're all in here. Yeah, I'm not really using a hex, so I think you just kind of use a 1 point. You can use whatever. I'm gonna put this out here and put these down here. And gain life. You need the middle row for mirror blades? Well, yeah, but that's obvious. If you have to go mirrored blades, then, like, you're putting those points there. I'm just going to make a note down here. Hexes for this build are not as important. So you can pick the one that you like the best and put 1 point into it for a little extra boost. Right now it makes more sense to place these skills elsewhere. Okay, try enough for gear. Breath of the Dying, Death, Reaper Soul, Tomb Reaver, Call to Phoenix, Storm Shield Spirit, Enigma, Fortitude, Guillaume's, Endarials. Probably not Endarials, because we don't need that. COA and Guillaume's both seem good, and Harlequin Crest. Steel Wren seem nice. Dracules don't make any sense actually on this build. Was set. Okay, so Trang Owls. No, you don't need you don't need IAS on it. Steel Wren, Sandstorms, Gore Riders. Crushing Blow does not work. Neither does Open Wounds. So Gore Riders are actually a bad idea too. So in that case, Water Walks, Sandstorm Treks. It's like Alder's Advance. String of Ears and Verdungos. We actually want the FCR probably. So in that case, we want Arachnid Mesh. Verdungos is also just nice if you don't need the FCR. Ravenfrost is still probably recommended unless you get CBF elsewhere. I don't think we have the new items quite ready yet. Let me look. Stone of Jordan, BK Ring, those. FCR. High Lords is not necessary, so... Oh god, what is... How do I spell kaleidoscope? Mars Kaleidoscope. I guess High Lords is actually okay. Yeah, you're right. Because you have Deadly Strike. Wrath, any combination of max and attack rating charms. I mean, that doesn't seem bad. But it does seem like skillers are better. So I'm going to say Eldritch, Skiller, GCs. I know the chronicle resetting is annoying. Is this for icy? Yeah, I have to update this. You can get rid of attack rating just so people aren't confused if it works or not. Max damage. Resistance. And life charms. Sure. Physical Sunder, optional. Echoing Strike video. Let's check out this video. Is this... Cool. It's the right video. We're seeing how the sausage is made right now, boys and girls. Old school. And there's all the breakpoints. Sure. Via notepad. That is how the sausage is made. Warlock. Echoing Strike. And I need to upgrade gear. Okay. So Breath of Dying, Death, I think are good there. Phoenix, Enigma, Fortitude. Again, Drax are trash here. I was gonna say Sandstorm Trex over here. That's easy enough. I think Arachnid Mesh just kind of the best in slot. We want the FCR. I need a place that I talk about that actually. I need to do that in the other one really fast. Highlords, any combination. Okay. Defensive build, Kira's. Yes. Again, Drax are worthless. Sandstorms, Gore Riders are pretty worthless. Little Deadly Strike. I do think String and Dungos can still go defensively. Why are 3 2020s listed here? Budget build. All those seem fine. Laying of Hands, Blood Fist, Sanders. Those are all built on IAS. So D2 Mage Fist. Trang. Owls. Claws. Sorry, I'm almost done cooking. It's kind of what you really want there. Gore Riders are trash. Infernos, Hasaris, String, Gold Wrap is unnecessary. Night Smoke, Ravenfrost, Angelic, and Angelic.
Don't forget, do your Echoing Strike build with either Virt's Leg or the Gidbin. Up weapons.
True. What would be a good other ring that's super cheap and easy? Just Nagel ring, I guess. I mean, yeah, we'll just put like Nagel ring. And then just like rare ring with leech life / stats resistances. Easy amulets. Eye of Etlich. Is that how you spell it? Seraph's Hymn. Hellfire Tor. Strength. Whoa, oops, why is that in there? Oopsies. That's funny. Any Eldritch, any Warlock, Eldritch or Demon, skill or Grand Charms. Okay. And then there was one more thing to add to the build. Right here. Please be aware that Echoing Strike uses faster cast rate and not increased attack speed. This means you will want to focus on gear like mesh instead of gold rep. We can also say Echoing Strike also does not let's see, does use the following. Well, I guess you don't need Cannot Be Frozen. Well, you still kind of want to not be frozen anyways, but it's not as important. So I don't have a note in there about cannot be frozen. Is it on the other page, maybe? Does not activate. ULLI. What are all the things it doesn't activate? On strike. Crushing blow. Open wounds. On attack. It does crit. I put everything in vitality to be safe. You don't need more damage here. Knockback. Where's Warren? Warren, you were right here. You're supposed to, like, give me the full list. What does Echoing Strike not work with and work with? Deadly Strike. Critical Strike. What else? What else? What else? Prevent monster heal does work. Monster flee / blind. Does it apply minus defense per hit? You don't know about defense proc. That's right. I feel like that's a good enough list. Okay. Life tap is on strike or on hit, so it doesn't work with that. Okay. And let's commit those changes. Leech does work. That is true. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and delete in really fast because that's one people will want to know about. Commit. Does not work with crushing blow. Cool. Whew. Many thanks. So many things. Alright, hopefully that updates and looks good and blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's keep playing. Thank you for your patience, everybody. A Rancor build. Just like confused, you know? So you could definitely like do something with that. Yeah, it does not only drop from T3 Heralds. Pavkey updated that he was wrong. Let's continue. Yeah, polar invaders aren't really a good main hand weapon for a mid game, but yeah, it's great. Llama 1 password 1. We can either, I guess I'll put a poll up. Would you rather farm Chronicle Llama guided playthrough? All right, poll is up in Twitch chat. Go vote. Would you rather I keep farming a high-end warlock for the Chronicle or do a guided playthrough for Demon or Cleave, I guess? Blood mana. Yeah. Actually feels like a pretty good.
Looks like we are farming the Chronicle, boys.
Thank you, Binary. All right, guided playthrough has won out by a long shot, so I will leave you guys to go enjoy. All right, now the question becomes, do you guys want a demon playthrough or a Eldritch? I feel like I shouldn't do Echoing Strike yet because it needs to do something. So I feel like we need to do Demon because it feels like there's going to be some changes to the Eldritch tree, and this guided playthrough will be whatever. And there will probably be some buffs to Demon as well, but I like it, Sagacious. See what she comes up with. Okay. What's up, YouTube? Mr. Llama here, and today we're going to start the guided playthrough of the Demon Warlock. So this is going to be your Summoner Warlock fun. We'll get to see all of the good times. I'm going to guide you through, but also be somewhat experiencing it myself. I have played through the game as a demon, but that was a while ago. Stuff has changed since then. So, you know, and maybe we'll try something new. We're going to see. We'll talk about it. We'll have some fun and continue there. So we have Demonator right here. Oh, I might be online.
Good day.
Let me make sure I'm offline. Yeah. We're gonna make Demonator offline so we can players 8 and all that stuff. So if you do not know, first things first, Demon, the Warlock gained 3 life per vitality point. He's a pretty tanky character overall. So we are going to look a lot into just vitality for survivability. And of course, with the Demon skills, we like the Goatman a lot, I would say, and then maybe like the Defiler later on. But Goat is probably going to be the best here. The Tainted seem to do okay, and I'm sure you could make a build work with them, but we really like that. So we'll go ahead and start off just going to players 8. You can always type /players 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that will increase the difficulty of the monsters when they spawn. Means they're harder to kill, but they give more drops overall. And then they also will have more experience, so it's just a way to kind of speed things up a little bit in normal, or in offline, I should say. And of course, we will start out with our Goatman, and we can kind of just help out, chip away while he does some hitting. We can also do some hitting right here. Now, one thing to also note is that daggers are going to be our weapon of choice, because they have +2 skills on them. So right now, obviously, like, we don't have that great of a dagger. It's just Miasma Bolt here, which doesn't do anything super for us, just some early stuff. But I would love to find a dagger that has + to summon Goatman or + to demonic mastery on it. And you can actually go shop Akara for that. Right now, Akara only has 1 dagger at a time. Kind of annoying. But I believe that's something that they are going to be adjusting in the future. So if you're watching this from the future, which most of you will be, yeah, you can probably shop there. So we'll also go ahead and put 1 point into demonic mastery to start here. Now, this is where the first debate is going to come in. Do you continue jamming your Goatman, or do you continue jamming your demonic mastery? And the reason is, demonic mastery, every 10 levels that you hit, gains an additional demon. And of course, an additional demon is really nice. Now, unlike the summoner, you're going to be able to, you know, gain a skeleton every couple of skills, and early on you can gain skeletons really quickly for your summon necro. Here it's not until level 10 and level 20. So that is a significant amount of time, but it also is a pretty nice boost when you can start getting multiple demons. So I do think this is a tough one to discuss, and we can kind of look at the skill.
For coolly on how not to die in PvP to your zealot. Lol.
That's a good one too. We can look to do a little bit more for, you know, like testing and just taking a look at all that we're going to be gaining for each of those. Thank you, Archangelo. So let's just hit one more level, and then we can really get a good sense of like what every level boost is going to be like. So let's take a look. Every point that I add here is going to add more attack rating. It looks like 25% attack rating, 10% damage, a little bit of attack speed, and a little bit of faster run walk. Obviously, the attack speed and faster run walk are going to taper off the more we add into it. So we're really going to focus mostly, though a few skills early could be nice, on 25% attack rating, 10% damage. For the Goatman, the damage is going to go from 4 to 6 to 7 to 9. I'm actually going to get my face out of the way. So that is a pretty substantial damage boost, right? Also, a slight attack speed. Attack rating is 40%, and a life and defense boost. Is this not percent? Oh, that is a flat attack rating. Excuse me. Flat attack rating over there. And this is a flat attack rating as well. So it looks like this Summon Goatman is going to be a lot stronger to go ahead and be putting skills in. Again, I'd love to get to 10 over here, and we eventually will want to get to 10 to get another one. But I think it would be foolish to not put the points into Goatman right now. If I'm just jamming points over here, my goatman is... I'll have 2 very weak goats, it appears. So let's go ahead and boost him up. And remember, whenever you add skills to a summon, you want to resummon so that he can get his strength up right there. We also really love blue daggers, so that is something that you really want to keep your eyes out on. And anything that can get, of course, some extra money. So staves and whatever can be nice. Additionally, every 5 skills, I believe, in Summon Goatman, he gets more abilities. So he'll gain the ability of, like, Frenzy and stuff. So that's not listed. I think that's one of the hidden things that can exist. But just something to keep note of. Okay, so now we can check out. It's a white dagger. This is actually where you can do this. I know I just lost my TP to Den of Evil. That's okay. We'll just run back out to it. But this is where you actually can, like, reset to go and try and get something. And hey, there's +1 to Demonic Mastery. Perfect, you know? Small little wins like that are what we're all about here. So we'll go ahead and organize a little. We'll grab some stamina potions. We'll summon our goat. And now we don't really have anything to help fight with. We could, if we want, put like a point into Levitation Mastery or Hexbane for a little added damage ourselves to swing and hit with. But we're going to focus on really just letting our goat do some work. Now, heading down into the Den of Evil, I like going back to Players 1. Just because there's not a ton of experience in here, and it can take a while to kill some things. So since we're a summoner, we play a little slower. It's just how summoners kind of are, right? I know a lot of people sit here and they're like, my summoner needs to, you know, we need to buff them. We need to go crazy with them. But like, summoners are safe and chill. That's just kind of how all summoners play in D2. Is just nice and relaxed. So we're just gonna stay nice and relaxed. You can't dual wield daggers. He is not a dual wielding character. The barbarian could, but so you can see he has stun right now as one of his abilities. I don't know if that comes at level 1 or if that comes at level 2 there. Stun at 2, Berserk at 3, Frenzy at 4, and Cleave at 5. Okay, so there you go. The first 5 levels are actually pretty strong and helpful for boosting up your Goatman. I wasn't sure exactly where those were at, because before it used to be 5, 10, 15, 20, but it was like super painful waiting all the way for 20 to get Cleave going. I like attack rating. I just think it needs to be slightly better balanced, so it's not, you know, the chance to hit calculators is just a little rough. Books can also get good skills. Yeah, so definitely pick up all the books because we can get plus skills there. And the main focus of this character is plus to skills. Everything we can do to get more plus to skills is just stronger demons. That's pretty much it. We don't care about IAS. We don't care about FCR. We don't care about, you know, I mean, yeah, we care a little bit about, like, survivability, but not nearly as much. Our main focus is just on getting... Take a look really fast at the dagger. Getting as many plus skills. So we'll go ahead and continue with the Goatman, and as we said before, whenever you get a new Goatman, what do? You resummon your Goatman. We'll go ahead and go up to Players 8 as well. Which maybe this is going to definitely be a character where we're not going to always be on Players 8. You know, some characters you can kind of ride through Players 8 most of the way. This one will be back and forth. Ideally at least 10 demonic, almost all from plus skills. I mean, I doubt I'll get +9 to all skills on a playthrough or +9 to demonic mastery. That would be insane. But even if I can get like +3, that's, you know, saves us a few points there. And we'll go again. Another boost to our goat over here. And now you can see he has Frenzy as well, which is really nice, right? Because now he's going to attack a little faster, he's going to move a little
Congrats
faster.
on getting new content for D2R. Blizzard is putting your kids through college with all these additions you can make videos for.
They are doing a very nice thing. So shout out to Blizzard and shout out to all of you guys for being a part of it. Let me change my title to Summon Demon Guided Playthrough. The Goatman skill levels are equal to the Summon Goatman skill level. So he has level 4 Frenzy right now, you're saying? 4 Stun, Frenzy, Berserk, and then Cleave next, and Cleave soon. Okay, that's actually really cool. So that means you really want to be focused on plus to the Summon Goatman, because every time you increase there, you're not only getting a nice damage boost. As nice as Demonic Mastery is and having multiple summons, we're going to have to wait until we max out Summon Goatman. Now, level 6 may be tough because I do like the idea of getting Lethargy. That is a nice minus enemy defense and plus damage taken, and it gives me something to kind of do on the side. But I also like Death Mark. Oh, that's tough. Death Mark. Oh, man. This is tough. One of the hardest things about this build. There's so many things you want to do. So one more skill will get him Cleave. But Death Mark and Blood Oath. God. Yeah, this is a 1-point wonder. This is a 1-point wonder. This is probably a 1-point wonder as well. He doesn't need any survivability right now, so we can hold off on the Blood Oath. So it really comes down to these three. This has the ability to focus him. I'm going to get him Cleave, and then I'm going to go into the other things. I think that's the best way to go it. That's the best way to go about it all. Getting Cleave just seems really nice. Yeah, but Blood Oath is just like survivability for me as well as him. It's a joint survivability. I'm always looking at like caps and things for 2 open sockets. That can be really nice. I also don't mind some poison gas potions, as that's a great way for me to just be able to contribute some more damage as well, while we're kind of waiting to build up our character a little bit. And I will be looking for a 2 open socket leather armor, or hard leather armor, or quilted armor, any 2 open socket armor as well. This is because eventually stealth will be nice, just to get some FRW going. Not 100% necessary, as, you know, you can just run slow. It's a demon build. You can go as slow as you want. This build isn't supposed to be exactly built for speed, but I do like having faster run walk at least. And that Frenzy is really nice. Good call, Dark. So one thing that you can do, which can be really nice, is you can actually just farm Rakanishu if you would like, for the next few levels. Easy way, thank you Bart, easy way to pick up some good experience. And also to get some decent items. We can find some more daggers or books right here doing this. Unfortunately that book doesn't have anything, but
Good day.
thank you.
I can't do that here.
Oh, oopsies, sorry. Just realized I was over here. Chat can join in.
Good day.
And as always, if you would like, you can always sell your gas potions. It'll refill the stock on them, and then you can buy them back. So if you want to have that, you can have that. Now, I do need to be careful because I have runes and gems from other characters here, so I'm going to manually move things over as if this is completely SSF for you there. So now that we have the 5, I'll go 1 point into Sigil Lethargy and 1 point into Deathmark. I think that's a solid boost right there. And we can do this. Let's see how we want to do it. Okay, that'll work. So, what does this do exactly? There's a 2 socket. Sigil Lethargy will slow the mobs and increase the damage taken, and of course Deathmark allows us to teleport him on top. And it gives him a little damage boost as well when you teleport him on top, so 5 cold res, why not? But yeah, so we can farm Rakanishu if we would like. See what all we can get. Dagger with 2 to Demonic Mastery. Sure. I like more Demonic Masteries. And we'll go ahead and do another. Why not? Again, you can go up to like level 13 or 14 doing this if you would like. At this point, I feel good to just keep boosting him up. And I will continue with Vitality here. Look for an Experience Shrine always. Easy as that. And now I have a little bit more control, and I feel good enough we can just go forward here if we really want. Perfect. Yep. Cold enchanted there, which is a little bit annoying. But we can Deathmark onto the boss if we want, so then we can make sure that the boss dies faster. And again, I will continue with the Summon Goatman. And just help out. So with the Sigil and having the death mark, honestly, it gives us an okay amount of stuff to do and manage, which I think is really nice. A little bit more than you have on some of the other summons. And we will, of course, resummon because we've put more points in, though I'm going to resummon him again now in a second anyways. This is players 8 currently, yes. So we have another boost, and we'll go ahead and do more. 12 hit recovery ain't bad. Not crazy necessary, but it's okay. End of Act 5 normal, you're 23 to start Act 3. That's pretty good. Usually at the end of Act 5 normal, you want to be somewhere in the high 20s, and then you can like level up a little bit if you want into your like 30s before you advance to Nightmare. Ooh, that cleave is nice. Yeah, this is great. I think the issue a lot of people were running into is they were playing 1 point into Summon Goatman and then trying to max Demonic Mastery. And I think that was actually hindering them a lot. That's my guess. Because you're just not going to get enough of a damage boost there. It's going to be kind of slow. And you're also going to be missing out on all of the skill points that are passively hidden with the demon. Right? Every skill level he has, his skills actually increase in level. So when he's level 20, now he has a level 20 cleave and frenzy, you know. The game hiding bonuses is an issue. Sure, I mean, it's how Diablo 2 functions. So many things of Diablo 2 are just hidden, and you just have to learn them over time. Now, whenever you get a skill shrine, what should you do? Resummon. Whatever the level is that you summon at, that is the level that he is going to be at there. So Players 8 makes it more difficult, but more experience. And I like experience. Does the weapon the goat holds matter? No. Doesn't he always hold the same weapon? I mean, I think you can bind a lot of demons. He changes. Oh. No clue if it's just visual or not. So here would be Summon Tainted, and again, this would just be a large drop-off. If you were going all Demonic Mastery, you could maybe get a couple Summon Tainteds now and they'd start to be okay. But, I mean, I think the Goatman is the way to go. We could also look at Sigil Rancor, which could be interesting. I kind of like Sigil Rancor here. Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. Just make everything a crazy world of attack speed. Damage. Alright, so damage 50%, attack speed 5%. This has minuses to them, damage taken, enemy defense minus. Seems pretty similar, honestly. I'm going to say not worth it. I think keep using lethargy. Happy? Now we will go ahead and go up to 25 strength here. I'm going around level 12. You can do it whenever you want. Old book. Always be looking for daggers and old books as you're playing through. And we will continue with more into our goat man. I'm having a great time. More money potential from a scepter. Thanks, Lil Sheba.
Lil Sheba gifted a tier 1 sub to Nibar.
I forgot to go down to players 1. So you want to go down to players 1 before you kill the Countess. It just is a better chance for rune drops.
Moo.
It's the one time in the game you actually want to drop the player count to increase your drops. And it's just for the runes. Thank you, Firgar.
Greetings.
Let's go ahead and boost this. 3 to mana. Sure, why not? 10 to mana right here. Sure, why not? All that looks good. Goat is strong. Thank you, Bart. And let's go ahead and put some rejuves over here. Let's put some more gems. Chip gems are good to keep for crafting purposes. And we'll use those later on, so just trust me on that. And then we'll go more vitality, and we would continue. We'll continue right here. Yeah, this is staying over there because I want it to be solo, so it's treated as if I am playing just with myself and not with other people. Because if somebody else is playing with only themselves, I don't want, and just this character starting off fresh, I don't want them to be like, oh, well, you have all this other gear, The idea is it's a 1 through hell solo. We'll go ahead and continue. You over-explain things and it becomes confusing. Okay. Confusing? Everybody perfectly understood everything there. Go. Stay alive, buddy. Okay. We'll put another point into goat. And yeah, at this point, we could either have 2 goats that deal like 8 to 10 damage, or 1 goat that's got tons of sweet skills and 50 to 52 damage. I think the 1 goat is definitely the way to go. As fun as 2 goats does sound, I think it just has to be the second max. Now we could also really look at doing the blood boil build. But I don't know, I kind of want this to be not as much blood boiling. I kind of want to see how the physical demon plays a little bit, you know? Chain. Well, Abyss is your main at that level. Abyss and then Chain.
These sisters succumbed so readily.
Tainted would be better for Blood Boil anyways. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, Tainted does gain the boost from Blood Boil. So we could respec completely into, like, Blood Boil plus Tainted, but... tough. Well, the idea is you death mark them on top of everything and then you blood boil them. And it works pretty well. Like, I do think I may do a little blood boiling. Everybody's got to do a little blood boil. You know. Yeah, so you target them like that, and then you blood boil like this, and it'll do a lot. Okay. Continue with our goat. But if we're putting points in Summon Tainted, we also want to put points into Demonic Mastery. We also want to have something in Bind Demon, and then I also want to put points in Blood Boil, which means I want points in Blood Oath and in Gorge. And that just kind of feels like a lot. There's a Tome with 3 to Levitation Mastery, but 1 to Summon Goatman. Nice. What do we do when we get a new goat skill? We resummon our Goatman. Just for a short period, Saffron. I do apologize.
Impossible.
Ooh, 10 FCR, 4 all res. It's tough. Do I want the 4 all res or do I want the 10 to mana? Babies can't eat envelopes forever. They do eat envelopes. But that's not because they can't, like, because we can't afford to feed them other things. I feed my children, okay? Just let it be known, my children do get fed food. Envelopes are their treat. Oh my god. Now they're eating puzzle pieces? Oh, great. want the 1 point into Blood Oath. Nah, we'll keep going, Goatman. He's still surviving. Smith versus Goatman showdown. Woody! What up? How's it going? Are you on the D2 or are you over on D4?
Simple cages for simple minds.
Just finished Hell on my second Warlock. Let's go. What builds you played so far? What you enjoying? If you don't have to go. If you have to go, you know, just like scram. You can just let me talk to myself. To the raid, bud. Thanks, Miles. Oh, that'd be interesting, Bite.
Impossible.
Echoing Strike and now Fire Guy. Strong choices. Strong choices. Oh man, Blood Boil is nice though.
I want to try self-wielding Insight for my Nightmare spec. What would be a decent base?
Self-wielding Insight for my Nightmares. In Nightmare, whatever you can find. Generally, like, if you can get a Partisan, that's great. That's 4 sockets. The thing is that you have to get a 4 socket base. Oh man. Oh, I'll take the waypoint. That's a really rough map. So the base that I often recommend is a Bill. One, because his name is Bill and everybody loves Bill. Fire stuff with the immunes. Yeah, fire always gets hard with immunes once you get into like Nightmare Act 4 and beyond. But 2, Bill is a guaranteed 4 sockets. And we just like that. When you can just take a 4 socket, like a base to Larzik and just socket it and it gets 4 sockets, then it's good. You don't have to worry about, you know, is this it? Right? And a lot of the bases are just going to be 5 sockets or whatever instead. So Bill has good damage. It's an exceptional base. And it's going to get you the sockets there. However, you could take or go find, like I say, like a Partisan in normal cows. Take that. What up, DJ? And that will also get 4 sockets at Larzik because cows always gets 4 sockets. And so then you could have that base that you could take forward as well. So you have options. I think so, Jake. What's the best slot for Insight? Insight doesn't go into man catchers. It goes into pole arms, not spears. So in the end game, like a Thresher, Great Thresher, Cryptic Axe, take your pick. Baby Lilith wants to ask me a question. What you got? Daddies do not poop outside or on the floor. Daddies go poop in the potty. Sorry guys, we gotta do some parenting sometimes too. or their diaper if they're on world record pace. But we don't gonna tell her that, okay? Or if I had a case of brewskis, maybe a little outside. Do I think the asthma channel get nerfed? Well, it doesn't need to be nerfed, it needs to be fixed. It's currently bugged. It's proccing more than it's supposed to. Don't tell me it's not you two. Let he who hath not poopeth on the outside throw thine first poop. Okay. Summon Goatman. Sure, replenish life, I guess. Don't really care about the other pieces. I guess I'll take the 4 all res. It's close. And we'll look at our dagger. Just Miasma Bolt. Should be good enough. And we'll put some more chippies and juvies away. And some gold. Again, once we have 25 strength, we can just continue with vitality. And we will just continue forward with our goat. Yeah, there will be patch notes before the season.
The shadows churn with the touch of anguish.
Now, a really nice thing is you can use Deathmark for targeting, like we've talked about before. But that can be really useful when you have like shamans and stuff that you need to target down to kill. So, highly recommend using it in instances like this. Just get a little extra damage there. Speaking of a little extra damage, something that I should have done a little bit ago is pick up a mercenary. Now, we'll just grab one right now. That's just a simple fire one. To use some exploding arrow. You can get this mercenary all the way back at level 8 if you would like, actually. But yeah, just a small boost of damage. Let's see, you can choose crossbows. No, that's PD2, I think. We can just have her chip away for a little added damage. When we get to Act 2, we will work on our Act 2 mercenary. Until then, we'll give Kyle some very basic gear to use. The circle on the ground does not do any damage. However, it does slow enemies within and increase the damage that they take, which is significant. That feels like something right up there, actually.
Impossible. I can't.
Nope, wasn't anything. We'll go ahead and grab the waypoint and keep going. Can I talk about why they made Sunders harder to get? I think Sunders ended up just kind of being a failed concept. The idea was, you know, bring in something to improve builds and everything like that. and make immunities not as tough. What ended up happening is Sunders just spammed all over the floor. Everybody got them immediately. Then you stopped picking them up. They weren't even interesting anymore. And every build just had a Sunder immediately. So now the idea is, hey, Sunders are really powerful. You have to, like, work to get it, right? Like, it's going to take a while. And then you can craft it into something even more powerful, but it's not just going to be handed to you immediately. And I think it's actually pretty cool. If you're going to make a build now able to completely bypass immunities, that probably should require a little bit of, like, work and effort. And getting, like, 2-3 Sunders every terror zone is honestly just the worst feeling. Fighting against these guys is usually pretty meh. Now, before we go down to fight Andariel, I'm going to change back to players 1. We also do have Blood Boil. I'll go ahead and grab a single point in Blood Boil. It's pretty good, I can't lie. It does an AoE explosion around our demon. Now, the one thing is, at this low level, it is going to kill our demon pretty quickly. You can see it does 15% of his life cost per cast, and I don't have Engorge to heal him up, so it's going to just chunk him down pretty substantially. But Blood Boil is very good. We can use it in combination with him just to chonk her down quickly.
As he loomed over her charred. Good day.
So, you would put points here and then go for additional Goatman. I just think maxing out the single Goatman is stronger. Because you have to remember, every point you put into Goatman is going to be more powerful for all of it. Because he's increasing the base skills of his frenzy and all the stuff. So I think there's just a lot of value there. A diamond, I'll go ahead and just throw that into the shield that I have right now. Why not? Get some nice resistances. I'm also going to use the 25 strength I got to get a belt. I like the belt upgrade. I like to look for magic find as well on gear when I'm over here, just so I can maybe find something nice on the run. And did I ever get Tal Eth, or did I just run forward? I think I just ran forward, didn't I? It's fine. Yeah, I did. I never went back. We can continue running forward. We'll go players 8 again. And continue on. What issue are you having, Sirkin? We'll just kind of bounce between. Blood Boil is so nice. Okay, we're gonna get the Act 5 or Act 2 mercenary. We can go do that in a little bit. We'll get a waypoint, then we'll go back. So tough. There really are a couple of ways that you can play this and have a good time. Which isn't so much tough as fun. I mean, it's really great, all the different ways that this exists. You can just leave it alone, Parsons. Yeah, it was like 200 decks to max it or something. Okay, we'll continue Vitality. We'll put a TP next to the halls and continue on. Now, if you're going to go even more into the Blood Boil build, honestly, at that point, I would say having more summons is better because Blood Boil is all about the number of summons. So I would almost say a respec at this point would be better for Blood Boiling. But we can still use the 1 point in it and enjoy. But if I were to respec, I would obviously go max Blood Boil, 10 to Demonic Mastery, and then probably summon Tainteds and some Blood Oath. And then you could have multiples, and then the Blood Boil is now exploding on everything, and then you could put points into Blood Boil itself. So you get boosted damage, boosted radius. I mean, it is nice, but I'm going to continue on my plan of Goatman. I want to play more of a physical summoner. I think that's going to be fun, and I think it'll actually end up working out still pretty well, even if I think Blood Boil would be a little bit faster if we like committed hard into that. I think this is an alternative style. It's the same idea of if you want to play Corpse Explosion Necromancer in a way, right? You can go heavy into Corpse Explosion, or you can just go heavy into summons and let your summons just run around and be summons and blow things up themselves, right? So we do have level 19, which I feel like allows us to move pretty quickly forward at this point if desired. Again, when we get this waypoint, wherever it is, we will take it back and go get an Act 2 mercenary. Here we go. Which will be helpful. So we want to get a Blessed Aim mercenary generally. Just helps both of our guys hit a little bit more. And then what you can immediately do is just buy him a scythe right over here for easy extra damage. Yeah, you definitely can play Blood Boil as soon as it unlocks. It's strong enough. Though Blood Boil is a little tough on bosses sometimes, so I would be interested to see how it plays. And now our army is growing. Sorry, Bardiche. goat can get really weak around item normal and then gets really good. Yeah, I'm excited to watch our goats grow. Build up our little army. Like, already I'm enjoying it because it's playing differently than the other summoners, right? As a skelly, or as a, not skelly, as a, you know, skeleton necromancer, right now I have, I need to find a waypoint, by the way, because I still have 2 Halls of Dead. As a skelly necro, right now I'm like 6 or 7 guys deep of skellies, maybe like 4 or 5 skellies. It's just kind of this bigger, like, grouping. As a druid, I've got a bunch of ravens and then, you know, like 5 wolves right now. But this is kind of more like I got my one dude and we're like best buds. And nobody can say that we aren't best friends because it's just me and him. And then we're going to go and find somebody else to join our wolf pack. And then there'll be 2 of us in the wolf pack. And then say it isn't so. What is this? A 3rd person to join the wolf pack? Yes. Is Azrael a 3rd wheel? I mean, he's kind of part of the pack, but like, you know how you have the core of all your friends, and then there's like that dude on the outside who's kind of invited, but isn't really always invited to everything. They kind of show up here and there. What am I saying? Of course you guys know. That's all of you. Just kidding. That's me. That's me. So, yeah. That's Azrael. He just kind of always shows up. But, like, you know. Where's this waypoint? Was it at the front somehow and I missed it? I hate it if it was up there. I'll put 1 point into Blood Oath now. I don't think you have to. I think you could keep going in Goatman all the way up if you wanted.
Deleted all my old characters and started fresh with Warlock. Found
Nice.
that on my first playthrough.
Dang.
Let's go. And I haven't even gotten Hell Rune yet. LOL.
Wow.
Love to see all the new friends in chat. For the new guys, the SC stands for Serial Concealer.
Serial Concealer. Okay.
Impossible.
Stands for smart catchphrase. Small chicken. Silly condor. Beautiful. Stinky cheese. Depends what you need, Plyo. Now, Halls of the Dead actually doesn't really give that good of experience. So, at level 20, we can pretty much just run through it and get to the end. Or you can go down to Players 1 and just breeze through it as well. Up to you. Okay. Let us continue this way. Here's me. Let's go ahead and open that up. No, our mercenary. There goes Asriel.
It is an honor to
Oh no, come back. Go ahead and put our gems away, put some juvies away.
Welcome to my shop.
We can go turn in our thing. We'll put more vitality. And we can save the imbue or use it now. If you want to try and use it now to get 20 FRW boots, you totally can. Get a pair of plain old booties. Not heavy boots or anything, just plain boots. Take them there. And
Good evening.
you can get it. Also, we can go get +1 skill. It is a guided playthrough, not a speedrun, so I suppose we can go in the sewers. Why not heavy boots? Less chance on the imbue. Right now, if we imbue with regular boots, we have a 25% chance to get faster unlock.
Impossible.
Oh man.
Impossible.
I will say, I think the flexibility of weapons and the big variation in skill combinations definitely makes this a really fun character. I like how much I'm considering different pieces and builds and all of that. There we go, Azrael. Always look for a nice, you know, armor and weapon and helmet for him. A lot of versatility. And even in like this summoner build, I think there's versatility in how you want to build him. Let him work his way through. There we go. Little blood boil to help out. But yeah, I'm very much enjoying this playthrough. I'm just like so eager while I play this character. I'm like, let me just get a little bit higher leveled, you know? I wanna really, you can feel what it's gonna be like. Summoners are always a bit trash and slow. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, people look at something like a fire character or a traps, you know, whatever, and compare it across and then say, why are these guys so slow? And it's like, not everything has to be that Godspeed. There's a nice patience built into this character that's exciting. And they used to be much worse.
I can't. I can't.
Yeah. When you play a summoner build, you're saying, I'm here for safety, not speed. In Diablo 2, that's what it means. Here for a long time, not a good time. The girl knows that. No, hold on. Reverse that. Alright, let's get our book of skill. Yum, 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 yum. Another point for summon Goatman.
Good to see you. Good day.
So nothing amazing there. That's right. We'll keep going. Let's go to the Far Oasis. If you have Beetle Burst close by, this can also be a decent place to level up a couple times. And we'll go down to players 1 before we go in the Maggot Lair because ain't nobody got time for players 8 Maggot Lair. Even summoners. Yes, Riften, essentially. Many players run through everything because they already know everything that they want. No yawning. I just need food and water.
Impossible. Impossible.
If we want to take a quick 1 minute, I think there's a coffee in the fridge with my name on it. But then I guess it's cold.
I can't.
Why does it have my name on it? Because Moo Girl put my name on it. Now, one of the nice things is you can teleport your Goatman past things, so that way your Goatman can fight on one side and your summoner or your mercenary can fight on the other. So that is helpful.
I can't.
And also, of course, we do have the Blood Boil to explode things and help speed it up a little bit.
It is an honor to serve you.
Yeah, I mean, I am not the developer of this game. I worked alongside the devs to help with some of this, but definitely throw the credit of
I'm also not
this
bringing
to
my
them.
old characters forward. It's like having a new game.
I think there's something to be said for that. Starting over. It's a good time. Okay, far Oasis. I guess it is up there, huh?
Impossible.
What advice to a new player would you give? Look up build guides or just wing it? Hard to say. I think winging it through normal, if possible, is a lot of fun, but you have to accept that or know that this is a slower game. If you can't have the patience for it to be slower, then you know, build guides will get you through faster. I like the idea of wing it till you can't. Save a respec, wing it until you can't, and then at that point, go to a guide, and then you can respec in all those pieces if you want. So, don't level up as demon? Why not? This is great. This has been a blast. Like, so many people were like, "Oh, I don't know about it," but now I'm like, "Oh, this is a great way to level up." This has been so fun so far. You can also do dash enable respec in your arguments, and then you can respec many times, so then you can test things out if you feel like you run into a bad build. This is offline, yes. You get one respec per difficulty at the start of it, the first quest in the game. So that's where we're like, well, you got to be careful. If you burn that respec super early, then you can kind of brick your character out. Now, again, if you're offline, you can always just go into the arguments of the game in the BattleNet launcher, set dash enable respec, and then you can do it as many times as you want. But if you're online, you can beg for tokens. Beautiful. We'll make the staff.
How disappointing.
Your echoing strike build mentions crushing blow open wounds. Does it still? Do you mean my video guide or my
Blessings to you.
written guide? If it does, where? I need to fix that. Because those do not work. The video guide. And I say you should get crushing blow and open wounds. Yeah, we've been learning as we go. Let me leave a comment. Clear the cookies out. Thought I... 1 second. No, I couldn't strike. I mean, I just wanted to sit in the best music places in the game. We'll let them fight. Hopefully this is... gonna work. Okay, there we go. Sorry, we shall continue on. Back to the playthrough. Is there a way to see your Bound Demon stats? I mean, this right here is going to give his stats pretty much. Yeah, that's going to be the best look. He has 710 life, 420 defense. I don't exactly know how much attack rating, but whatever it is, plus 755. 108 to 111 damage, etc. Unless you... Oh, Bound Demon, not this one. Yeah. Use the unsummon skill and hover over your guy. Sorry, I thought you were talking about my goat. I'm focused in on my goat right now. Me and Goaty, we're going all the way. You and me, goat. So I'm still players 1 here. I could go into a higher players count. Again, remember, it's just a little bit longer time. Uh-oh. Goat on goat action. Close your eyes, everybody. But Arcane Sanctuary is like a medium place for experience. And I'd like to kind of get forward. I actually prefer Talrosh's Tombs, I'd say, for leveling if we wanted to level more. Or, of course, we could just level more within Act 3. Goat-only challenge runs? I mean, it's kind of a goat-only challenge run, isn't it? Yes, the goat learns cleave at level 5. Go ahead and sell for a little bit of cash.
Good day.
Pick up a couple more thawing potions for when we get to Duriel. A little premature, but that's okay. And let's try for second way. Flame wave, Mordecai.
I can't.
I mean, Ring of Fire is also good. They're both very good skills. Yeah, the goat cleave is really nice. You betrayed us. We were your brothers. Thanks, Barricade. Looks like not second way. You can see a little bit of it right there if it is.
Blessings to you.
Let's try for the third way. Look at Llama adding some speedrunning tips into his guided videos. How to fourth way. I feel like third way is still the most ways that I get, actually. Like, I feel like overall, I go 35% fourth way, 40% third way, and then whatever the remaining 25 divided among the other two. 10% first way, 15% second way, something like that. Right? Come on, game. Do it for me, game. Do it for me. Oh.
Stay a while and listen.
You can run and try, but you can't hide from it. Fourth way finds you. No magic find anywhere there. I do think you can click runes to personal stash by just control clicking, I think. Not control shift clicking. Something like that. But the gems don't work. So. Something along those lines. Or gems work with a control click, but runes don't. One of them works to personal stash, and the other doesn't work to personal stash. I'm saying not into the stash tabs. I'm trying to keep these out of the stash tabs for this specific video. everything works so flawlessly with the nice new stash tabs. But for this video, I want to treat it as if it's the player's first character and nothing is going into something, you know, a stash I already have. Alright, well, if you're not Llama, you probably didn't fourth way this, so congratulations, you continue to get moving forward. How nice for you. Remember to check which symbol you get. We got the sun. I'll also go... Oops, our code for the stuff, ignore that. We'll go up to players 8. And take it down into the sun. Remember, the symbols are always the same. You can find them right here. It goes circle, moon, square, sun, double down arrow, triangle, circle over moon. That is your left to right. Oh, is there HTML in my chat? Because that's what I was writing HTML for my ICVM guide to update. Oh, I'm so excited for this build. So excited for Nightmare on it. This is players 8 right now. So we can actually put him over there so then both of our guys can get chowing, doing some damage. I think we'll do the explosion build another time. Nightmare is so fun for a lot of characters, yes. I just really want Nightmare on this character because I want to get like to level 40 and just have demonic mastery at 20 and 3 goats running around, or 2 goats and a bound demon running around. I almost don't even know if I should use bound demon in this run because I feel like bound demon is going to get nerfed some and it's going to be too good. You know? We'll add another point to Goatman. It's like too powerful right now and it will get nerfed down. Guaranteed. But it's tough. I think even if it gets nerfed down, it'll still be strong enough that's probably worth it.
Bartkos gifted a tier 1 sub to Barricade. They have given 25 gift subs in the channel.
Yeah, it should be adjusted for sure. No, mercenary. Thanks, Bartkos. Let's go get our mercenary. What are you even saying, Java? Yeah, I'm cool with it.
Move.
Much love. Summoner seems like a chill way to play through.
It's a very chill way to play. Are all Asmon Gold fans that weird? What's wrong with the world? Every single one of them? Oh boy. What is happening in this life? Remember, you can always give potions to your mercenary, by the way, by doing shift 1, 2, 3, or 4, whichever slot your potions are in, or you can just drag it over his portrait and give it to him. He'll say thank you. So a nice way to heal him up. Okay, nothing up there. With the controller, you got to check your keybinds. In your keybinds, it'll tell you what you do. It's probably down in that bottom thing, right? Like up 1, 2, 3, 4 down on the controller portion of it. I don't know. I'm just guessing. You just knew where he was gonna go. He didn't say anything that weird, but you knew it was gonna get weird. Hold left trigger and hit potion binds. There you go. Yeah, you didn't even need poison. Just echoing strike most of the seconds right now. Alright, we'll go down to players 1 before we go in. We'll drink a couple of thawing potions ourselves, and we'll give some to our mercenary. The main reason is it increases the resistances by 50%. And then we will just make sure to keep our lethargy sigil up. You slow the bosses down. You slow me, Duriel. I slow you. Or if it's light too high, is it? Pretty good. And we picked up the new set armor. Let's go. Bane's Wraith Skin. 50 defense, 30% magic resist. Nice and easy. Act 2 complete. Let's continue to Act 3. 1 Hex Purge, 1 Psychic Ward. Not really for us, however, it is worth money, which is nice. Nothing there that I care about enough. Make sure we have a couple stamina, a thawing, and an antidote heading into Act 3. You don't like super need it, but it's nice. And then you can come over here and drop a TP as a fast way to travel to Mischief.
Good day.
Now, before we hit level 24, I guess first things first, let's go ahead and sell some staves. Money, money, money. Let's sell this guy. You can also look at these daggers, see if there's anything cool. And now what we can do is we can shop for a teleport charges staff. This is very useful. It means we don't have to go into Blade Warp. We can just grab this and then teleport stuff around. And what we're simply going to do if we're pre-level 24 is look at staves that are required level 24, aka red. If I'm level 24 and higher, I have to look at all the staffs. Okay. And what I'm looking for is teleport charges. Not plus to teleport. Plus to teleport would be, you know, whatever right here. 1 to teleport. I don't care about that. I want teleport charges on a red staff. And I may end up just gifting this from another character, so this isn't like another 10 minutes, but this is what you're going to do. You're just going to shop and go like this over and over and over and keep looking. Now, one thing that you can do, which can be very helpful as well, is you can actually just grab cheap wands, and I might actually go grab some daggers. I guess it's hard to get there's so few daggers. Blue daggers that you keep could actually be useful for this now. But, you know, we can look around, whatever, blah, blah, blah. We aren't finding it. I can first look for some cheap staves and daggers. Nope. And wands. Just anything that costs like a couple thousand gold. You know, 1,200 gold. 2,000 gold, whatever. Then you take these over here. This is in case you don't have enough money. Let's just say you find something and it's really expensive. Put 3 of any chip gems plus that in there. And boom, it re-rolls it. And when you re-roll things that can roll skills, sometimes they get skills on them. And when they get skills on them, they can become something that is worth more money. So this is, we have taken 3 wands that cost about 5 grand in total. And now we've turned them into 3 wands that are worth probably about 70 grand. If I sell all of these in Act 3, then I can get 45 grand because they're only worth, you can only get 15 grand per in Act 3. But if I save them all the way through hell, then I can get even more money, right? Very easy way to get extra money. So let's say that the staff costs 150 grand. I could go sell these 3 right now, and then I'd be able to afford it. And this is why we save all of our chip gems. Additionally, if I had a blue dagger, I could re-roll a blue dagger in here to try and hit more +2 warlock skills for summoner, right? So maybe I get some nice summon goatman and demonic mastery or whatever. Do what you want with that. So we can take a look-see here. We can always try and look more at some of the daggers. We can look at the staffs. And I'll look like 3 more times, and then I'm just going to give myself one from another character and pretend like I found it and bought it. The cheapest you'll find this will be about 16,000. The most expensive you'll find this will be like, oh, there you go. Like 500,000, 600, right? It can go into crazy numbers. So if it's that crazy high, you can just like cheat yourself gold from another character if you want. Or if you're really solo completely, then you can just keep resetting until you get one. That's not too bad. It just kind of depends what the other skills are on it. So we'll just go ahead and save that here until we hit level 24. And we will continue forward. Is Cleave going to get nerfed? Why would Cleave get nerfed? Cleave is like literally perfect. I'm so happy with it. No players aid out here if we would like. Try and pick up a little bit of extra experience. However, we can also wait to go players 8 until we get to like the Flare Jungle. A little bit better. Or do Serena with it. That would also work totally fine. For sure, Ghosts. Grab our waypoint. No clue, Jeezy. Corruption grip. Sounds like a ring. Whoa!
Move.
My sound dropped and realized my prime ended. I can hear again. Thanks for the great content as always.
That's crazy. Nell Striker, pretty rare actually. Pretty rare. That's really nice for the Grail. Not for this build at all, but there would be builds we would be happy to find that on. Physical builds could be nice also, just Lily B, attack rating, crushing blow, some nice res. 7/6 dual leech duped ring back in the day. Doesn't immediately ring a bell, but kind of, like vaguely, you know? Uber Rack and Nishu. Did not put in the request for that. He already dominates me enough. non-Uber version. We also found another flawed diamond. Why not? Up to 19 all res from that shield. Very nice. Very happy to have that. And we'll keep going with the goat man.
Moo.
I'm sure you've been asked, but which warlock build is your favorite thus far?
Proc lock was fun. I think cleave is my favorite so far. The end game cleave is just like so nice.
Moo.
Just keep Sark slowed. It felt like it was the perfect right balance for the end game. The cleave build and the Eldritch Blast build are a little different. The cleave build runs more into the cleave idea, but you can kind of combine them. Like, I think you actually could make a really powerful cleaver that also runs Eldritch Blast, like full max. When I play all day, do I get sore wrists? Nah, the only thing that gives me sore wrist is playing hockey. After a while, it's like holding up those heavy gloves. Oh, man. I play goalie, so the gloves are really heavy. Okay, keep going forward. No. Boss must be terrorized. I like it a lot. Oh boy. Okay. Well, looks like we don't have anything here. So we'll have to go back here and kick out on the 3. Into the Great Marsh. Is this stronger than the magic or fire build? No. Caster builds are just stronger. But is it fun? Yeah. I think it's actually pretty good. I kind of love that we get like Deathmark and Sigils and Blood Boil. It brings a lot of ways that you can play the build. which I think is really cool. As opposed to like a druid summoner. I mean, I'm just sitting there, right? Like, I don't have anything to do as a druid summoner. A necro summoner, you have corpse explosion eventually. But
Moo.
Hi Llama. Do we get Act 6 next?
eventually, on your druid summoner, you can cast shockwave and stuff. But oh yeah, Lim. Players 8. You need it's once in every 60 heralds to get one. I think they will make it a little bit more common, but thank you, Llamas. Thank you, SNR. Thank you, Call Me Kyle. And Dump Chest. I don't know about Act 6. I don't know anything about any of these things. It sounds like I'm trying to hide that I know. I really don't know. I have no clue of anything next. This is what I know. This is all I'm working on. Is what you see in front of you. So Flare Jungle is a really nice place to level up. This is somewhere you can definitely spend a little bit of time. You know, I'm level 23 already, which is pretty solid. Getting close to level 24. If you're level like 20, 21, I'd recommend spending a little bit of time in here to do that. But kind of up to you as well. So I think getting to like 23 to 24 is the right spot here. Then you can move forward from there. Would pumping more than one in Deathmark be viable? So every additional point in Deathmark does give 1% chance crushing blow additional to the Goatman. So you can make your goats kind of like big crushing blowers later on if you want. The thing is, right now I just feel like it's not worth it. I mean, we can take a look. The next point in it is going to, if we bring it out of the way, damage increased by 7, magic damage increased by 7, and then a little extra minus defense. And a slightly longer duration. That feels like a one-pointer, right? There's so many other things that are like way more useful than that. We do have the ability to engorge now. I'll come back over here again. Engorge will heal my minion, and then also give a slight buff of plus defense, physical damage to your demon reduced by 5%. A little bit of attack speed. Which is nice, and some lifesteal, so it is pretty significant. With like, I don't mind the attack speed and lifesteal, but this is kind of if I need him to survive. Right now, I don't think I need him to survive. I feel like he survives enough, and that's good enough. If you're blood boiling, you're gonna want Engorge, 100%. Yes, SFD. 20 points, it goes full 360. Blade Warp, IES or FCR? Oh god, I don't know.
I can't.
Is Camel still around? He pops in like once a year. Ouch. A little scary.
Good.
Damage reduced by 2, sure. Let's go ahead and get our mercenary back. Okay. Let's keep going. How to get this book? Just find it on the ground. Look for tomes, books, grimoires. Ah, we have a curse there. Amulet, sure.
Move.
Thanks, logs. Oh my god. Fire just burning him alive. It's intentional synergy.
Hello.
Ooh, that's very nice. That is whatever. That's whatever, but 10 fire res. We like that. More vitality for us. And we can continue in.
Move.
New content FTW.
TZMF next. Oh. Dang. You guys enjoy. We're doing our guided playthrough. Heck yeah, Ghost. Thank you very much. You don't like the increased duration? I guess if you're just playing Abyss. Feels nice for the other pieces though. I mean, I'm already going for like max consume anyways. Make sure to heal your mercenary. It's chunky in here, man. It is some real beef to fight. Yeah, I've actually got one of the low-level set pieces for him. Go, go, go. There's a grimoire. Oh, mercenary. I could imbue the grimoire. See if we can hit something real nice. I like the idea. Alright, we'll get our mercenary back later. I'm also going to go down to players 1 here, I think. Our mercenary needs a little more survivability in the way of fire res. That's his big issue right now. Thanks, Nucola.
Video on what you'd like to see next content-wise?
Maybe. Well, if I know some things that are coming, then, you know. But I don't know all things, but... Okay. Keep going, Goaty. I mean, I don't know, you know, it's... But if there is something I know... Nobody knows. We're all just in the dark here. Gem shrine. I guess we'll go for a diamond. Oh wait, there was a ruby in there. Didn't even see it. Didn't even see the flawed ruby.
Stay a while and listen.
We'll grab the ring and 25 light res. I am happy to take. We'll sell you. We'll sell you. 6 to life we'll keep. Any life resistances, keeping those. Even some manas. We'll turn in the Gade figurine. Abyss is pretty good at high level. I feel like on the playthrough it was like S tier, and then on like P8 high level it was like a good A tier. Okay, so let's take the grimoire and let's see what we get. We get a lot of stuff. Unfortunately, not a lot for us. 2 to Flame Wave. That would have been really nice. Decent resistances and 1 to Summon Defiler, which is cool, but just not quite enough for us there. Unfortunate.
Hello again, Al.
Ladder starts 20th NA, 21st Europe and Asia. what? The AI is pretty decent for the summons here. We found more hirons than books. What? I've already found like 4 books this run. He's got to know the names of all the books. The Codex, the Compendium, the Grimoire, the Tome, the Old Book. Burnt text, lexicon. Update necro summons with this AI? Yeah. The Reader's Digest. Yep, this is the worst level 3 map. So long. Sure. And nice and easy. We keep moving. Oh, wait, I forgot. We had hit level 24. We could just teleport it over. Rip. And that's why you have teleport. Now, you know what you also can do for re-rolling? There's another recipe. 2 skulls, a shield, and a spiked club. Rerolls the shield. And we got 2 to Blood Boil, 2 to Miasma Chain, 3 to Summon Tainted. That is a god tier Summon Tainted. It's not a new recipe, it's an old recipe. Like, that's the Blood Boil. That is literally the perfect Blood Boil right there. Tainteds and Blood Boil. That's what you need. God, that's so good. That's upsetting. Why are we doing the not Blood Boil build? Ugh. Always how it goes. It's okay. Nobody's used that recipe. It's the recipe of Thorn. So it re-rolls a magic shield into a Thorn shield and adds some damage. Attacker takes damage. But of course, if you re-roll Necro Heads or these books, then anything that can roll skills can re-roll. That's wild. 2 to Blood Boil, 3 to Tainted. Two of any skull plus a spiked club. Compendium. 3 to Blood Boil. Alright, screw it. 3 to Blood Boil. We're going to use. You can level a lot on Serena as well right there. She is another great spot for that, just as a heads up. Alright, we have our Goatman maxed out at 20, which means we can now start pumping Demonic Mastery. We'll take a look. Extra stats, turn the book in. easy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay, so the chest is right there. So I don't even need to touch that chest. I can just look at it and know. So we'll just go around this way. And there's our sewers. Goatman's the only friend you have? Yeah, but he's like a really good friend. All you need is a couple really good friends. And then Azrael's also here.
I need a key.
You've got a 28k cleave? What? What are you using? Goatman is the goat. He's my goat. He'll always be my goat. We're still on Players 1 and heading into the Travancore. We probably want to stick on Players 1. We're also level 25, which is the level that we need to be by the end of Act 4, basically. The start of Act 5, you want to be level 25. So we're already good on our levels. Now we're just kind of gaining a little extra.
Moo.
Lyrus, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Not currently, Gabe. Maybe one day in the future. Wow. From what? Thank you. Also, your mercenary is probably going to die. No. The person who's playing. Ooh, a Bardiche. Can give that over to our mercenary. Good enough. You don't need to kill all of those guys unless you are online and playing with other people and want them to also get bonuses of being able to come in through the town portal that you set. Otherwise, you're good to go. But hey, we found a new weapon for our mercenary. That's nice.
Moo.
I made a terrible discovery. You can give the Act 2 merc a javelin.
Put that to good use.
That doesn't sound right. Wait, yes it does. He can use javelins. I've done that before. It's kind of weird though, right?
I can't.
So at this point, we'll re-equip our weapon. Our main goal is to just kind of move forward. basically, once you get past this bit of Act 3, Act 4 doesn't really have a lot of experience. I mean, it does, but it's like
I
very
know you
tanky.
have gotten a lot of undue flack. Sorry for that, but do you think there is room for late game high cost items to still have their place?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think there's room for lots of things. Fire would be pretty decent then. Cool. So we will right now just focus on getting to pretty much to Act 5 where we can do some leveling. And then kind of like Act 5 and Act 1 Nightmares where a lot of the good leveling is going to come in. And that's going to be kind of our big focus. That's where we can get into that 30 plus range. And hopefully end Act 1 Nightmare at like level 35, 36, something like that. And that would just be good, you know? Then we're into the Bound Soul, Bound Demon, and whatever other pieces. That is also a pretty nice armor. We will at the very least give it to our mercenary to use, but we could consider even using that if we want. Debatable. Those are decent boots. A little more strength for that. And we can... That's fine. Go ahead and head to Act 4. Congratulations! You have just beat Act 3 of normal with your demon. Give yourselves a clap, everybody.
What do you need?
Another beautiful ring as well. 25 light res and then 27 fire res over here. Very happy about that. Again, we'll hold on to these boots until we get enough strength for them. If you do not have like a cool weapon that you found, or if you just want to get a bigger weapon, you can always just go here and you can buy a pike. Pikes tend to be pretty solid, just tons of damage on them. So it's one of my preferred weapons from Act 4 right there. Once you kind of get this point, it's a good damage boost for your mercenary. But my guy's got his Demok's Hue now, so that's pretty close to a pike. Has nice attack speed on it and stuff. So I'm going to stick P1 for Act 4. Again, Act 4 is like, unless you have just a big, tanky, like heavy damage build, everything kind of tanks up too much. And the amount of time you spend trying to kill stuff versus your damage is just like, ugh. Better to generally just wait until later. Cannot bind heralds. So we'll keep running and we're going to go ahead and look for Isual out here. Let's see what we can get. Better to get to Eldritch and farm? Exactly. It's better to get to Act 5 and farm Act 5 than to try and waste time farming here. Are you doing a single player playthrough of the Warlock? We can part it out as well if we'd like. Normal, Nightmare, Hell. Visual, where are you? There he is. The last place I look. Mercenaries gotta make sure we kill all those corpses. All those souls. Blood Boil does have physical damage as well. It's half physical, half fire, so yes, it could damage there as well. Dang. Okay, 2 more skills. It's 2 more demonic masteries. 5 skills away from that, assuming we're not, I mean, we do have 5 more skills till we could get a bound demon as well, so tough picks.
Moo.
Llama,
like that
llama,
duck season.
llama, llama, llama.
Can I like gear up for it? Thanks, veteran. And do I get to use a bound demon as well? Or is it only goats? Give me the rules. Self-found goat only. That's sounding harder now. Can I use other gear from my other self-found characters prior? Or are you making me take this character and farm it all up and do all this stuff? Because that's getting a lot. Now the goats do have crushing blow, which is nice. Without open wounds, though, I don't think it'd be possible. You'll need some form of open wounds. Or poison or something, right? Like, I have to be able to stop the regen. Get an elite goat to bind. I get to use strangling gas potions to poison the Ubers. Well, the problem is Uber Mephisto is immune to poison. So I literally need open wounds there. Also, yeah, could I bind a goatman from somewhere? Because that is a goatman, technically. Okay, so we'll make our way into the chaos again. Main idea here is just get forward. I mean, the thing is, I don't think even with the bound goat we can do it. Because there's still no way to stop the regen. Right. Sounds fun, but I would need to be able to gear up for it. Otherwise, that's a lot of effort for something I feel is not possible. 100% crushing blow good? Yeah, I mean, it means you're always going to hit for crushing blow, which is nice. What up, Nadine? Prevent monster heal doesn't work on Ubers. Oh god. They jumped me. I can make Malice, yeah, but then I have to physically be able to hit the Ubers over and over again with my 0 attack rating. Go, go, go. Oh, I'm so excited for my second goat. Oh yeah, the echoing strike build is, again, it's bugged right now, so it's too good. I'm not even using it anymore. No reason to keep propping myself up with it, only for it to just go away. Even though it's like the build is still fun, even if it be, you know, fixed down in its damage. Take out number 2.
GG Llama, keep up the good work.
Thanks to Clinton.
I can't use this yet.
Well, that is a lot of dudes. Gotta make sure you focus down the main man. Let's go ahead and pick up our mercenary, and hopefully he doesn't just get immediately popped. We'll see what happens. Okay, he gets immediately popped. Go, go, go. Definitely a little bit of the harder fight. There you go, baby. Build that frenzy up. Build that frenzy up. Shoot. Yep, that'll hurt.
Not enough mana.
Dude, that freeze that he has is so brutal. Get him. Get him. Goat man too legit to quit. Too legit. Too legit to quit.
Not enough mana.
Seriously, when he freezes him, he just freezes him. Oh my god. Go, go, go. Oh, shoot. Stop doing that to Goat Man. Do we have a mana potion somewhere? Get him, Goat. Get him. I'll take this into my own hands. First try. Let's go. Act 4 done. Nice and easy. Okay. 19 life, 15 light res with 1 mana per kill. I just don't think it's quite there. I like what I have. Okay, let's keep going. Tons of them, Kilo. So we're just going to rush up to Eldritch. That's really going to be our main spot right now, where we're going to try and pick up a few levels. You don't have to level there. Again, if you are not level 25 yet, you actually need to go back to the Flare Jungle, back to Serena, Act 3, and level. Because you will not be able to get any more experience once you get past the Bloody Foothills here. Just a weird way that the game functions. But if you're level 25, you can, of course, always move forward. However, know that Ancients is always one free level up to a certain point. You know, it's a level, or if you need less than or more than 1.4 million experience, then it's 1.4 million experience. So it does, like, cap at a level. But I can level 26, 27, 28, 29, and then get a free level from 29 to 30, or a free level from 25 to 26. Well, 29 to 30 is just going to take longer, so in a way it kind of makes sense, right? To just level up a little bit prior, be a little stronger, and then get a little bit more value there anyways. So, just something to think about. 96 Squirrel, thank you very much.
A demonic slave master herding demonic slaves.
So, yeah. Here is where we can spend that time leveling. And this is players 1 right now. We can go ahead and try out players 3, see how that goes. and work our way up to see if like we can do players 8, how long it takes, what it feels like. But let's try players 3 a little bit first. Oh, we're having a great time. Blood boiling with it. Some popping. Pretty decent. Let's see what a player's 8 looks like. It'll definitely take a little bit longer, but you just have to obviously look at your experience bar and see how much value you're gaining there. 3 to mana, sure. Still one goat. Still one goat. We're working up on the goats. We also can use these boots now because we gained a little extra. So 21 cold res, 12 light res. That's pretty good damage still. Mercenary unfortunately did go down. But the damage is not too bad. I want to get my mercenary back. How do we beat Duriel? Duriel actually was pretty fast, I'd say. It definitely helps if you could split them off a little bit on this as well. Thanks, D2 forever.
D2 forever.
Clinton, I mean. GG. So again, summoner builds, these sorts of builds are going to be a little bit slower. That's just kind of how they naturally are. So yeah, a fire or magic build out here would crush immediately, but you also don't even need to stop and level with those because you can just go forward and everything just blows up anyways, right? But for here, that was about half a level, slightly under. For not too long.
Hello.
And this is also a good place to pick up some gold. This is normal, yes. Second boss group there as well. Focus him down with our death mark. There we go. And this is also where having the mercenary helps a lot. Wow, what a nice Grand Charm. This doesn't matter whatsoever, but 15 to life, 27 fire res, we will happily take that all the way through hell. So if you can get an even better weapon for your mercenary, then it's even better. Go ahead and put that on our mercenary, increase his attack rating.
Moo.
I'll call that good enough. Thanks, Rento.
Salutations.
You're an even afternoon.
What costs 44 grand? Wow, 23,000 for the book? That's wild. And 21,000 for that book? Okay, those costs are too high. Those are not right. I need to make a note of that. Book repair cost too high. Oops, we lost that diamond. Probably hard for a blacksmith to fix a book. I mean, that does make sense. It's kind of a lot of stuff up there, so I'm going to go ahead and try and drag some of that away. So we can fight a little bit less. Yeah, just like too many crush beasts and things. We'll reset it.
Hello.
Ooh. A 2-open socket poleaxe.
Afternoon.
So we could make like a am tier in there if we had an am rune. And that'd be really nice for a strength for the mercenary.
Can I help you?
Okay. Better. Need to upgrade my internet. Oh boy. Oh, is it just my shaking? 'Cause I do that. Yes. Alright, we're actually 27. I feel pretty good. I thought it was 26. I feel pretty good to move forward. I'll go ahead and just kill these guys and then continue on. Jump down to players 1. I'm using lethargy. We have one in Rancor, but I feel like lethargy is just better. So we'll go ahead and save the barbs. That gets us Ral or Tau, which is really nice. And I would love in Nightmare to get Talthol or Am, which has Talon Ort in it, which is nice. Additionally, if we want, we could make a Ancient's Pledge Shield, which is Ral Ort Tal. We get the Ral Ort Tal inwards from saving the barbs. So that is a possibility. However, we wouldn't, you know. I guess I'm not making a spirit book, so. But if we do make that, then we'd lose a book where we could have, you know, plus to summon Goatman or something. So I could get Shale S, and if I did that, I could unsocket this or get a different 2-socket book. Any book will get 2 sockets at this point that I find, if it's white. So I could just get that, because they're 2 sockets max, and then I could put Shale and S into it and get a Rhyme, which is cannot be frozen. 25, all res, and 30% magic fight or 25% magic fight? One of the two. So. Ooh, hello. And those are great boots. As much as I love all the res we get from these boots, we can still sell them. 20 faster run walk plus 25 fire res. Just so nice. I just want that fast run walk. How do I see with the overlay being similar to the ground? What? I don't understand the question. Blood Boil does not stack, no. Every minion does explode around itself, but it doesn't stack on top of each other, so. Oh, the map overlay. I've played like this since I was 10 years old. It's kind of like, you know when Neo just like sees the Matrix and sees the code and knows... Similar idea. I don't actually like look at the game when I play. Just kind of see the code in a way. Yo,
love your
Clinton.
commitment to keep this game wonderful and fun. Cheers to many more to come.
Cheers for the 50. Good lord. You are sellouts. Wait, what? This is being a sellout? I don't understand what sellout means anymore, I guess. Yeah, Clinton's been crazy supportive. Like, sellout is like me running ads on the channel. Yeah. I'm slightly selling out while we have big viewership to help pay my girls' college, or at least, you know, their healthcare bill for this month. But, like, working alongside the devs, like volunteering with the devs to give them thoughts to help improve the game that I love, is being a sellout. If I was like, hey, let's play Diablo Immortal, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe I don't know what the term sellout means anymore. need to get our mercenary for sure. We'll go ahead and do Hal Tusk and put it on our mercenary, I suppose.
I can't use that yet.
Oh, level 25 required. You're not level 25 yet, bruh? Yeah, I feel like if I show up with a underdog sponsorship, then it's like, oh, okay. Now you've sold out. Ah, did he die? Son of a gun. Alright, well, we got our resistances by saving Anya. Always really nice. 10 all-res for doing so. We got our runes for saving the barbs. Oh, no, oops. Or Raltal. Sorry. I'm used to doing it that way. Yeah, so I mean, pure physical, I think this is the way to go. 100%. Like, physical demon. Start maxing Goatman. Get a point into lethargy. You don't need Rancor. Death Sigil would actually be interesting. I wonder how Death would do actually in this build. That would be one that I would be curious on. There you go, right now. And then we're going to start maxing Demonic Mastery. Getting one down into Bind Demon also does sound fun. At this point, I feel like we could also do a respec slightly when we hit 30 if we want, just to like force the Bind Demon. TBD. Yeah, I think Lethargy is better for bosses, but Death Sigil, I'm like, would that be better actually for farming? Like, if I get one down low enough and it explodes, does it do enough damage to actually kind of start, you know, slightly a chain reaction in a way? Or is it just not enough? Would there be any point in playing anything other than 99 for racing? I imagine Lock and Slow Ridge is just... I mean... Paladin, Sorceress are both going to be God tier as well for the 99 race. And I could say that like a Novasaurus is still probably faster.
What an austere scene.
Alright, Ancient's time. Let's see how it goes. So we're actually gonna... It looks like we want a little bit of help for the Ancients. And by that I mean we need a few more potions. And then we're going to do a little tricky trick, essentially, over here. So something that you can do is you can go right here. Oh, son of a gun. Oh, he's gonna ruin it. Yeah. Alright. Just gonna be a goat time. We'll put the goat on Madoc first, because Madoc can cast a,
I think
annoyance.
this expansion is fantastic. It's been so fun to be this excited again after 25 years on the game. Appreciate the thought you and the team put into it. Also
Yeah.
glad you kept it a secret. Love the surprise.
So he has a shout that'll give a lot of defense, which will just be really powerful. So we just want to avoid that, basically. Thank you so much, Evan. That's very kind. But it looks like our goat actually is just pretty strong. So we don't even need to do any tricks. Can't use potions on your demons. I was using that for my mercenary, but... I don't know.
Llama, how many subs to you to put a bug in the dev's ear for Javelin rune words so we have options instead of Thunderstroke and Titans, please?
Socketed javelins. I mean, now you're just going to have a socket in Titans and T-strokes. I don't feel like it would be worth it. Like, I feel like save your money. I just don't feel like they're going to go for that one. And another level up. And, you know, we'll work down towards the Bind Demon. We'll work down towards it. Thank you, Josh. Socket on ring Ami. I just feel like adding sockets on like gloves, rings, Amis, things that don't have them right now is like too much, you know? I do feel like there could be some fun throwable rune words, so I do. Okay, if you want to grab the waypoint, you totally can. On level 2, it can be very useful to just like farm again, right? A lot of people like doing Bale runs. I think just doing Eldritch runs or doing like Stony Field, Rakanishu runs and Nightmare are going to be totally fine. But that's kind of up to you and what you want to do. So, you know, do as you wish. Don't always just listen to everything that I say. Enjoy the game the way you want to enjoy the game. Or if your OCD requires it.
Okay, what about getting 08 Falcon Vamp Gaze back lol?
20.
I can't.
20 and I'll try. Well, Bug Towel is bug. That's not coming back. 08 Valor, Grandfather, Gaze, Falcon. I think Shaco is a no. 40% increased max life is a little high. Valkwing is strong, but it's just 30, 30, 30, 30. $75, $125, yeah. So one fun little hack for you is if you stand up here, Bale will decrepify you, and he won't decrepify your mercenary or your summon there. So it's a nice little sneak way to keep the decrepify off of them. Basically, Bale is going to decrepify whatever is closest to the Worldstone Chamber there. So, if you just stay closer, then he goes for you. Your mercenary will also probably die in wave 3 because, well, wave 3 is just Hydras, and Hydras absolutely destroy mercenaries and summons, so just expect that.
Not enough mana.
Happy llama, sad llama, mentally disturbed.
Josh with 10.
Big
GG.
llama, 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 llama. Who is this big llama? Starting
So
all this
much.
drama. It's me, bitch.
Sling Ring should have been one telekinesis. I mean, I kind of like one to town portal for when I'm rushing. GG, Josh West. Thank you so much, man. When I'm just like doing rushes, that's so nice. Oh, man. Go, buddy. Level 29. Oh, Lister Bound Demon would have been really nice. Goatman's doing great. Like, honestly, this has gone pretty fast.
Any word on how the new expansion's doing?
I do not know. I'm hoping it's doing well. It seems like people are enjoying it a lot. The Steam player base is good, which is a good note, you know? But that's such a small piece of the pie. So many people are on Blizzard instead. That, like... I just don't know. Now, Wave 5 is going to be atrocious to fight. So much to the point that it could just be worth it. I mean, we're going to get out of the range here. It's probably worth it to just skip the wave. Now, how do you skip the wave? Well, you let your things die. You drag these puppies out. We could also, I suppose, use our other sigil and let them just like all attack each other potentially, but... And then you go back in. Easy as that. Binding Lister would also be nice, but we're not quite a high enough level to bind Lister. Just ever so short.
Morning.
There's one. Dang, that crushing blow hit. Wow. It's a useful skip tip to know. And Lethargy here should do enough to prevent Bale from doing a lot of his attacks. So it looks like he can't teleport, and it looks like he cannot cast his Cold Nova effectively to actually hit. And he can do his mana burn still. He can't do his fire. When Bale gets slowed down so much, his animations just get lost, essentially. He can't do things. So that one still works. Slow cheese on Bale. Decrepify is great for it. Slows target is good for it. And now Lethargy Sigil is good for it. Does C2 have a bright future? I like to think so. Dang, Dark. This is minus 50% for slow attack speed. Yep, they stack. Sigil and Curse. Reads up tonight. Level 29, and we are done with normal. Just like that. Easy clap. Demon has defeated it. We picked up Horizon's Hold as well. Not really for us, but it does have 30 to life, which is better than what we have. So we can hold them right now. Other pieces are pretty lame. That's part of the new Warlock set. So we found 2 new set pieces here. And we can go there, go there. Bale is level 60, so he can drop a lot of things. We can quit. We can go back in. We can go talk to Anya and get our book from her, see if she wants to give us some more plus skill stuff. It doesn't look like it really. Unfortunate. But she will open up to Nilithok's temple.
This is a dismal place to abscond.
And we can go in here and fight a little bit as well. So at this point we can continue farming Eldritch if we wanted for a little bit more experience there. Try 1 player's 8 Eldritch, see how it goes. But we can also, of course, work forward into Nightmare, or we can do some Terror Zones. And you know what? I actually think Terror Zone is where I want to go. Terror Zones are one of the best places that you can really level these slower, medium, level classes. If I'm, again, a magic warlock or something, I can just go to Nightmare and everything will just destroy everything and it's all dandy and blah, 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 blah. But when I am a demon warlock, a summon necro, a double swing barbarian, etc., it's actually pretty helpful to have these terror zones in normal and in Nightmare. So you can kind of go back and still have a good place to get experience without it being quite as difficult. So we will we'll pick up this experience here really fast. And then we'll head over. Good enough for me. Okay, let's do it. Why are you guys ticketing? So, just like we farmed Tristram before, we can farm Tristram again. I do wish I could lay multiple sigils down. That's the one thing. And there's a lot of good experience to be had here nice and easily. So we will be one short because we kind of decided to go both ways. I actually think it would have been smarter to get the demonic mastery. I think that's what I should have done. And then I could have had 2 demons to go after the bound demon. But I changed my mind halfway through and it was a poor choice. But it's where we are. So it's what we're going to have to deal with. Yeah, this is nice and easy experience here. I mean, again, the early, like, terror zones here are just fantastic.
I can't use this yet.
Now we're 1 point away from it here as well. So sad. There we go, nice and easy. I would love if we could pick up a nice rune here. Kind of tedious. I mean, this is very middle of the road for D2. There are a lot of slower builds than this. For a summoner, this is a pretty decent speed. And there's a lot of faster builds as well. And we're kind of we're right before the hump, you know, which is how I feel like a lot of my life has been. Just before. We're right before, like, we take off with it.
I can't use this yet.
So, by that I mean, we almost have a Bound Demon. We almost have Demonic Mastery level 10. And the two of those things are just, like, so crucial, you know, together. Like, if we can just get both of those things, it'll be really nice. So there's level 30. I think I'm going to use my respec.
Good day.
I don't want to wait another level. So we're going to go down to the Bound Demon here. I'm going to get my 1 point in Lethargy. I don't care about the other sigils, so I'm taking that point out of Rancor. Nothing I care about over here. I'll get the 1 point to Blood Oath. I'm going to go my 10 to Demonic Mastery. And the rest into Goatman. Then I'm going to go up to 48 for a broadsword. I'm hoping I get a broadsword or a crystal sword here that I can then take to get 4 sockets. And the rest into Vitality. And we will go get our goat and get Mr. Hephaestus himself. There we go. And 1, he drops the hammer for us, which is really nice. But 2, we now have Hephaestus. Unfortunately, this one is Holy Shock, so it's not Fanaticism or Might, which would have been really nice, but that's still okay. See what all we did roll with. Okay, just the basic. Oh, I'm players 8. No wonder. I was like, man, why are these guys doing so much out here? not get an Amaroon, that's okay. We can now go forward to Nightmare. And we will finish off the normal with our review of the gear. We have a 2 Demonic Mastery dagger right here. Nothing in our helm, but this is open for Ort Soul to get lore a little bit later. If I want, I could put like Rao runes, or Ort runes, Thol runes, perfect gems, you know, rubies and stuff in here. But I'm just saving at this point for lore. 10 FCR, 4 all res, 1 to Goatman, and then 3 to Lev Mastery, but whatever. And then diamonds that I shoved in there. Bane's Wraith Skin. Stealth is probably better here, but I didn't get stealth, and this is what we got instead. 5 cold res, 25 light res, 10 to life, nothing on the belt, 27 fire res, and 25 fire res with this, and then some charms that are just lifers and resistance charms that we found. So nothing too crazy. For the finds, I feel like it's a pretty, you know, mediocre set of finds for everything, but still decent enough. And again, the power really is coming from, you know, having our summons and mercenary and all those pieces instead. So that's kind of where our focus is. So that's all we got for part normal. See you guys in part nightmare. Peace. Okay, let me eat my food. Must be a slow build. It's a normal D2 build. That's all. This is chicken and rice mix. Not bad. They ruined everything. Ooh, let's hear what Sir Fox has to say about... Oh, I don't want to get...
I'm Sir Fox. Good day
Okay, here we go.
and good evening, everybody. I'm Sir Fox, and welcome back to my channel, Sir Fox Gaming.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
As you might know, I'm currently doing low craft until all rune words. I have been working on this mind-numbing challenge for 1.5 years at this point. To do low craft until all rune words, it requires you to find 74 burrs to cube up to the jars, to the champs, and the suds. I was down to only 5.5 burr runes when this happened.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Emotional damage!
They went ahead and added new rune words to the game as I was so close to getting done with low craft until all rune words. And look at this, the new rune word white has the rune sod in it. That means I have to find 8 more burr runes to make this rune word.
Bruh.
I have currently done 77,000 runs to get to the 5.5, and now I'm back at 13.5. That is definitely like 10k more runs added to that, so it is a tough one to take though. So what do we do now? Did Mama raise a critter?
Let's go!
Hell nah. I'm gonna finish this challenge no matter what it takes. But I am gonna take a break from low craft until all rune words. December, January and February kind of burned me out with all the runs I did. But there is a ladder reset coming up next weekend, and I will be doing that with all the new updates and all the new stuff they added in the game. And what do I actually think of everything they added? Did they ruin anything for me? Fellas, here I am. Did they ruin everything for me? They certainly did not. let's go over here what I actually think about the new update. First of all, we have the new Warlock here. It's a new character in the game. I'm not gonna go through that too much because there is plenty of guide videos. There is plenty of videos already out on YouTube. I do really enjoy playing this new character. He has, I mean, the purple colors and all that shit. That is very beautiful to me. And some of the skills, I started out doing the 5 skills, and now I'm doing Echo and Strike because that is pretty OP. So I'm testing that out recently. Well, let's get into the game and see the stuff that I'm actually very, very hyped up about with this, because they added quality of life to this game, man. Let's start out with the thing I was most hyped about. I don't know if you saw the short where I was just crazy excited to see this, but look at this. They gave us a loot filter. I'm so hyped about this loot filter, man. It is everything I ever wanted to this game. I didn't play around with it too much so far. The only thing I actually did so far was, just the items and hiding scrolls and tomes, because all that clutter that comes on the ground. That's what I did so far. And all of the potions, I chose to hide them so I can only see the full rejuvenations. That's actually the only thing I did with this so far. But when I'm going back to do local restaurants, this will be absolutely amazing. So loot filter, I love it. Thank you very much, Blizzard, man. This is so good. Another QOL they gave us that I'm so stoked up about. This shit, man. That we are able to stack the gems. That is absolutely amazing. That we don't have to have mutes with that stuff in it anymore. And yeah, and you can just pull them straight down to the cube and combine them like this. I mean, this is working so good. They waited did it. So you just do this, up, 3 of them is there, boom, and you cube them, and that's it, man. It's so good. I really, really love what they did with this. The only thing I'm a bit sad about,
I think he's echoing on his own.
Good day.
Dude, that's tough for the Women Challenge. Yeah, I could hear it. His microphone was like being swallowed or something. Look, not everybody has a working microphone. Well, he had a working microphone in the other part, so I don't know what happened in that part. All right. Let's roll part nightmare. Why not? What's up, YouTube? Welcome back to part night. Oh, it's Andy TZ. Okay, we're gonna go to Andy. "30-minute break. Everybody go to Indariel."
I can't do that here.
Everybody go do Indariel. Whoa! I almost just save quit on a Chamroon. That thing popped late, man. That thing popped a second after Andariel did. That's why you always gotta be paying attention. That's why I need a notification? I mean, I knew it. The notification was the Cham rune. It just took a second to show up because, you know, all the other stuff.
Hello.
Moo.
What a time to be alive.
What up, Sinister? Missed a ring? That's okay. Long as it ain't Cham. I was just thinking I haven't found a high rune in forever. By that I mean I found Jarun 2 days ago, but like I didn't get a high rune yesterday. I only got an Ist rune yesterday? Gross. You know? Jaw 2 days ago? I know, like, so long. Hold the unsummon over him. Don't actually unsummon him, but if you use the unsummon skill and hold it on top. I need to make a short PSA for that. Remind me to do that after I do this. How many enigmas have you made over the years? Oh God, I don't even know. Too many to count. I mean, you know, back when you trade like a million. Self-found ones, I mean, you know, it's hard to exactly say. I've definitely found a lot. Hey, Talix Anguish, let's go, baby. I think that means, no, we still need another, no, I think I actually have a Corlix. Oh yeah, nice. We have a full set again. How are you able to sleep with that bad luck? You know, that's what I think Moogirl admires most about me. I can go to bed without having found a Hyron that day and still have a smile on my face. Despite the terrible luck. They have more modifiers that actually shows? What do you mean? I think it shows all the mods that they do have, right? There's like so many mods. Ooh, and Boss Plate I think is new.
Yes.
It's not? Okay. Your Hephaestus can curse without showing curse mod.
I have done approximately 170 nautical miles Countess runs without finding a shame. I don't want to hear it, lol.
I'd love to see a video.
I'm doing my part.
If you have a video of that, like, make a little recording and send it over. Okay, Succubus Skull has got to be new, right? Thanks, Flaky. That's rough. Soil work with the Prime sub. Yeah, if you have a recording of it, that'd be great. I've been doing a lot of key giveaways. I haven't done a lot of like gear giveaways, but we could do some in the future. I honestly need to go through and sort all my gear out. Do you know a big difference out playing online with the player count adjust? Do I notice it? Yeah, I mean, it's just slower, right? If you're only playing players 1, the thing is for the first, like... Oops, weird. Probably like 5-6 years. Before D2R, when I played LOD, I only was exclusively players 1 for like all speedrunning. And so, you know, with that, you kind of are able to very easily notice that sort of stuff. What's the best solo character for Uber Ancients? I mean, Smiter, just nice and easy. Technically the fastest is Mosaic, but, you know, she's getting knocked out of ladder at least for now. Echoing Strike's also, of course, really good, but it's also broken right now and going to be balanced appropriately, fixed with its bugs, so... Sometimes I feel like, oh my god, and Dario's dropping like no items at all, and then I remember, oh wait, I have loot filter on, so... She could be dropping 3, 4, 5 items underneath there that I'm not seeing.
Stay a while and listen.
Nice. Bone Flame. New item. Always nice to get new Grail items. As the fam. Fam is doing well, I think. Most of my time is spent in here, but... So the last week. Waiting for the dong though. Dude, no dong is actually kind of disappointing. There is something special about a little dong whenever you get a new item. How can you send me a clip from Twitch? Discord works. Hope devs will make little changes every season. I hope so. Nice. Vampire Fang. Okay, the other ones. Alright. Another statue. We like it. There we go. Yeah, these statues are not as bad. Once you really can like power through, you really just have to wait for the server to come around. And then it seems like getting 1 to 2 statues per isn't too bad. But it's all just, can you deal the damage fast enough? Telly fast enough and just do it all fast enough. You just have so little time for it. Farming Duriel is a little harder, yeah. Is this pre-recorded? No. Pretty good to be influenced by this. You can still see that. True. It would be nice. I think they like the like secrecy piece of it, but I agree. Certain. Yeah, those are crazy 253. Looks like it right there. Nope. How many times have I clicked the mouse playing Diablo 2? Dude, I don't even want to know. That would be a very wild statistic. If I have Razor, it can track that for me. I mean, over the years, I've played this game for 26 years now with 50 different mice, you know? From ball mice to the first laser mice, Logitechs and Razors, Corsairs, random Amazon ones, Steel Series mice. They've all seen it. You just hanging out, Sukada. Here's to another 25. Cheers. Use the same mouse for 15 years? Bro, mice only have like a couple million clicks in them.
Member scraping gunk off the rollers on ball mice?
Yep.
Speaking of fun stats, if you filled every stacking sash tab slot to 99, you would save yourself 71 holder characters. That would be a lot of Zod runes, however.
I guess I have now already. Already got basils. Dang, that's crazy. Crescent moon, alright. I was gonna say, there's no way Frostburn could still be on our list, but Steel Clash was still on our list recently, so who knows? The heck? Tomb Reaver good? Yeah. Dang, really, Turpin? That's sad. Just a short mini break. I did, Steven. Didn't do anything. It's always the ones you most expect. When someone comes in and posts their first message in chat, you pretty much always at that point know that you're going to have to ban them at some point. You like want to give them benefit of the doubt. Hey, maybe they just had a weird first message. Maybe they're just whatever. Nah, you know. You know the ban is coming. Oh, it was YouTube, don't worry. This time it was YouTube. You can do it multiplayer as well, Cougar. Ooh, 14, 15, 62s. I like that. Cougar, don't be that person that gets banned later. Ooh. Oh, it's to the right. Damn. Wow, what a map there. I like the rejuve potion stack. I have a feeling that was your idea. I'm not saying it wasn't their idea. I will say it was my idea, but it could have also been their idea. You know? Who's to say that just because I said, let's have that, doesn't mean they already weren't going to have that, you know? They're smart devs. They got a good eye on finger on the pulse, you know. And they like D2. So that helps. They actually like play the game and understand why the game is good and what could make the game bad. Sorry about him. Come on, where'd my statues at? It seems like you're just here to complain, Anonymous, so I'm just gonna put you out of your misery and let you go somewhere else to complain, or stop you from talking so you can't complain anymore. Maybe you won't be as miserable. Good choice, though. Trying to save you from yourself, bro. If you just sit there hating and angry and all you're doing with your life is going into channels of games that make you mad so you can yell about it, there's more to life for you, man. Go somewhere else. You know? What are you doing here? You don't have to be here if you're upset. Don't be around things that upset you. Oh no, Kilo. I mean, they still show up somewhat casual, Kenzo, but there's just more room for them now. Information on the current recipes that says disabled. Well, they say disabled, so sounds like they're disabled. So we don't have to worry about them right now. I believe they would be pretty crazy if those were brought into the game in their current state. So I will do my best to talk to the devs about not bringing them in that capacity. I mean, honestly, if you just remove charms from them, they're not that bad at all. They just like have a slight buff in a couple of small areas. But then there are also like a lot of recipes that aren't very impactful. So, you know, I feel like there's something in the middle. I don't think my Chronicle reset yet. I know a lot of people have had that bug though. I think they're looking into what's causing it. I mean, the idea is crafting should be more meaningful. I don't think that's how it should be more meaningful. But I do agree that crafting could be more meaningful. You know. Oh no! Timer is over. Womp womp. Well, we did get 2 statues early. So we're 1 Corlix pain away from 2 more full sets.
Single player TZD buff should be sticky emo.
Should be sticky? What do you mean should be sticky? Oh, like between games? But then it would always just be 1. You can quit and reroll. Wait, you can quit and reroll though, right? It's easy to game. But yeah, you can do that online too. You can quit and reroll. That's the idea. You can either decide to try and roll for a specific one, or you can go do whichever ones. That'd be interesting, Kilo. This head. New set. What new facet jewel are we targeting next? I mean, I guess the cold or physical, I guess. Thanks, Layer. The addition of our TW, how do the characters work with classic expansion? It's 3 separate, just like classic. You can take a character in classic and play in classic. You can convert that character over to resurrected, and now you can take that character and play it in resurrected, or convert it over to Reign of the Warlock. You can do it at any point. You can always convert forward, not backwards. Okay. We'll go really fast. Really fast again. We are going to head to the D4 category, because the Diablo 4 category is the category that Blizzard chose where you could get your cool 30th anniversary badge. So for the people that have come in the last 5-6 hours that didn't get it before, if you would like to get your badge, I know, for some weird reason, like, I still don't understand exactly why. You can subscribe right now, refresh first, and then you can subscribe, or you can gift 1 sub. Prime subs don't count towards the badge. Resubs don't count towards the badge. But if you want to get the 30th anniversary badge, you can do so right now. We'll be in the D4 category for the next like 5-10 minutes. And then Prime subs don't get the badge. Prime subs just get 1 sub that does not go to Daddy Bezos and instead goes towards feeding my children. So, you know, it's nice. So, we're here for next 10 minutes if you would like
a tier 1 sub to
your badge.
007.
And thank you to everybody for the support. Really means a lot. I really wish they just put it in the D2 category.
Jimmy Tortellini 12 gifted a tier 1 sub to Zadus 17.
How much do my kids really need to eat? I mean, you know, they're little.
2,789 gifted a tier 1 sub to Neo Judas.
The littlest one, she doesn't breathe when she eats. She just holds food up to her mouth. Yo, Jake, thank you. And just shoves it in slowly. It's insane. Like, our younger daughter learned about biting
_dossier gifted a tier 1 sub to Miso's OP.
But our older one, when she was younger, knew how to like bite and chew. This one doesn't.
A tier 1 sub to Dynamic 1237. This is their first gift sub in
whatever
the
she has.
Tongue Tacos gifted a tier 1 sub to Mid Parallel. Connery 10 gifted a tier 1 sub to Cypress Nav _.
Good way to get subs. I mean, look, there are people that want the Twitch badge, and unfortunately,
a tier 1 sub
Blizzard
to
thought D4 would be a better place for that. And well, I don't know about y'all, but I don't want to be a D4 stream right now.
Thermates gifted a tier 1 sub to Fishbone 1232.
I could go stream 12 hours of D4 tomorrow if you want.
Thanks for your help on the update.
I feel like this is a better solution.
Geodubra gifted a tier 1 sub to all _caps_gentlemen.
Moo.
This build is a little weak. Please
Moo.
don't. Can't wait to see your Diablo Immortal guided playthrough. Yep. I miss my cleave build.
Azure_85 gifted a tier 1 sub to Itzo.
Moo.
Thanks for all the content for D2 over the years.
GG. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, everybody.
Yovax gifted a tier 1 sub to Noi19.
Want to run split runs right now?
Young_din_
I don't
gifted a
think this
tier
is
1
gonna
sub
be
to
strong enough
Lake0
really
N
for it.
underscore. Dynamic 1237 gifted a tier 1 sub to A_prisoner.
Like, I feel like this really needs like Mephisto or
Binary
Arsenal
Shrub
Mephisto
gifted
and
a
stuff
tier
like
1
that.
sub to Amaran Free Play.
Oh my
They have given
god.
134 gift subs in the channel.
That's not even. That's her replay account.
Geodubra gifted a tier 1 sub to Ferenzi.
Jesus.
Moo. Moo.
Taterface
'Cause it
gifted
says
a tier 1
replay.
sub to Needles.
I don't even know what goes on there.
Moo.
I've never even. Who?
Moo.
Name doesn't ring a bell, sorry. I think she streamed Diablo
Moo.
2 once, maybe? It's like all. That's all I remember of her. I think that's it.
Jake Casey gifted a tier 1 sub to Dat Guy Power Trip.
Alright, we are
Legit gifted a tier 1 sub
coming
to
close
Saint
to the
Drew.
end of the list. We'll be moving back to the D2 category soon.
Spectre
So,
2K gifted a tier 1 sub to Mrunkow
if
93.
you would like, now is your chance, or forever hold your peace for the rest of today at least.
Beefy Nudlet gifted a tier 1 sub to
Tomorrow we
Mike
will
Cousins.
we can do it again, so don't feel like this is your only chance whatsoever.
An
but
anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to
if
Lem0
you want the badge, remember
NK
one
Games.
gifted sub or one subscribe will get you the badge.
Sun Tacos gifted a tier
And
1
this
sub
list
to Neat Strike.
is getting to the end there, then we can swap over. So we'll do like
Moo.
a couple minutes left, and then we will swap back to the D2 category. And again, thank you to all of you guys.
Nice.
You had to do it twice to get it? I'm sorry, Tongue Taco. If you do once and it fails, you can probably send a message to Twitch,
Moo.
and they can probably do something about it. It may be because like you didn't refresh or something annoying. That's what somebody else said. What's this badge?
Cool
Just the
that boy
30th
gifted a tier
anniversary
1 sub
Diablo
to
badge.
ASD
Cool.
5993.
Moo.
Yeah, there you go. The people in the chat have it. It is a permanent badge, so it will
Choo choo.
stay here still afterwards. It's not like it goes away in 30 days or anything. You'll have that for as long as you want on Twitch.
Moo.
Cube, 3 gems, 12 flawless, and make 4 perfects. This makes sense.
Infected Might gifted a tier 1 sub to poops_Mariolo.
Move.
Insight might be best in slot for echoing. I mean, I think Fortitude Weapon is going to end up best in slot.
TG_Dossier gifted a tier 1 sub to Tahone Gambit.
FCR damage, Deadly Strike. But Insight is also like decent damage, you know. And you get the crit strike, I guess, which is good.
Move.
Do you think Sunder drop rate will extend the season? I don't. I think it's just going to be not a lot of Sunders
Thanks
happen
for
in the
being
season.
a great dude.
Ladder's going to be very different with that. So that's kind of a, you know, they've brought in some buffs. Thank you very much. But they've also brought in some, you know, some nerfs a little bit like that. I think it'll be fun. All right. People are sleeping on the Purge build. Which Purge build? The Echoing Strike Purge build or the other Purge build? Because I was running Purge with...
Matt
Cleave?
Scratch Fever gifted a
Yeah.
tier 1 sub to
Cleave
Fend.
Purge, and man, that was strong and fun. Thanks, Matt Scratch. Okay, we are about to swap over. Last 20 seconds. Gift your sub now or subscribe now, or it'll be wait until tomorrow. It's fine. I am getting ready to shift back to the Diablo 2 category. So, get your final pieces in. Sorry. If not, it's all good. Alright, we are shifting back. If you are wanting the badge, wait until tomorrow. Oh my god, Tempest.
Tempest 7799
Infected.
gifted
Oh
a
my
tier
god,
1
you guys.
sub to Sacred Goose.
Stop. I don't want to
Move.
swap. Guys. Okay, I am going to switch back now to the Diablo 2 category. You will no longer be getting the badge correct.
Standard.
Right now. Okay, we're there. GG, thank you everybody. I hope you enjoy the badge, and thank you so much for using that support here. I know you could use it on any of your favorite Diablo 4 streamers.
Hi, I'm just here because of the badge. Oh. I'm always late. Llama laughing.
Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you, M. Reed. Are we sure they're gonna buff Sunders? Is that confirmed? It's not confirmed, but I think they will slightly increase the drop rates.
Godfiend gifted a tier 1 sub to Give a Badge. They have given 19 gift subs in the channel.
Jesus. There's no...
Move.
Gosh dang
Drop
it.
and by to show support Moon 2S. Have a good one.
Thank you, Custer. These marathons on the best. We marathon every day. Yay, I should have the badge now. I'm done with you. I don't even... No, it did not work. You liar. Did we hit Nightmare on the demo lock or we continue another time? Well, we're at about 11 hours on this stream. My thought is it may be best to just go tomorrow, finish all of it. Because I could do, like, Nightmare today. I'd be really tired. I think it's better. Let's just do tomorrow, Nightmare in Hell. You know. You wouldn't leave me like that, would you? I've been here all day with you. I have to go say hello to my wife. You know. Borat. She loves when I do that. Have we been married? I don't know. Not, but yes, you know. Eventually, if you just are around each other enough, then you just get it. You're automatically married. It's just how it works. So, I think we just got auto-married. Something like that. We'll have a man versus wedding at some point, I suppose. Does Moo watch your stream or someone entertaining? Okay. Both?
False. Marriage is a sacrament. Anyway, enjoy the end of your day. Llama laughing.
Thanks, ACL. Did you say man versus wedding? Yeah, you know. I try and get married, chat tries to stop me, sort of thing or whatever. Gotta say my vows with mittens on. Also, my vows are written on greasy tubes to hold or something. I don't know, you know, I'll figure it out. All right, everybody. Like I say, we're about at 11 hours right now. We will pause it, come back, and roll our demon more tomorrow. GG, everybody. Thank you guys for being here, hanging out. I hope you are enjoying. We'll have a lot more fun tomorrow, a lot more coming up. So, yeah. Thank you all. Kisses. We're back tomorrow. Peace.
Many moons have passed since I left the town of Tristram behind me. Since then I've tried to forget the terrors I beheld beneath the cold earth and the twisted nightmares that have haunted my every waking moment. There's something dark within me now. I can feel it. Ice blast to the past, a bit of killer's mastery class, an orb of ice, a centrifuge recasted the fast, a frozen mass. They shattered into glasses of ash, a chill and blizzard wizards cast, and now I'm gone in a flash. And we don't stop, a nova proc, a weapon swap, a unique drop. We're tearing through this chaos. Listen to our master raptor flock. The last who popped the moment stopped. He's finally free. Not even death can save you from me. Holy bolt, holy shield, holy freeze. I might smite the Lord of Terror onto his knees. I'll set free the beast within just to watch him bleed. Pure concentration, no salvation, just to restore peace and bring order to the world. The desecration from my sword, he start a war. I'll massacre the core foundation of the law. This ain't no soul in search of answers, just a hero with a T. And by the time I finish slaying, there won't be Diablo 3. Lord of destruction, Lord of corruption, Lord of the hate and pain. I instigate a flow so great, eviscerate the syndicate. I decimate, eradicate my foes in tonic state. They suffocate, choke on my name. Lord of seduction, Lord of disruption, Lord of the lies, Belial hides inside. He's terrified, mass genocide. My master rhymes identify the stale while they listen as I amplify, specify it's time to die. Bring it back to the master of the track. Travel east to find the beast so I can slay him with my rap. Don't need flails or a sword. Tie my hand behind my back. Like a shop up, I'ma kill him with my lyrical attack. Time to let out my battle cry. I don't find the time to grind a level 9 to 9.